Smoke one spliff, get high to the rhythm. Smoke one spliff while you're waiting for Jeran. Smoke one spliff, get high to the rhythm. Smoke one spliff while you're waiting for Jeran. Smoke one spliff, get high to the rhythm. Smoke one spliff while you're waiting for Jeran. Smoke one spliff, get high to the rhythm. Jeran, we waiting for Jeran. Jeran, we waiting for Jeran.
This is a test. This station is conducting a test of the emergency broadcasting system. This is only a test.
Welcome. This is the Jeranism show.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is the Speaker's Corner, where we speak truth, see truth. Speaker's Corner, yeah, they see through, we see you. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is all on the Speaker's Corner. 3 minutes hit the spotlight. Speaker's Corner, where 3 minutes gets your mind right. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is all on the Speaker's Corner.
Welcome one, welcome all. It is time for Speaker's Corner. I'm your host, Jeran from Jeranism. Welcome to the show. I am going to need some flyby. We had a power outage about 10 minutes ago for a couple minutes, and it came back. I think we're okay, but I've got a bunch of stuff that's not started, so I'm having to start all this stuff again. So give me 1 second, and if you can give me a flyby in the chat, please. I don't know why I sound very tinny. Did it knock off something here? No, this seems fine. Does that seem okay? Seems good to me. Welcome, everybody. Hopefully you guys had a good week, and we're ready for tomorrow, Friday. Should be a good one. Of course, we've got the fantastic Friday Unplugged. That'll be tomorrow at 3. What's up, everybody? I'm the Craig in the house. What's up, Craig? Hopefully you guys are doing quite well. Let me see if I can fix this issue. What's going on with my... How am I going to fix this? So, for some reason, my external drive went offline. And so all these things that usually have pieces are not working. So give me 1 second to fix this. I should be able to get it quick. I'm going to go here. And let's try and map a drive. See if it'll come back. Should work. Let's pray. Bit more level on the mic, please. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. We will pump it up. Pump it up. All right. Is that any better there? Hello, hello, hello. I think that's good there. How's that sound? Better? Half your viewers know the Earth's a globe. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's a good amount of them. I'll tell you that much. Quite a few. Let's see if we can get this back online. What is it doing? Okay, so it's opening over there. Come on back. Come on back. Let's see if we can get it back. That's going to be a problem. Why isn't that working? Okay. I'm going to have to try and map this. I don't know if it'll work. What timing? Beautiful timing. Knocked everything on. Nope, saying that it's not going to work. Come on. Let me try this. Let's see here. Where's map a network drive? Usually if I map one of them, then they'll all come back. But right now it's not working. Let's see here. So tomorrow we've got a fun show. I'm going to go through the 8 things I listed. If you guys looked at Telegram, if you follow my Telegram, I listed them there yesterday, I believe. And it's also been on Facebook. Let me see why this is not going to map right now. See who else is here. See who else is here. What is going on with this thing? Why am I all of a sudden not being able to find map and network drive? Here? Where is it? Here. An error occurred reconnecting the net. Yeah, I know that. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying here. Show. Yeah, this one. Okay. Let's see if we can get this going. Otherwise, we're going to have no graphics. We should have graphics here. Properties, no. No. Am I blind? Where is map and network drive? I thought it was in view or something. Why am I not finding it? We will figure it out here. No stress at all. I believe you. Believe me. Where is it? Come on, come back. This drive has not been reconnected. I know that. Why can't I find the map and network drive button? It's up here somewhere. View. It's not there. Show. Navigation, compact item boxes, hidden names. Nope. Cleanup, optimize format, pin options. Nope. Okay, I think it's in network. And then usually you right click. Huh. Anybody know where you go to map a network drive? I'd appreciate it. If somebody could tell me it's in somewhere, but why can't I find it? Should be here. Network. And then this lists them all. This one. I'm going to right click here. Open, download software, mount, public share. That's it. And then usually lasts me one time. We'll get this going. All right, here's this one. And share. Okay, now I have the names. All right. Share. I do not know what's going on. Jeran, right click to this PC. Normally map a drive. Okay, that's where I was. I thought this PC. I see this PC. Oh, I'm doing the C drive. Do this PC. Okay, gotcha. Where's my PC? My PC. See, oh, there it is. Okay, map network drive. Thank you, whoever said that. Much love to you. Let's go with these. They should all come back when I get one of them going. Let's go with this one. And the folder is going to be no, browse. What? M:. What timing, I tell you. Okay, let's see if this one works. If we got one, we got them all. Reconnect to sign in. Yes, finish. Devices remembered a connection. Do you wish to replace the current connection? You mean remembered. Yes. Okay. V. Okay, we're going to do this real quick. Viki, clam, V cloud. Yes. And V is video underscore clips. Underscore clips. All right. So if you want to join the show, what you can do is go to tinyurl.com/cornerism. It's on the screen in a second. Oh, actually, it's on there now on the thumbnail. That should work. Let me see. Example. Yes. Oh, I see. You just do this without the. Geez, thunder and lightning outside. Hopefully the power don't go out. Got all kinds of things going on. Attempting to connect. The device is already connected. Do you wish to replace? Well, if it's connected, then wake up. My username is this. My password is over here. Come on, where is this password? What? Of course. Oh, this thing's a nightmare. I don't know why it does that. The power went out and it killed all my drives. There we go. That's going to help me because I can do this. Copy password. Yes. We'll get that one. Okay. Now we got it. Copy. Please reconnect. Don't mess around. Control V. Hello. Control V. Are you joking me? Okay. Let's see. Okay. Well, we might have to go without because it's just not going to connect right now, and I don't know what I have to do. I forgot. Why is this not working again? Well, hopefully some things will come through, some things won't. Because oh wait, now it's coming back. Now it's coming back, isn't it? Oh no, it's still bad. These are all wrong. Man, that sucks. Add a network location. This helps add a network location. Shoot now. It's not right. Internet Windows, a few examples. Yeah, it's this one. // We try and get in here real quick. Oh, yeah, they're already in there, see? That's them. Yes, that one. Next. I did already. It's asking my password again. Let me go back here. Ah, boy. Why is this not taking it? Go this one. Okay, give me my password. And let's get in. Come on. Password, yes. We are copying it. Control, copy. Go in here. And here. Come on, take it. What? Network. Wow, that's disappointing. All right, well, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? I don't know. This is not taking it. Where's the M drive? Here. Let's try this one. And if this doesn't work, what are we going to do? Load this way. And music. And finish. Attempting to reconnect. Yeah, I know this already. That's my username. Password is. Okay, remember my credentials. Maybe that's why I didn't click. The network folder specified is currently mapped using a different username and password. No, it's not. First, disconnect any existing mappings. I don't want to do that. They're already mapped. Huh. What does it mean is connected with a different username and password? No, it's not. Let me close this down. I'm going to try and reset this real quick. Finish this one. Oh, there he came back. We're back. We're back. All right. I don't even know what I was doing. I was just pressing buttons and it went through. Let's see. Does this work now? Come on. Yes. Yes. Can we get a Speaker's Corner intro song? All right. We are back.
This is the Jeranism show.
Just a little bit behind schedule.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yo, this is the Speaker's Corner. All right, we're ready. Let me get out of this. With real ideas. All right, here we go. Good, we're welcome. Let's see, does everything work here? We should have a webcam. We should. We do. We are ready to go. Welcome to the show, everybody. Command line, I got it. We're all good. We are reconnected. Everything is A-okay. Let's get on with the show. It's a fun one. We're not going 4 hours like this time, like last time. So I will tell you one thing that we will make sure of. We are going to keep a very strict 4-minute clock. And I mean so strict that, no, it's raining. See? Told you it was raining. You guys didn't believe me. It is, no. Where is my thumbnail? There we go. Thank you. It's going to be a very strict clock. You have 4 minutes. At the end of 4 minutes, it's going to start about a 30-second time of a song. When that song is over, you're getting dumped no matter what you say. All right, so across the bottom of the screen, we got some ways to support the show if you'd like. Some meters there to keep track of how far we are to the goal. And I believe we are ready to go with our first guest. Should we bring them forward? Let's see here. Let's bring on Tony Coriolis. Let me see if we can get him on here. Tony, my friend, how are you? I don't hear you. Oh, you're not. You're off.
Yeah, I had my mic muted. I'm pretty loud right now. I don't know if I can even hang the whole 4 minutes. Someone just made a good show.
All right. What's up? How are you?
Nothing. I'm here at that golf tournament. You remember, Jeran?
I do remember. Yes, the Players Championship.
Yeah, I'm out here at this. Okay, I got a couple things I want to talk about.
Sure.
Now that I'm out here. So, hitting you with it right off the bat. Okay, I'm out here and, okay, I ended up talking to one girl, okay? And the girl's cool. She's very cool. I said that I'm into conspiracies. Can you hear me okay saying all this stuff?
I think I hear you.
Okay. So she said that she's into conspiracies as well. And I asked her what her #1 conspiracy is. She said flat Earth. man, interesting as shit, you know? So then I hit her with all this stuff on what did you think of a South Pole. So if I'm having any contest, like if I'm contesting anything that you say, it's just a South Pole. But
No, you
it's
always
just-
got to go for pussy, though. Let's be honest.
I know,
Okay.
and okay,
Just
just
Tony.
the fact of how simple it is to just be talking to a girl and not bring up the South Pole. I should not bring up the South Pole, but the fact that you're saying it now, come on, man. Like, I don't know. I find it it's an interesting time. That's all I'm trying to say to all the people here listening to me on Speaker's Corner. The South Pole. I never would have imagined it a year ago. The fact that Jeran is talking about it now, fucking compelling time. It's interesting as shit. And I'm out here at this golf event. You can see him playing right over there, you know? How
Yep.
cool is this?
Let me see.
But-
Who's playing? I'm trying to turn you up. People say they can't hear you.
Yeah. Ricky Fowler and all them. Ricky Fowler and Jordan Spieth are about to come out here. If anyone can hear me saying that, but yeah, I'm at hole 16. This is the most poppin' hole. Everyone's here.
That's the one where everybody drinks, yeah?
Yes, correct. This is the one where I threw beers at, and then since then they locked down. You can't throw beers. They make it like super illegal. You're gonna arrest it. But I was here the last time you could throw beers.
You could throw
Just
beers.
saying.
Okay.
Yeah. I got a video for that too.
Did the time never start? Or did it
I
end?
think, Jaran, I even think it's too loud. I can't even hear your response. But just the South Pole, I find fucking interesting as shit. And the fact that I'm cool with you so much and you'd say it, I find it fucking interesting. And I'm into it because I listen to you so much. Even if I wasn't into you so much, still, I find it interesting that Jeran wants to say, you know, he is along the line of thinking that there is a South Pole. How is that not interesting to people? Just hear him out.
I don't know.
I am 100% down to hear you out with whatever you say, Jeran. I think you're a straight shooter in my books.
Good.
I'm amazed with the fact that you'd say that, and I am captivated by it. It's fucking interesting. I met a hot-ass girl here. She was surprised by it.
Where is she?
Yeah, that's all I got.
Can we say hi to her or
She
no?
walked off, man.
Oh.
Your stream takes too long to start. If you
Damn
started
it.
at 4 o'clock, I would have showed her. You
See.
would have been fucking...
Oh, I would have been in love?
Rank in your book. I would have moved up. Yeah,
So
but
sad.
It is what it is. Yeah.
All right. Anything else for us?
Nothing really. I'm here having a good time, and I'm drinking more. Everyone have a good night. And Charlie, if you're listening, I had an old-fashioned in your name.
All right,
Okay.
Charlie, we'll be happy with that. Thanks, Tony.
All right.
Later. That was
All
Tony
right, yeah,
Coriolis.
peace out.
A lot of people are asking if I have had a hard time transitioning into the new belief system, and it hasn't been that hard. You know, I had to do some changes, though. You know, remember my sweatshirt that I had, the "It's flat like your mother"? You know that one. You just have to do little small changes, and not that big of changes. So what I did is just black out the L, and now it says "It's fat, just like your mother." So, you know, you can make things work. See, now it says "It's fat, just like your mother." So, I mean, it's not that difficult, really. You can figure it out. It's not, you don't have to do like a total overhaul. You just start drinking out of globe mugs. South Pole, see? Just life changes like that. What are you going to do? Still too quiet. Not me, right? No, I think it was his fault. I'm maxing out now. I'm actually getting redlined here. Let me take that down a notch. So I stop doing that in my ear. Let's go to about there. And let's get to the next caller. And we will keep it going. We've got one caller down under the 4 minutes. How about that? I'm pretty excited myself. All right, let's go to the next person. We've got Vincent McConnell. Vincent, what's up? How are you?
What's up, Jeran? I just wanted to say, you know, how much integrity you have. Just such an honest and brave person. I think a lot of conspiracy theorists can take a note from this guy over here.
Thank you, sir.
A lot of researchers can take a note. I mean, it's not that hard to admit when you're wrong about something, and for Jeran to be doing this for 10 years and then just completely 180 on everything he said, as bold as he's been, and look at him, he's living, he's fine. No one hurt him. He's gonna be okay. It's not a big deal to just be wrong about stuff sometimes, you guys. Yeah, I mean,
Well, isn't that the goal? I mean, the goal is to get to the truth, is to figure
Yes.
out whether, you know, and people don't, I learned people don't want that. So
that's science. And it's funny the way these same people will, you know, use that Richard Feynman clip over and over again. They say, oh, if it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. You go out and do an experiment, and what do? They say you're a shill, and they stick to their belief. So it's not, they have no honesty in their body at all. It's a joke. You bunch of flat Earth morons out there that just can't accept that Jeran went and discovered the South Pole. You guys asked for someone to come out with an experiment, find the curvature, and then Jeran went and found the curvature, and you can't accept it. So what are you doing here? What's the point of that, Jeran? What do you think?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. I was shocked myself. I didn't expect it. I thought that some people would be upset and sad, but I thought they'd be like, "Well, what are we going to do? We were wrong. Oh well." But people want to make up whatever thing they can, or they just want to tell me, "Oh, it doesn't matter. You have to measure the ground." And it's like, of course, when the sky keeps proving you wrong, then you have to measure the ground, right? I mean, it's just it's one thing to the next. It'll always be something else. It'll never be sufficient to them. So just let them believe it the rest of their life. That's fine. I don't mind. I don't worry about other people's beliefs. I don't know why they have to cry about mine. So
there's some stuff like I think when I didn't tell you this on Messenger because it's easier to so you recognize that I'm not trying to challenge you or anything in an adversarial way, but there's some of the stuff that we should still try to find answers to. Like, why are we seeing too far? It's not because there's no curvature, because you found that. So what is the answer then? And I think it would be good to maybe.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions left. I mean, and I'm not even saying anything about spinning. I'm not saying anything about flying through space. I'm not saying anything about planets, any of that. It's just simply, let's start from the basics, which was, where do we live? And that part has been sufficiently answered, in my opinion. Yeah. But again, I'm always open to coming back to Flat Earth, but they need to provide the evidence for the issues that are outstanding.
I think it's collapsing. I think it's the end right now. I mean, you're witnessing the end, and you're a pioneer in this to go to Antarctica and reverse on everything you've been saying for so long. I'm just going to start believing everything NASA tells me again, I think.
I wouldn't go there. You might not be too safe doing that. No, I think NASA's full of shit still. I mean, again, this is going to take some time to kind of rework the things I've looked at in the past and kind of get a better understanding for them. But as far as people being very confused about the South, they're like, well, you said this and you said that. It's like, yeah, and then we went down there and proved that we were wrong. So we thought that the AE map was correct. I thought that the sun went around in a clockwise formation. The Tropic of Capricorn is actually goes left. It's completely different than we thought. I mean, it doesn't go right. If you're standing in South America looking west, the flat Earth map would call for the Tropic of Capricorn to go to the right, and the globe calls for it to go to the left, and it clearly goes to the left. So that's a start. And then the other thing is just simply the South Celestial Pole stays put in the sky. I watched it. It stays right there. Yeah. So it's not like we said that, it goes around and this is how everybody sees it in their south. No, it's impossible. You can't have three people in those three continents all looking south and see the same pole. Now, I've heard people say, but Jeran, the stars have rotated a little bit. Yeah. They have rotated because they're on different spots. So, of course, they've rotated. But what it doesn't do is travel around everybody's south. So, anyway, what are you going to do? All right, any final words?
Yes. Final words are for the viewers out there. Jeran is the epitome of I may be wrong, but I'm not lying. I've never known Jeran to be full of shit. You guys all saying he's a shill. You don't know what you're talking about. Jeran has always been very honest, very forceful about what he believes to be the truth, and that's the end of it. And that leads us to Globe Earth, leads us to Globe Earth. See ya.
Peace. All right, we got 2 down. How about that? 2 down, and everybody under the time clock. Jeran did not find curvature. Why is this guy saying that? Well, Mario, if you find yourself upside down, how is that possible without curvature? So, the sun and moon are upside down. They go backwards. That alone, you cannot explain that on a flat Earth. You'll never be able to explain a sun going backwards because the sun goes one direction. We know it doesn't switch directions. So how the hell is that possible for the sun to go backwards? How is it possible that we have a South Celestial Pole that operates the exact same as the Polaris? It's identical. If we were at 53 degrees, or was it 57? Whatever it was, 53 or 57, and then the 37. Yeah, so it's 53 and 37. So 53 degrees to the South Celestial Pole, and then so you figure that's a difference of 37 degrees. So then you go 37 times 69, and you get 2558, and then you go figure out what is the distance between Punta Arenas and South Pole. It's exactly that, 2558. So you're like, oh, and you watch the sky unfold like it does, and you're like, oh, this all makes sense now. It is as above, so below. The North and the South are complete opposites on 6 months later. Sorry to tell you, you should be happy that now we know. Now we can say, oh, okay, it settles. We're settled. We have to start figuring out, why does it seem so flat? Well, that's because the Earth is so big And I don't mean any bigger than 25,000 miles. I just mean 25,000 miles in circumference. It's so big that it's flat everywhere. Everywhere water finds its level, it's flat everywhere. You can build boats, you can build bridges, you can build cars, you can fly planes. Why? Because the Earth is flat and level. But if you zoom out, it is a sphere. Is anybody upside down? Nope, nobody's upside down. It's just, if you're talking about in reference to me, when I was in Antarctica, I was right side up. Hello. Now, if you said, well, in reference to you, sure, if you want to say that, in reference to you, but that's not the way the world works. So you can say that, but it's just a very simplistic look at it. All right, let's go with Sacred Knowledge. You got 4 minutes, my friend. Welcome to the show. All right, what is it, AI bot? Does the AI bot put the sun in the sky for me?
See me? Can you see me or what? I can't see myself. Can you see me?
Yes, I see you.
Okay. How come I can't see myself?
See yourself where?
On the screen. Usually I can see my image. Well,
we can see you. Your mic's a little crackly.
Okay. Oh wait, is that no? That's you. Okay, or is that me? That is me, huh? Okay, I see. All right, so Jeran, this is no one's buying it, bro. I'm telling you right now, this is for the simple-minded, low IQ globetrot, the young soul globetrotters who never got it anyway. It's gonna fool them real easy.
Mm-hmm.
But the ones who got deep into it, and you're one of them, you already know we got thousands and thousands of anomalies that could never happen on the globe, especially with all the movements that the Earth does.
I didn't say anything about that. I didn't say anything about movement.
Yeah, but with the movements that the Earth does, that could be okay. Supposedly, the heliocentric model has all these movements, and that could easily account. I mean, the heliocentric model doesn't even work on paper. But the fact that it's got all these and are you saying that the stars don't move from east to west in one direction, even down there? Is that what you're saying?
The stars move the opposite direction than they do in the north, but there's circumpolar stars down there. So right, okay. So there's stars that just go around the spot in the south. They just could do a circle in the sky, right? They never rise or set. Right. So now imagine that what this flat Earth says the southern stars do. They rotate all the way around the disk, right?
Yes.
So how are they just going in a circle then in the southern sky?
Did you see the circumpolar stars?
Yes. Well, I mean, we didn't see them for the whole time, but they go halfway, and then it's nighttime. I mean, then it's daytime. So, but they definitely go around. People have time lapses of it. You can go further south in the winter, and you'd see it.
I know that one explanation for that that Southern Cross is that they don't see it all at the same time, and it moves, and that's why they see it.
Right.
They see it. They see it separate, different times.
Okay, so imagine this real quick. So America and Russia and Europe all see the Big Dipper, right?
Mm.
But they see it at different times and at different places in its circle, right?
Okay. Well, listen. Before we get into all that, there is a lot of anomalies in the sky, and
like what?
As far as for my research goes, we have no clue what the fuck they're. To me, with all the like weird eclipses and all that shit, to me, it's just a projector up there, and they'll put anything they want. But it's not. It's actually it's a calendar, or not a calendar, but
sky clock.
It's like a time. It's a clock, right?
Right.
So so we can just it's kind of affirming the consequence. Oh, it's doing that, so it's got to be globe. No, the sky could.
No, it's not that.
To me, the sky is the biggest anomaly of all this. The most. That's the like. It's kind of like the between point between the ethereal world and this world. The sky is a different type of dimension.
So, but now here's the different thing about you, though. You don't.
Could be going up on there. You know what the stars.
Well, you believe in a deception, right? You believe in a deception. You believe this is a deception. Life is a deception, right?
Well, life is not what we're being told. Yeah.
No, not that. I mean, whoever made this place, did they make it to confuse us on purpose?
No, I think.
Okay, well then hold on. Listen.
Listen. We had it all figured out in ancient times.
Okay, hold on.
And the ancient world got destroyed.
I paused your clock.
The demiurge wants us to believe a bunch of bullshit because he wants to keep us confused about what we are. Really, he wants us to think that we're his creation when we created him because he's artificial intelligence.
You're talking about the Old Testament God.
Yeah, well, the way they've taken the ancient like understanding of spirituality and turned it into an authoritarian governmental thing where it's easy to control people with. That is what I'm talking about. Because we can look at the ancient text; it doesn't talk about all that authoritarian guilt trip bullshit that the demiurge. So he's the one that just fucked up our cosmology. We had it all figured out, but go ahead.
Well, what about the sun? Is the sun something that man can manipulate, or is it what it is?
There's very interesting technologies that they do have that I was shown recently that blew my mind, because I've seen what the directed energy does and what the AI can do. So it's basically can do anything it wants. It could put on light shows and holographic shows of all kinds.
Of the sun?
And the sun could easily be fake. Yeah, because it's if you got a laser powerful enough, you can reflect it off the dome and put a sun up there, and it'll create. And some of the holograms they create actually produce heat, vibration, sound. They can pump it through to the hologram and make it create and make it be like, if you're sitting next to a person who's an actual hologram, you won't know it. That's how advanced the technology is. That, of course, is completely classified. But with that type of technology, there's no telling what could be done up there.
Okay.
But let's stick to what we've measured on the Earth. And as far as what we've measured on the Earth, and what we've seen from the space agencies, it's hard to believe that you can just all the way go back to the globe, which is like, to me, a fairy tale. But it could be something else. We have it all wrong. This is all an illusion and it's fake, and we're trying to figure it out the wrong way.
Okay, final words for me.
Well,
your time's running out.
Study the ancient masters and the gurus, and they'll tell you what reality really is, and it isn't real. It's not a simulation. That's a bullshit theory pumped into us from the Matrix movie, but it's not the real reality. What it is a simulation of the ancient world, this fake Matrix. It tries to keep us busy and happy, but it's trying to simulate something that keeps humans content, but it's not. It's a simulation of the ancient world.
Peace, friend. We got another one done. How about that? We are on roll here.
Holy Santa Claus shit.
Now, who do we got next? We've got the XO something. I can't read that. The XO, and then in Russian, I think. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, Jeran? Yeah, this is the XO of the RO. That's the Ha'amrami in Hebrew.
Oh, Hebrew.
How's
sorry.
your day going to you?
Very well, thank you. It's raining. Thunder and lightning out there. It's a little crazy.
Amen. Yeah, where are you at? Oh, you're in California, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I'm in Washington. We got a lot of snow this weekend. Finally, it's beautiful out here. But yeah, man, we've passed each other in the hallways of this conversation for about 10 years, but I've never spoken to you.
All right.
I've known Witsit for a little bit, but I'm glad you went. It was good that it happened. I was surprised that it happened.
Me too.
Our prediction was that flat earthers were. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I said me too.
Amen. Yeah, it was a good experience, and it was like one of those like little vacations that you thought you'd never get to do. It was like a game show. I mean, God bless. But Will Duffy had his agenda. But that's how the deception works. My prediction was that flat Earth was going to get humiliated. I'm no follower of the secular system, but both sides have always been part of the same deception. There is no such thing as flat Earth, globe Earth. Earth is not an object. It's not measurable, and there's no such thing as biblical cosmology. And reality is that there's something very much different than here that we can't understand in this creation. And I heard you asking the guy about being a deceiver as far as is this creation like a deception. And no, the Bible specifically makes it clear that you cannot compare the Shamayim to the earth. You know, Jesus himself says, if I tell you of earthly things and you can't comprehend, how can I tell you of heavenly things? So we can't apply the same rules. The
That's not that, but we know
the glory of God.
Okay.
But earth is not. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that the sun, the sun gives us the exact layout of the land. If we want to follow it, if you choose to ignore the sun, which is the number one item in the world, it's the most important item in the world. It's what God gave us, His one and only Son, to be a guiding light. If you want to avoid that, you can, or ignore it, you can. I choose not to.
Well, I wouldn't say that's not biblical, though. I mean, that's anybody can have that point of view. That's fine. But from a biblical sense, the Shemesh goes from one end of the heaven to the other. It's specifically a celestial body. In fact, in Joshua, it's described as actually being in the midst of the Shamayim, which means there's a literal water world up there, for lack of a better term. The heavens, heaven in Hebrew actually means water over there. Things can happen differently. I don't make any claims, though, about the heaven. I'm just pointing out the fact that flat Earth was always part of the same deception. The flat Earth was always there to actually keep people in the mainstream. Just like, going from Democrat to Republican, you're still part of the system.
I believe that. Yeah,
So
I do think
I'm
that
just pointing out that every single part. Hey, good job. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Every single part of the flat Earth is still a deception. It uses all the same monikers, all the same terminology. People say it's a closed system. Earth is not a system, let alone a closed system, Jeran. Earth is part of a system. You see, they're trying to, both sides were basically putting creation in a lunchbox and trying to compartmentalize it, sell it for $19.95 and ship it down, the assembly line, and you can pick red or blue team. And flat earthers chose the physical materialistic world and said, no, we have a better idea. And if you notice, I'm sure you did, that it was an intellectual battle. Flat earthers tried to abuse their knowledge when they thought they found something out. And I think that the best thing that happened to you is now you see it from our point of view, as far as Bible believing Christians that didn't use that term to be applied to us. We've been dealing with being persecuted by these people, and now they're mad at you, and now they think it's a psyop, which is kind of hilarious, which shows that they don't even have any confidence in the Creator. So it couldn't have been about God. You think that two gentlemen and a girl can go to Antarctica and ruin God's plan? That's pretty embarrassing. Is my time almost up?
Yep, you got about 30 seconds.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll just finish it off like this. Witzit's, having a hard time because he's getting pulled in all sorts of directions. But I've been talking to him for a while, and he's actually adopted my point of view. But every time he talks about it, he has to literally stop on a dime like he's at a stop sign, look both left and right, and then cross the street, because the reality is that the biblical truth is not compatible with flat Earth. And I'll actually bet 10 grand on that if you ever want to have a discussion with him and me on your channel at the same time to explain what's really going on here, because the truth is a whole other level.
Thank you, boss.
I appreciate you giving.
Okay, there's another one. We got that one done. I do agree a little bit. I mean, with the biblical idea of, well, not being biblical. I see somebody in the chat asking what my position is currently, which should be pretty obvious. I have a document that I put out yesterday that I want people to try and bring me the answers to, because I'm trying to bring it up here. 1 second. If somebody answers all these, then by all means, let's go back to flat Earth. But let's just put it this way. So everybody talking about, the Earth isn't a place and it's not okay. But hold on. If God gave us the sun, and we can just use the sun to figure out where we are, if we choose to ignore that, if we choose to forfeit what the sun says clearly, then we are just spitting in God's face. For all the flat earthers out there who think that they're doing God's work, I'm here to tell you that there's no more question. You are actually laughing in the face of the creation. So keep doing that if you want. It's on you. I don't care what you do, but I'm just telling you that's the clear fact of it, is that's what you're doing, because the Earth is a sphere. So that's just the way it goes. Am I happy about it? No. But we can just use, so think about it. When we all became flat earthers, it was because we thought that they were lying about the South. Okay? So if somebody would have told me 10 years ago, Jeran, they're not lying about the South, everything's true, and you can go down there and check it out, and I went down there and checked, I wouldn't be a flat earther. I would have never been a flat earther. The reason I was a flat earther is because the AE map worked. It had problems in the South, but they lied to us about the South. So it's like, okay, well, let's continue on this line of thinking. But the fact is that, I was going to bring this up real quick. Let me find my post. It was on Jerant. If you're not following it, Jerant's, t.me/JERANTS, you should. If you're not, that's not cool. All right, so I'll just read you this real quick, and then we'll get on to the calls. So it just says, I have a series of videos coming out soon, and I want people to answer these questions. And I said the questions are not using NASA in any way. They're not using anybody. You can do this all by yourself. So number one is the South Celestial Pole. Many have speculated that this spot in the southern sky sweeps across the dome, but I saw it in Punta Arenas. It is stationary like the North and does not move, meaning it is impossible for Australia, Africa, and South America to all see the southern celestial pole in their south. Number two, the South Pole exists. Many have speculated that there is no South Pole because it doesn't work on an AE map. Well, we know what the sky does in the north, and below it lies the North Pole. Using the tilt of the sun, one can see that there is in fact a South Pole, and that if everyone, no matter where they are in Antarctica, heads south, they will all meet at one spot. It will be directly under the South Celestial Pole, and that is the South Pole. So that is no longer a question. The South Pole exists, and the sky leads you there. There is no deception. They can't even deceive you there. That's what I want people to understand. You cannot be deceived on this. It's impossible for them to deceive you. You can walk through the Earth and you can watch what the sun does with its tilt. You can watch what it does every day. You can then look at the stars and say, oh, look at the stars are here. We know what Polaris does. Polaris sits above the North Pole, correct? Stars spin around it. There is a south celestial pole where Octanus would be if we could see it. It's an empty spot in the sky. All the stars rotate around it and it stays put in the sky. So when I was in South America looking south and I saw it, then somebody in Australia looking south would see it as well. It doesn't matter if they see it later or earlier or at a different position, or the stars are in a different position. The South Pole star, the celestial pole, is there in their south, but we're looking in opposite directions. So that can't be true. Number 3, upside down and backwards moving sun and moon. This one's easy enough. There is no way to explain this reversal of direction and flip upside down unless you place this on a sphere, at which point all of these things, and I mean every one of these, is explained and predicted. So that's another thing. Just think about this. Think of the hula hoops you have to jump through to be a flat earther to still explain the sun. Oh, it's a super refractive, double mirrored, super hydrofluid reflection that goes backwards because it's a manifestation of an apparent sun. Or just say this, sphere. See, I mean, that wasn't very hard. Sphere answers every single issue. But if you want to still be a flat earther and say it's a super refractive, double reflective, super fluid reflection dome with an apparent sun. By the way, if you want to know why the word apparent sun has come up in the last year or two, it's because the realization by some flat earthers that if it's a real sun, which it is, if it's a real item, then the flat earth cannot be true. So they had to go to apparent sun. You'll watch this whole thing devolve. It'll just devolve to nothing. Maybe want to get out now. The Tropic of Capricorn direction. This is a big one. The Tropic of Capricorn on a flat Earth map curves to the right if you're in the South America looking west. However, observations tell us that this tropic actually curves left, under and around the sphere. All evidence points to this being the case, including known southern sunset and sunrise angles. Number 5, the southern stars. The southern stars have always been a problem for flat Earth, one that they can't answer and still cannot. All the stars rotating above us is a flat disk, or does the evidence say that that won't work in any way? It doesn't work. The stars do not rotate around a flat Earth. There's even circumpolar stars in the south. Number 6, circumpolar stars in the south. Stars that just circle the South Pole area where Octanus would be cannot work on a flat Earth because the southern stars must do a complete circle around the outside of the AE map. So then they can't be circumpolar, but they are. Therefore, they cannot go around the outer edge of the Earth. The Earth's not flat. Number 7, sunset and sunrise times and angles. So they're all shown to match reality for every single location on the Earth. Imagine this. We map the Earth on a globe, right? Okay, that's what we do. The Earth's mapped on a globe. Wherever you go on that globe, no matter who you are, if you go somewhere and look up your sunrise sunset times, they will match perfectly with the shape of the Earth being a globe. So at that point, you have to start asking, well, okay, I thought that there were some things that fell apart in the south and maybe they were able to piecemeal it together, but it doesn't fall apart in the south. It remains the same as the north. It's just flipped. So everything works the exact same. You can watch the sun, you can watch the moon. They work the exact same, just the opposite. So that is a problem. Flat Earth has never predicted one sunset or sunrise time at all, ever, correctly, of an angle and a time for a sunrise or sunset anywhere in the world, any day, but the globe Earth does it every day for every location, for every day of the year, for every year in the past and in the future. We have to stop fighting reality. Number 8, second apparent sun is needed. The flat Earth steals known observations and for no rhyme or reason places the second sun, the apparent sun, exactly where the globe predicts it will be. And then we say we predicted it. I mean, somebody should slap these people across the face. Stephen Alonso is one of the biggest liars I've ever seen. The guy is a dirtbag, liar. I've read some of his stuff. He just blatantly lies to you. And the fact that you guys fall for it is so sad. The fact that you call yourselves truthers and you allow that guy to lie to you is sad. Very pathetic. I went my whole 10 years, never lied like that. This guy's just lying out his nose. But you know what? You guys love it because he's on your side. He's predicting flat Earth. Says flat Earth predicted the sun. So that's it. I just said, if you agree with those, then you have to recognize that, at least consider that we've been wrong. It's okay. We can be wrong. Flat Earthers actually think they're so smart they can't be wrong. And you cannot start a sentence with, well, we know it's not a sphere, so, well, okay. Then you've already got the answer. What are you looking at me for? If you have the answer, reach out. I'll take it off the list. Hope everyone is well. Despite the hate, I still love you guys. So that is the list. Let's go back to the phones we've got. Swaalla? Nice name. Swaalla, what's
yeah,
up?
g'day. Can you hear me nice?
I can't hear you. Go ahead. You have 4 minutes starting. Ahora.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, just before you went up to TFE, which, by the way, is bloody awesome, by the way.
Thank you.
I did actually, I called you up twice at one particular time, and I raised two things with you, and I wouldn't mind just revisiting them now that you can see them in a different light.
Okay.
So, my first phone call to you, I was talking about how the gnomon on a sundial faces points in the south direction.
Mhm.
Do you recall that one at all?
Well, okay, yeah.
It doesn't matter if you don't. That's fine. But I'm just saying that now that you can obviously envision a south pole, I'm sure you can understand the way a sundial works in Australia, where the gnomon points south, because the gnomon's basically
because the shadows.
It aligns with the axis of the globe.
Right. Correct.
Yeah. And I think the other thing that I mentioned to you before on the second call was about looking at the Australian version of the Antarctic webcams and how they actually do run 24 hours.
Correct.
Now, I do. I struggled to have the website last time, but I actually have it today. So it's antarctica.gov.au.
Okay.
And you can just simply click through the webcams, and those ones that have been 24 hours for ages. I know that the one down at the American ones down at the South Pole have that 8-hour gap or whatever like that, but certainly the Australian ones have been 24 hour. I think minute by minute. I think.
Which one? Where are you finding those on this page?
So I think if you go to Antarctic, are you on the page? Are you?
Yeah, antarctica.gov.au.
Okay. Yeah, Antarctica. I'll just go back to the front line again. I think if you scroll down, you'll see a little ball camera on the right, and it says webcams.
Yeah,
it
okay.
says Casey, Davis, Mawson, Macquarie Island, and stuff like that.
Yes.
So if you just click on like Casey or Davis or Mawson or whatever like that, you'll be able to pull up what the current shot is. Like the photo that comes up first is 2 minutes ago or something like that.
Right.
And if you scroll down, there's a video which goes for about 2 minutes or something like that, and that should be like a 3-day time lapse or something.
Yeah, I see it going 8, 9. Okay.
Yeah, and that's basically it. So yeah, I know I didn't deliver the website last time when I spoke to you, but I now have the website and you can now see it. So that one has been showing, as you can see. I'm looking at Casey's and it's dry as a bone. There's rocks everywhere, and so
yeah, I'm seeing that.
You can dial it, and the 24-hour sun works just fine for that particular location. So yeah, that's it.
Yeah, well, it's not 24-hour sun now though.
Yeah, Casey. Yes, Casey's a little bit out of it's further north than where you were, so it will have 24-hour sun for a little bit, but it does turn into like a 22-hour sun.
Yeah, it looks like it's maybe
sooner than what you would have. Yes.
4 hours of dark. It looks like.
Yeah. Yep. Which is consistent with its latitude.
Yes. No. Like I said, everything works in the south. That's why I'm trying to put to bed the people who still think that there's all these anomalies, or that they think that we faked the observations. Neither of that is true. Obviously, we didn't fake anything. It was 100% legit. 100% on the up and up. I haven't lied one time in 10 years, and these people all want to now assume that I've sold out humanity for a Tesla or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. But you can add the sundial gnomon to your list of proofs as well. So,
thank you very much. I appreciate that.
All good. Thank you.
Later. All right, that was, and then also I can show, because people had questions about the weather. They said, weather coming, it's not supposed to be summer. It's not. Why is it hot there? Why is it stormy there? I thought you said it doesn't snow. So it doesn't snow, but rarely. I mean, you're talking 1 inch a year or something, or rain. It's a desert. But I wanted to show you. I found this time lapse. Let me put this here. I don't know if you'll be able to see it though. Probably not. Can you see that? No. Let me put up the whole screen real quick. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so this is the South Pole webcams. We're going to go to December of 2024. And we're going to look at the days that we were down, because remember, this is the South Pole, so this is about 600 miles from where we were. Okay, we'll see the date up here, 12/8. I'm going to change the speed to a little bit slower. I would just slow enough. Playback speed. Oops, come on. Oh, you stupid thing. I will go 0.25. All right, so remember we were there the 14th through the 17th, so we're going to watch and see if it matches what we saw down there. So there goes the sun, and you'll notice that the sun is circling. Okay, just so you know. Again, the cam's cut out, but luckily that's not important for us right now. So you'll see there we were at 12.9. Now look at the sky clear up for the 10th. Now we're going to be at the, there goes the sun, circling around us. Here comes the 11th. The 11th is perfectly clear. Here comes the 12th. We got cloud cover. Here comes later in the 12th. And now we're on the 13th. Still a little bit of cloud. And there goes the sun again. Here comes the 4th. Now look, it's cleared up. We flew in on the 14th. So we were flying in when the sky is completely clear. Okay. We do the 24-hour observation the night of the 24th. I mean, the night of the 14th into the 15th. Come the 16th, we're told that we have to leave on the 17th. Why? Because there's weather coming in. Let's see what happens. Here's the 16th, the day that we're told, by the way, there's weather coming in tomorrow. The clouds are going to be coming in, and the pilot doesn't want to land the plane on the 18th. Here comes the 17th. This is the day we left. It's a clear day. We get out of there. What happens at the end of the 17th? The clouds come in, and the whole sky gets fucked up, and this is why the guy didn't want to land. So when these things are reconfirmed to me, like everything that happened is exactly what would happen. So there's your webcam footage for those who still don't believe for some reason that weather gets bad. Or remember that when they land that plane, it has to be visual only. They're landing visually a jumbo jet, a 757 on, what happened here? All right, so let's get back to the show. Let's see here. We're going to go back to the calls. If you want to join the show, what you want to do is go to tinyurl.com/cornerism. We've got Johnny Neutron. Isn't it Jimmy Neutron? Johnny Neutron. You're on. Johnny Neutron. Hello, Johnny Neutron. Johnny. I don't know what happened to him. Johnny. I don't know. Well, you thought you were going to get on? Oh.
Like my wife always says, not tonight.
Are you ready? Johnny, we hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you now. Oh, boy, it's you.
Oh. Yeah. Basically, I was wondering if
real quick.
basically you're so scared of magnets. Would you be willing to take some cash to do a magnet experiment?
Sure.
You and your body and some magnets.
Sure.
Okay. How much money would you like, and when would you like to do that?
I don't know. We could do it this weekend or something. Why? What's your plans?
Okay. Well, basically, look at it this way: since you were in a nuker with a high magnetic field, you're going to be magnetic for a little while.
Because I was at the South Pole.
Basically, the effects of what's that?
Because I was at the South Pole.
Yeah, at the South Pole where you were.
Oh, 80 degrees. Okay.
Inside a movie studio. Okay, yeah, inside a movie studio. How you got there is irrelevant, but basically, if you go on the fact you used to glow in the dark if you would have called me whenever, but basically, how much money would you like?
Oh.
And I'll transfer that before the day is over.
I'll do it for free for you.
To do the.
What do you want me to do?
All right. And when would you like to do this on the weekend?
Tell me what to do first.
Just don't pick something.
Just don't what?
Well, you got some magnets at home, right?
I have magnets, yes. Neodymiums.
Yeah. Basically, play around your shoulders at the highest point. Let's see. According to what I got here, at the highest point of your shoulder, where your shoulder meets your arm, or the bone from your shoulder meets the muscle from the arm, basically around there.
Mm-hmm.
Play with the magnet, see if it sticks.
What's going on?
See if it sticks. And basically, if it doesn't stick, turn it over because it might be polar. Because what you got stuck with may be a polarized thing. So basically, play with it one way, then the other, and see if it sticks or not. And then afterwards, go from there. But you'll be highly magnetic for a little while longer.
Do you think that smoking drugs is cool? Do you think that doing alcohol is cool?
Am I cut off now?
Nope. You still got a minute 40.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering since I got to hear that. But basically, if you're interested in doing that,
sure.
I'd just like to know when. Also, if you could play with your magnet, with your magnifying glass and burn some paper at home to see that it wasn't like the way you burned it at the South Pole, that's like a bonus point.
Okay.
But I was just wondering if you could pick roughly a time that I could sit by the phone then and wait for your call type of deal.
I'll tell you on Sunday on Skype. I'll send you a video of me doing it. Will that work?
Send a video. That would be great.
Okay, that's what I'll do. I'll send a video on
if
Skype.
You want afterwards, I know right now your show is probably struggling for cash. So and I don't have a problem. By the way, I'm on my 5th free credit card. If you want to talk about that on Sunday as well.
Okay.
Or now.
Oh, you have 34 seconds.
Well, basically, like I said, I got 5. I'm working on the 6th one, but basically, like everything's worked out.
So you're actually you're using a credit card and you're getting everything that you buy on it for free. You know who has to pay for that, right?
Yeah, I do.
No, well, if you don't pay for it, then we do.
No, basically, it comes out of a trust fund.
Oh,
the trust fund that they gave you.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, and it comes out of there. See, that's where you're kind of getting it all messed up, is the fact that when you're born, they basically give you $1.5 million from your mom and $1.5 million from your dad to start your trust fund, and off you go from there. And basically, by the time you get to your age, you got between 300 and 500 million in there.
300 to 500
and that's
million?
where the money's coming out of.
Nice.
Yeah, that you only get to pull it out a little bit at a time. I wish you could pull it all out at once, but you can't.
Oh, a little bit of time. All right. Well, thank you, my friend.
But if you send me a video, I tell you what. You send me a video.
How much?
And after I see the video of whatever happens, I'll send you a few $100.
I love it. We'll send it on Sunday. Later. All right, a few $100 for doing a magnet test and oh shit! Don't forget the other thing. Is a magnet test, and also you wanted me to test. Oh yes, burning the sun burning paper with a magnifying glass. I remember. Is this? Yes, it is Party Poet. Whoever called that one, nice job, nice job. We've got an opening. Let's kick that from the studio. So if anybody wants to jump on now, tinyurl.com/cornerism, or else we can do some other things. But let me look at the chat. Who's here? Rhino's in the house. What's up, Rhino? He'll send you a sheet of food stamps. No, he's got free credit cards. He's on his 6th one. Mr. Medical says it's absolute bullshit. A laser projecting a sun going around you for 24 hours and no one sees the laser beam. Daytona, it's worse than that. It lit up the whole area. In the airplane, the whole area was lit, the entirety of what you could see. What do you see out of an airplane? Probably about a radius of 400 miles, diameter of 800 miles. That's pretty insane. Think of how many lights it takes to light a football field in night. It takes quite a few bulbs to light a football field. The football field is 100 yards plus some stands. To imagine that the entirety of 800 miles in all directions, or 400 miles in all directions, is lit up by some sun that Dave Weiss crew or whatever, he knows what goes on. They go behind the plane and they flip out the sun. Now, nobody in South America even notices. So those people who are there enjoying the sun don't even notice that a new sun is replaced going off to the south while their sun sets to the northwest. Flat Earth is untenable. Just so you know. And it sucks, and it sucks to be one of the very few people telling you that. I mean, Austin Thompson's doing a good job of explaining to people that he's seen that the sun is a legit item that seems to spin, that seems to match the heliocentric model as far as its movements of its sunspots, the way that they move and alternate between the solstices, basically like a weeble wobble, if you will, which matches perfectly with the Earth. So I saw a super chat. Let me grab that real quick. Oops, wrong one. Let's go fan funding. There we go. Who has a super chat? We got one. We got one for 99 cents from Dave's Waffle House. Thank you very much. And we've got one from the California Highway Patrol, CHF money, $2. Thank you very much for that. Much appreciated. Yes, so I don't know what to tell you guys. It's a sad thing, but at the same time, it feels so much better knowing now. And there really isn't a question. There's lots of questions about other aspects of it, but as far as, to me, where we live has been answered. And there is no arguing with it, because in order to argue with it, which many people try doing, what you're doing is you're saying that God set up a deception. Let me explain. If you have a path of the sun that is known, and the path of the sun is known, okay, does it go further than the tropics? Nope. Is it over the equinox or over the equator every equinox? Yes. Does it have a known variation from December 21st to June 21st? Yes. Okay. Does it travel in a place that we could follow it on the ground? Because on the solstices, you've got no shadow in the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer 6 months later. So we now know the path of the sun. Once you know that path, then you just need to follow it, and that'll tell you where you live. And unfortunately, if you follow it and go south, all of a sudden you notice that sun is going left. So it no longer is circling the AE map, it's going left. Where's it going left? It sets underneath the horizon for like 3 or 4 hours, comes right back up in the southeast, sets southwest. Hold on a second, that doesn't jive at all with the sun being behind me at all times. So the AE map is disqualified right from the beginning. And now we have to start thinking, well, how did the sun go backwards? And then you look at the stars, like, wait, why are the stars spinning backwards? Then you see the moon, you're like, why is the moon going backwards? Then you look carefully at the moon, you're like, that fucker's upside down. Then you look at the sun, you zoom into the sunspots, you send it to somebody who's in America, and they say, look at our sunspots. You're like, oh shit, the sun is upside down. So when you've got a south celestial pole, which is definitely above the South Pole, which is definitely 600 miles from where I was, and you've got a circling sun that flips directions and flips upside down, there is no other answer. So you can say, oh, it's a superfluid medium and it's a reflective dome. Then God is a deceiver, because he made the world that can be explained by going sphere. That's how he made it. So if you want to argue against the creator, because he didn't make it like, oh, I'm going to make the superfluidity double refraction off the dome thing machine, and then, yeah, I mean, they could explain it by just saying sphere, but I mean, I'm trying to fool them. It doesn't make any sense. It's the guiding light. God gave us his only son. Only one. Not a parent. It's not an apparent son. It's an only son. Okay? And it's his only begotten son, and it's there for a guiding light to be the light of the world, to be the truth, to tell you where you live so you could never be deceived on that. I feel foolish that I thought they could deceive us on the shape of the earth. They can deceive us on a lot of things. They cannot deceive you on the shape of the earth. If you use the stars and the sun, unless you want to tell me that they fake that whole thing. The stars and the stars and the moon and the sun are all fake. I mean, at that point, who cares? Like, if they're just faking that, then they win. It's like the same thing if people are like, oh, they can clone people, then they win. If I have to watch myself on TV or something, then they win. Oh, we got Hank here. Hank, welcome to the show.
What up, man?
How are you?
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Good.
All right. Hey, so have you talked to Mr. Flat Earth Dave yet?
I have not.
How come? Have you tried reaching out to him? I've hit him on Twitter trying to get him to reach out to you. So I'm calling out Flat Earth Dave. Why doesn't he come on the show and talk? And you guys got to talk it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious, why he's not. I mean, he doesn't want to give it up. So, I mean, the same thing I hear from everybody. They're like, but we know it's not a sphere, Jeran. We know it's not a sphere. We've already proven that. We've shown it's not a sphere. But then all the proofs that he wants to bring up aren't really proofs. So, and then, he always does the basket thing, the basket for this, basket for this. Well, now we've found several things that only work on a globe Earth. So what happens then?
So, but so I'm just watching this shit show. It's interesting. I don't, the same arguments that people give, but the lights in the ceiling are no way to tell the shape of the earth or whatnot. And I kind of vibe with that. And now you have one data point, right? And now you're heavily weighing towards the curvature stuff. But then haven't you done measurements where you've measured the water flat? And I get it. It's really big. It's huge.
Right.
But based on the measurements that they give us, don't you have data points showing its flatness as well?
So, yes, but in a 10-mile rate, distance, or like a 20-mile distance, then I don't see that being. So you measure that flat, and then the globe says, oh, it's supposed to have this much curvature, and then you can never really see the bottom of mountains and things in the distance. You can never really see the shoreline. It does appear, I'm not sold completely on the boats going over the curve, and that's always the case there. I think that it is an optical thing, but that doesn't matter either. I mean, the fact is the flat Earth can never explain, and will never be able to explain, a backwards sun, an upside down sun, a backwards moon, an upside down moon, a south celestial pole, a south pole. It's just those things they're not part of a flat Earth.
Yeah, no, I get that. I'm from the thought process that maybe we're not meant to understand what's happening in the sky, in the heavens, per se. I know you're very anti-God and you've been angry at God or Jesus or whatever.
Well,
I don't know. You come up with you've had a lot of anger these last few weeks, man. Like, I used to listen to you a lot, but it's been a lot of anger. And it's, at some point, like, all right, let's say you went to the South Pole, you saw what you saw. Who gives a fuck what all these people are saying? Just let it ride, and then that's it. Move forward,
No, that's the thing. I mean, it's not a matter. I don't care what they think. It's them who cares what I think. So what I'm trying to do is, because if you've taught something for 10 years and you realize you're wrong, is I want to make sure that I put my information out there and give everybody who's ever heard me say that the Earth is flat, give them a chance to hear me say why it's not. And then if they keep believing it, that's on them. I don't care. But I do feel like it is partially my responsibility if I don't do that. So if I were just to kind of shuffle away, go away, I feel like I'd be leaving a lot of people on the chopping block. So I think that this next show is going to be my last one talking about it tomorrow. And then I'm going to do a series of those videos that come out, just about 5 or 10 minutes on each of those points. And then I'm going to kind of retire it for a while and go on to other subjects, because I don't want to be a globe teacher. The globe was taught in school, right? So I don't need to teach people the globe. If they can't get it, then that's going to be them. I mean, it is counterintuitive. I get that. Anybody who says that it's not counterintuitive is just not being honest. Living on a sphere is counterintuitive. Gravity pulling things to the center of a sphere, counterintuitive. Flying in space, all that stuff, very counterintuitive. However, the Earth does tell us where we live. And if we would have watched the sky and would have watched, and I get it, but it's funny to me that people say that. Imagine if we could prove with the sky that the Earth was flat. Do you think that they'd be saying, well, we can't prove the ground with the sky? No, it's just the fact that the sky proves the sphere. So of course you have to say that. It's kind of funny.
I don't think the sky proves the sphere. Like, that's a fallacious argument.
How is that fallacious? How?
You can say that the sky gives us some data points that point to maybe it's not completely flat, or maybe the sun moves. Here's the thing: they've made us think that we're supposed to figure out everything in the sky. The sun's a physical object. We know what it does. The moon, the stars, all these stuff. What if we're not meant to figure out any of that shit?
But it has been figured out. That's what I'm saying.
It just because it patterns, right? That's all we figured out. It doesn't.
It matches a sphere Earth perfectly with sunrise times and angles.
You sound like the Glober then perfectly. Like you.
So what do you want me to do? Do you want me to lie to you?
No, don't lie. But then just the verbiage that you're using, I think, is what's frustrating the people that are still on the flat Earth side.
Okay, so I'll not say perfectly. I'll say, but it's like we shouldn't be afraid of that word if it's true. If what I'm saying is,
but the way you say it, it sounds like
because it's like wake up. It's like wake up. Now we've figured out that the South is exactly what we were told it was. That's just the way it works. I mean,
you figured it out. We haven't figured it out.
No, and that's the thing. I get that.
That's the other thing. But anyways,
all right, thanks, bro.
I say, get a little happy. Be a little nicer. Don't be so angry. God is real, and keep going, brother.
Thanks, bro. I mean, I get people's frustrations, but at the same time, it's funny because to me, people believed everything I said for 10 years. I could have came out and lied to you and you would have believed me. That's how much you believe me. But the second that I change my tune to be something different than you want it to be, everybody says, no, you're full of shit. You don't know. You sound like a Glober now. Okay, well, it doesn't matter what I sound like. I'm telling you facts. These are not postulations. They're not. You could take that sphere model and you could go to any, so here's another thing. So we have SunCalc, right? So I always thought, okay, SunCalc is right, but it must fall apart at the south because it can't keep correct records of everywhere, or else it's correct. How could it be keeping correct records of everywhere? So anywhere that you go on SunCalc, you can pinpoint when your sunrise is, when your sunset is. Okay, and that's easy to do, and it's just a mathematical postulation, if you will. But how did they figure out the math, and how do they know what it's going to be for each place? And does it jive with the globe Earth? Well, we already know, think of this, that anybody that you know anywhere on the globe would be able to, you'd be able to call them and say, hey, where is, what time is your sunrise and sunset tomorrow? I'm showing this on SunCalc. Is it correct? And they will go and they will look at it and they will tell you it's exactly correct, right? So where does the globe fall apart then? If everywhere on the globe that they map the Earth, let's say we don't know where we live, but somebody came along and said, let's map it on a globe. Okay, great. When they mapped it on a globe, all the sunrise and sunset times matched. So if there's no other shape that can do that, and think about that, can you map the Earth on a shape that it's not and make all the sunrise and sunset times match? No. How would you do that? How would you be able to put something that doesn't work there on a map and then say, oh, all the sunrise and sunset times work? How would that be possible? So if they map the Earth on a sphere and everything works as far as sunrise, sunset, and angles, and then the flat Earth has never predicted one, that's questionable. Valeria Dominguez. Do we have a girl online? Maybe. I don't know. Should be here in a second. Maybe. Valerie, are you there? Valerie?
Yes.
Yes. She's there. She's there. Yes. Yes. You there? All right, we're going to let you go. We've got Keith in the house. Keith?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, you?
I'm very good.
Awesome. Starting the clock. Go ahead.
Okay. Not really that much of profoundness to say, but I've been following Flat Earth since I met a Flat Earther when I was abroad doing a course, and I just couldn't believe that could actually be something that existed. So I explored it, investigated it, and my background is engineering. I worked in science and engineering long enough to understand the Earth is not flat, because many of the things I've done, many of the experiments I've done, not to discover the shape of the Earth, but just experiments that I've done as I've grown up and learned science and learned some engineering, could not have worked if the Earth was flat. So it just astounded me that people would do that, and I've kind of followed that ever since. From your point of view and observing you over the years, I've not really followed you that closely, but I'd just like to say that, you know, I was kind of down on you for a while, because I think that all flat earthers are fundamentally dishonest in some way. I think in your case, maybe it's being dishonest to yourself. I think you've been extremely brave in confronting what must have been a significant change in your life outlook. Must have been quite difficult for you, and I hope you continue to do that, and I hope you continue to get some joy from it, because I think one of the things you'll realize is that the universe is a beautiful place, far more beautiful than the constrained little world that flat Earth can give you. And I'm hoping that you'll get some joy from seeing that, and that you'll start to appreciate the beauty of it, which you've not really been able to up until now. And that's basically it.
Okay. Yeah, no, I appreciate the call. Yeah, I definitely think that it's opened my eyes to a lot of things, and I have to rethink a lot of things. But yeah, as far as the splendor of the universe, I mean, it's kind of unbelievable, all of it, the distances, the sizes and everything. So that's still not cemented in my mind yet. Just the shape of where we live. You know, that's basically where I want to get over that line, and then make sure that people understand, and then go from there.
it's a great start, and I think you got to take it easy and just be look after yourself.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
For sure. Yep, I'm fine. I mean, I learned a while back not to really consider people from the internet as friends, so it's not a huge loss. I mean, it sucks, and the people that I used to talk to that don't talk to me anymore, the people that I've had to hear say shit on other channels. The weird thing is for me that knows that the trip was completely 100% real, that what I saw was 100% real. There was no deception. It's actually a good thing that it's happening, because if they weren't like that, I would probably start missing those people. But watching them fall apart and just trip over themselves is kind of a sign that, okay, this was time to end.
And I hope that mostly people from the globe side have been good to you.
Sure, in person, yes, or in my face, or when I'm there, yes. I have seen some comments some places like, Jeran reaps what he sows. He deserves all this hate and all that. I mean, I get it. I just let people kind of pipe off as much as they need to.
Mm-hmm. Good.
So appreciate the call, though.
Cool.
And thank you for your engineering prowess. Do we have to say thank you for your service, or no? We don't have to say that.
No, I'm not.
Just kidding.
I'm served in that way.
All right, later. Let's try Valeria one more time. Oops. I think I just.
Hello, Jeran.
Oh, sorry. I think I got rid of whoever was next in line. I accidentally clicked remove you when I meant to remove Keith. Valeria, how are you?
Hello, how are you, Jeran?
Fantastic.
Well, first of all, I'm from Argentina, so
all right.
English is not good enough.
That's
so
great.
I'm gonna try to speak as better as I can. Okay.
Okay.
First of all, as the other person that joined later, I am an engineer, and I do believe the Earth is flat.
Okay.
I have proof of that. Any building, any civil work project takes the rotation, the gravity, or the curvature to do the math.
Say what?
To do the math, to do the project. They don't take the curvature
right
in an account.
Correct.
They don't use it. The curvature is 0.
Correct.
The gravity is a constant, always.
Yes.
On both terms of the equation. So it's like, it's the same as this 1, 9.8, it's this time. So I'm not going to talk about that because that's pretty obvious for me.
Okay.
Although I don't believe the sun proves anything about the shape of the Earth, I don't believe you were actually there.
Okay.
So I already asked you several times on Facebook, can you prove, for example, showing your passport or showing the GPS from your cell phone?
Well, I showed the GPS.
That cannot, let me tell you
Sure.
the whole question. You put a website that tracks you, and we were always seeing where you told us you were. You should have used your GPS from your cell phone because Glover thinks that GPS works with satellites.
Okay.
So you shouldn't have any trouble using your GPS during all the flight to Punta Arenas and then from Punta Arenas to the base you were. So please explain me why you didn't do the thing that is basic to prove that you are on one side.
So what would have proved it? You said bringing up the GPS on my phone would have proved it?
Yes, of course.
Then why didn't the GPS unit I used in Antarctica prove it? What's the difference?
Which one?
The little handheld one that I did in my 5-hour upload of my chest cam footage. I show the GPS unit that Wolfie bought us, registered it, whatever it was, negative 79.
Okay, but couldn't you show just your cell phone?
Yeah, but so what I'm saying is that why? So this is the problem with you guys is that if I
just answer me, why didn't you use in the whole thing we saw? You didn't pick up your cell phone and show me where you were.
Right, because we have a GPS unit.
Okay. that GPS could be adulterated or not real.
Okay. So if you
Cell
don't,
phones are real. We all know where we are because our cell phone.
right?
So that's one thing. The other thing is, why don't you show your passport that you were actually there?
Didn't everybody else show it? So
didn't.
do you understand that a passport is a?
You can show it. You can show it.
Hold on, I'm asking a question. Did you know that Antarctica
Okay.
isn't a?
No, I am asking you if you can show it because that's the real thing about being somewhere.
No, it's not, because
But
Antarctica
you
is
didn't
not.
prove me yet.
You're not
You
listening.
didn't prove me that you were there.
Yeah, dude, go look at the video.
You keep walking
Go
all
look at the video.
around a circle, and you didn't even make a snow fight.
There's no snow there.
You were 24 hours during 3 days
Uh-huh.
on the snow, and you didn't pick up the snow and make a fight or
What?
walk.
So that's what
through
proves that you're in Antarctica is when you have a snow fight?
No, snow. You
That's-
are really boring.
Yeah, you
because it
sound
was
so
really
dumb.
boring to watch.
Yeah, well, too bad. Don't watch then. So this is the passport for Chile. Let me say it here. See where it says Chile?
See, I cannot see it. I will
Get it
check
close.
it later because you are too small in this app.
Okay, there's Chile right
I
there.
can't see.
Okay, I'll make it bigger for you. So the problem is, though, that you know that Antarctica is part of Chile, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you expect? You're not going to see Antarctica on my passport. Let me see here. Where is the camera?
I didn't see your passport.
No, I'm asking you. I'm saying, do you understand that you will not see Antarctica on my passport?
No, I just want to be. I just want to saw Chile.
Yeah, that's what I'm showing you.
I didn't ask for Antarctica.
See where it says
Okay,
Chile?
Yeah, it's hard for me to see it. Okay.
Okay, it's right here where it says
That's
Chile. I'll put a little sticker next
So
to it.
the last question, I don't know how much time left I have. Why didn't you do a snow fight?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about. There is no snow there. You mean to chop up the ice? It's
There's
ice.
no snow in Antarctica.
Yeah, see, you guys don't even know
There's
anything.
ice where you were, but you can walk and get snow from the border. That's snow.
What do you mean get snow? There's no. It doesn't snow there.
Snow.
It doesn't snow there. It's a desert.
Okay, so you tell me you couldn't grab a piece of ice and make.
Sure, I can grab a piece of ice. You said, why wouldn't I have a snow fight? Because I don't throw ice at people. That's why. Okay, look at the little pink. Okay. The pink arrow is pointing right at the Chile stamp.
And you didn't feel like
See
walking.
You see where it says Chile?
The part that was already.
Do you see Chile that it says December 11th?
Yes, thank you. Perfect.
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay.
Why didn't you go away and walk through the ice?
Well, why didn't I do a handstand? You know, there's a lot of things could have done. Okay. So.
No one of you felt like going through the limits and walk.
We had
in Antarctica.
We had limits
of where we go. The only people have that possibility to go and walk in Antarctica, and you didn't.
No, we were told that there was fissures or crevasses where you could fall inside there. We saw them. Holes in the ground, because it's just stacked ice. So if there's an empty spot, then people walk there and they fall and die. So we didn't do that. And what would have that done anyway? If I walked around, then all of a sudden you'd be like, oh, I believe he was there because he walked in circles.
No, because you are walking on a set, and that's so obvious.
What are you talking about? Have you watched Dave McKeegan's footage? Have you watched everyone's footage?
I watched a lot of hours.
Well, obviously not. Really that's. I don't want to call you names. I don't want to call you names, but if you are somebody,
was better.
Wow.
You didn't did it like as well.
Did you see us fly in a fucking airplane? Did you see me get into the?
By the way, Jeran, do you believe in the moon landing now?
No. Do you know that I flew in the otter plane? Did you watch my 5-hour footage?
So why would they lie about the moon landing and not
because they lie to
about
people?
The globe?
Because it's impossible to lie about the globe. It's not possible.
No, just ask me, answer the question.
I did.
Why did they lie about?
Because they lie about everything, and they lied about it because they probably thought that we could get there, and then they told everybody we could, and then they realized they couldn't. They had to fake it. So that's why they faked it. And they probably told those astronauts that they would eventually go, which is why you hear them say all the time, like, oh, and we'll be back there. We'll have bases there soon, because they were told, oh, just worry, just fake that we went, and then we'll get there eventually. Well, we still haven't got there again. So that's why all these astronauts kind of lose their minds a little bit, and why become alcoholics and why they become recluses is because they were never happy with the fact that they pretended that they made it so that they could kind of continue the space race. They could continue the space age, thinking that that was going to be a huge thing. Well, we still haven't gotten past the Van Allen belts. The radiation is probably too great. You probably can't get far enough from the Earth to take a picture of it. Who knows? We'll have to look into that.
Okay.
But
Do you believe in the International Space Station also?
it's up there. I don't know if people are in it. But it's up there. You can do that for yourself. You can get the speed yourself. You can
No. I know it's up there. I don't know the people. I just want to know if you believe the things that they are putting on the NASA channel and the Hubble and everything about that. Do you believe in the Hubble?
I don't know about that.
The satellite?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So, no, I just want to know how far you're going to go with this.
I'm going to start looking into it, and I'm going to report the truth. So that's that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Wanna just
Nightmare of a people, man. I cannot believe it's like the amount of footage that we returned. We live streamed every single day. We live streamed from Punta Arenas. I read you the sports scores. We live streamed from Antarctica 3 days in a row. It's everybody there is. You can watch everybody's footage is of each other. I mean, all those cameras there. You can watch the cars that brought us come and go. Have you seen that? I couldn't even believe this the other day. Toon has a video that I didn't even know he set up. I didn't know he had another time lapse that he set up after we had left the secondary camp, or the halfway point. That he left something out there, and I just saw it the other day. And when I saw them like taking down the place that we were at, I was like, "What the hell? That is pretty cool." I didn't know that they came out there and disassembled that whole secondary place. Oh, no, it was on... Oh, man, what is his other... Shoot. He has another channel. Oh, wait, maybe if I go to his channel, it'll be in there under channel. Doesn't he have... Here we go. Conspiracy Tunes, that's what it's called. And 24-hour real-time. Right, so let me just show you this real quick. We'll look at this. I mean, for somebody to say that we weren't there, it's like embarrassing. It's like, I'm so happy I'm out of the flat Earth. If that's the level of research that we have, I mean, good luck. People cannot even see the truth when it's right in front of them. It's scary. This is a real-time video. I mean, if you think that this is anything other than Antarctica, there's people walking around. There's Duffy. There's the truck that brought me and Whitsitt when we got left there. There's the truck that bought everybody else. You can just skip through this and watch the entire time, and then watch them come out and actually, let's see, go a little bit further here. So watch this building. They actually come out here pretty soon, and they start disassembling it. Or did they already? No, I don't think so. They come and take the bathrooms too eventually. Or did they take the other building? Where are we at here? Says it's the other one. Where's the other one? Maybe it was this one. So where's the guys? Well, and they take this down eventually. Wasn't I watching on this? What? Let me see if it's a different video. Maybe this is not the right one. Where are we at? Go back. Video. This time. Okay, so there's 3 of them. Oh, this is the first one, the second one. All right, so let me just watch this one here. This is the second one. Just going to see if we can get... Are you guys looking? Shoot, I don't even know if you're on the screen. Oh, yeah, you are. So, yeah. So, I mean, this was crazy because I didn't ever know that this happened. I was watching and said, what are these people doing there? So these people show up. Actually, you want to see 2 people smoke a joint? They have a great old time. So these people are taking down this structure. They open the side wall. They fold it all in. It becomes like a small little hut. And then they have to remove the bathrooms. So let me see where this is. They kind of drive a truck over here. See where it's at. Yeah, so these people right here are sitting there laughing I'm pretty sure they're smoking a joint. They are supposed to be working, but they kind of take a time out. They go sit there and they cough and laugh a lot. So I'm pretty sure they're smoking a joint. But anyway, this is as real as fucking real gets. And if you can't see that, you're retarded. Okay? Retarded. If you think that the car that just drove away, these blue, orange thing, you can hear it there. That the car drives away. I had somebody else tell me, "Oh yeah, it's real. The truck drives into the mountain." I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Like, yeah, it goes off into the distance, and it may look like it's going into the mountain, but it doesn't go. I was in that truck. Obviously, what do we got here? Where's that? Here's something. And then, so you can also hear the weather come in the evening, or when it gets close to evening. Listen to that. That's the wind. Okay? People asking about, "Oh, Jeran, you don't know how to use a compass. You didn't get a compass reading." It's like, you don't need a compass reading. This tells you, we knew where the south and north was. Okay? We were told that this pyramid here was north. It actually was a little bit more here. And then south is about here. Okay? Oops, you can't see. Oh, yeah, you can. I mean, this is very, very real. It's crazy to me that look at the weather came in right there. Did you see that? Look at that. That's just over a matter of what? 8:44 to that right there. Look at the sky. That's in 30 minutes. Goes from that to that. This is that bad weather. Everybody said there's no bad weather coming in. What do you mean you had to take off a day early? That's pretty bad weather. So if that's above the landing, the airstrip, the pilot doesn't want to land. He can't see the ground. So it looks like these are 3 different streams here. You got 1, 2, and here's part C. Okay. Now, again, if anything was fake, would Toon be driven back out here to pick up his camera? I don't know. I haven't gotten that far yet, but I'm assuming that's what happens. But now, oh yeah, look at, they took the bathrooms. So this is a big loop that basically goes back to the main camp. So let's go back to the phones. Just wanted to show you that this is ridiculous for people to think this is fake. What you see me on the camera here, this is not a studio. Are you that dense? You don't know what real things are. This is not just one camera. You can go look at Dave McKeegan's. You can go look at Critical Thinks. You can go look at mine. What about the documentary that Jonathan's going to come out with? All the footage he has. Nobody's even seen any of it yet. Did Mark put out anything new? Mark, oh shit, I forgot his name. Mark Harmon. He put out some. I know he had a 360 camera. Do I know how to spell his name? Mark Harmon. Yeah, that's not how you spell it. Mark Harmon, Antarctica. Oops, that's not how you spell it. I'll have to look at. I don't remember his channel name, but he's got some 360 camera footage that he put, like when we got off the plane. It's just insane that people still have those questions, and they sound so confident. And it just, you have to recognize, if you're me, how dumb people look. The trip was 100% legit. 100%. Nothing at all was counterfeit. Was not copacetic. It was perfect. And so when I see people losing their minds, like this girl, like, "Why didn't you pick up snow and throw a snowball?" Oh, that's the fucking dumbest thing I've heard so far. Dumbest thing I've heard so far. And another guy yesterday in my Telegram chat posted a picture of the ice, like, in Antarctica, and then said, like, "Oh, and some guys keep telling us that it doesn't snow there, but look at them, we see pictures like this." It's like, dipshit, it does not snow there. Go look it up. Go look it up. And then they're like, "What do you mean? The sun's out all day. Why doesn't it melt?" Because it's at such a limited angle. The highest we saw it is 35 degrees. Okay, so it's at 35 degrees, and guess what? You're so high up that there's less atmosphere. So if there's less atmosphere around you, what doesn't the sun have a chance to heat up? It's called the atmosphere, the air. Okay, when there's a lot of air, the sun heats it up, it gets warm. When there's no air or less air, there's less for the sun to heat up. Another reason why you don't see your breath all the time. There's not as much moisture in the air. Okay, so these things are all explained, that it doesn't snow there, it doesn't rain there, it's a desert. Now, just because it doesn't have sand and it has ice doesn't mean that it's not a desert. The ice is just because it's cold there. It never gets it never gets above freezing. So it's always 32 degrees or less. So therefore, how does ice melt? It doesn't. Now people are like, yeah, but there is snow. I can see snow piles on the ground. Yeah, if you're walking on ice and you move your foot and you dig your foot in, or you're driving a car or one of those big old fucking machines, do you know that the ice breaks up? And guess what it looks like when it breaks up? It looks like snow. Isn't that amazing? It's broken ice. So I've just been embarrassed by what flat earthers think they know about anything. They don't have a clue. One guy the other day was talking to Keith on Flatway's channel, and he's like, oh, you know what I think is really weird is that, did you notice that they were shivering in Punta Arenas but not in Antarctica? I thought that was weird. It's like, yeah, because we were wearing multiple layers, required multiple layers in Antarctica. Snow boots, double wool socks. Okay, so, and snow pants with pants underneath that, with thermals underneath that. So yeah, so it wasn't as cold as when we're in Punta Arenas and we don't have all that stuff on and it's fucking 35 degrees. Like, you can't figure that out on your own? Pretty pathetic. Let's go with Giovani. I like the name. He's Italian. And Italians are bomb.
How's it going, Jeran? Can you hear me?
I hear you great. Go ahead. You got 4 minutes.
Perfect.
Starting
I
now.
hate to disappoint. I'm not actually Italian. I'm just using a
Unbelievable
pseudonym there for Giovanni. I hate to disappoint.
I'm very disappointed. So what does that mean? What are you? Some sort of Hispanic or something?
No, I'm just plain old. I think my family may be from Finland. I'm just white. I'm an American.
Oh, no, okay. Thought you were going to be Mexican.
No, I'm calling in to ask why you didn't have any snow fights in Antarctica, Jeran, because I used to be a Glober, but now realizing you didn't have any snow fights up there, I don't know. I don't think it's tenable.
I'm actually thinking myself that it could be back to being flat. I was thinking it was, yeah, because I didn't actually have a snow fight. So.
But I don't really know why exactly I called in. I saw that you were given the opportunity to do this, and I wanted to say that I'm really proud of you for evolving your beliefs to the evidence that you've been presented with. I'm a globe cuck, globe chill, have been my whole life. The first time I heard about Flat Earth, like 7 or 8 years ago, was when I first started following all this YouTube drama. A Mark Sargent video went up on my auto playlist talking about Southern Hemisphere flights.
Right.
And I don't know, the first thing that came to my mind, do you remember the Walter Bislin model that you've been showing off to people? To
Yes.
kind of show the dissonance between what happens in the sky and what flat earthers say should happen?
Right. We predict everything in the sky, by the way.
Immediately, when I first heard about flat earth, the first thing that popped in my mind was a visual of that kind of model and watching the light have to bend 90 degrees to every person on the surface to make the light make sense. And it's just... Anyway, I'm glad to see that you're bringing this message forward after your trip. I was worried that you and Austin were both gonna basically just continue on with the same thing you've been doing this last 10 years or so. And
I can't do that. Yeah, I never lied to my audience one time, and so unfortunately, I even tried to think. Somebody even said, "Oh, it's probably like working a job you hate." I'm like, "What?" I'm like, "I could work a job I hate for a long time." I said, "This is like I opened up a shop called I Do Your Brakes. I charge $500. You bring me your car. I give you $500, or you give me $500, and then I just give you your car back in 3 days and say, there you go, your brakes are fixed." That's what it feels like. It's not like working a job. It's like you're screwing people with their life. So it's I couldn't do it for one day.
Like Stephen Alonso has got to be my least favorite one. The way that he built
he's my
app
least
that
favorite.
Pretends to be a flat Earth tracker and just using the heliocentric math.
Oh, it's so bad. Have you seen his drawing? He does a drawing where he like tells you that he can figure out what the latitude is, and he's like, "Oh, and we just take simply where the latitude that you are minus 90. If it's greater than 60s, then what the
declination.
Yeah, what is going on, man?"
Oh man, that shit was ridiculous. I was also going to ask, have you ever heard of an ancient Greek philosopher named Aristarchus?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, you have? Okay, yeah. And you've heard about how he was one of the first people who had the crazy idea of the heliocentric model, and then tried to do like some zetetic experiments to try to determine the difference in size of the moon and sun.
Yeah.
I was going to see if you knew about that, and I was wondering whether in the future you might follow up on doing some.
I don't think so, because it's kind of impossible to do what he did, right? That's why he was so off, is because you can't get your angle to the. Well, there's somebody in my VIP group that says that he could figure it out. That there's a way to do it. Maybe I'll look into it, because you take a full when you're at a half moon, and then you can, if you figure out your angle to the sun, then you can get the triangle from that.
I was going to say, even if you just do the experiment where you check the difference in angle between the sun and moon during a half moon, the fact that it's so close to 90 is already an indicator of just how much further away the sun is than the moon.
So when do you do that observation though? I guess that's what always confused me. Is that okay? Let's say I look up in the sky and it's a half moon. Well, when do I know to measure the angle of the sun, because the sun moves throughout the day?
Well, yeah, exactly. You would have to take the exact same angle measurement at the same time of the sun and the moon, and then use the Haversine formula to see what the difference in angle is on a great circle to find out what your angle is as part of that triangle, basically.
Okay.
But yeah, anyway, I just thought it'd be interesting at some point, maybe for your viewers, if you did more experiments later on, one that could demonstrate
Well,
that.
one I want to do for sure right from the start is that many people are telling me that, the globe model can't do a 24-hour sun in the south or something. And then they show me models where they think that the South Pole is pointed at the sun, where it's not. I mean, it's at an angle towards it, but it's not pointed at it. So the other thing that they don't understand is they don't understand why the sun would be hotter at the middle of the globe than it would be at the top. So that's something I can easily show by just getting a lamp or something to light the globe and then showing the temperature with a temperature gun at the equator versus the North and South Pole.
Exactly. And yeah, there's a lot of incredulity that seems to come from the flat earth community. I mean, it's almost like they want us to be in a state where we think it's better to not be able to know something than it is to be able to actually determine what the evidence indicates.
Well, it's like because the things that do show it, then they just eliminate them, right? So if the sky shows the sphere, then they just say, well, we can't tell the shape of the ground by the stuff in the sky, even though you absolutely can.
The light in the ceiling can't tell us the shape of our floor.
Yeah, it's totally different. Like nobody's doing that. Nobody's saying that the sun is a sphere, so we're the sphere. We're not saying that.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the path. So if your lights on your ceiling had a known path for thousands of years, then you could use that light on the ceiling to determine if the map of the ground was correct.
Yeah, and it's like they don't seem to see that incredulity as a weakness. Like if I were to walk up to a flat earther and be like, hey, when March 13th turns into March 14th, right on midnight, you look up in the sky and you'll see a red moon. Do they think I'm a god, or do they not realize that I can just use math to know when the next lunar eclipse is? You know?
I can't answer that question.
Or if I told you that August 12th, 2045 is the next solar eclipse at 9 a.m., it's like, do they think I'm a deity for knowing that? It's like, oh, sorry.
I gotta let you go. Later.
1 second.
All right, we've got Amonia.
Hey, Jeran, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, cool. Sweet, man. Thanks for letting me on your show. I've been listening to all this craziness and, from the people around you that try and say that, you're not presenting truth. And I also agree with you that they're totally bonkers, really, because it's pretty obvious that you have recorded everything as you have seen it. And I definitely have no doubt in my heart about that. So I just want to encourage you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But I mean, as far as people around me not saying that I'm dealing honestly, what do you mean by that? Well, where are you seeing that?
No, like the lady before.
Oh, okay,
this
gotcha.
guy, Giovani, she was saying that, and I saw that Mark Sargent is actually basically making more. I guess he's using your, your research or your trip as a means to gain more. Content for his site or whatever, because I actually came across him literally trying to debunk your trip and making out like it's fake and whatever. And to me, it's so obvious that it isn't fake. It is true. I mean, it's obvious to me that you guys went there and you did the thing, so I don't disbelieve you in any way. And I just want to encourage you that, I can't imagine how freaking, tiring it must be for you to see how people are like losing their minds over this stuff,
It's just more upsetting than anything, because I'm kind of realizing, like, was I like that the whole time? Was I involved in that? Like, and I tend to think I wasn't. I mean, I really try to think back in like positions like that. But I mean, I even saw it this week with these, those plane crashes that happened, and then I saw everybody on TikTok and everybody saying it wasn't a plane, and I'm like, holy shit! Like, people cannot just they have like an addiction. They have an addiction to everything has to be a lie. They want everything to be a lie. If the news comes on and says a plane crashed, they're going to say it didn't. That it wasn't a plane.
It's a conspiracy theory. Something.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Truthers don't want the facts. Truthers don't want the truth. They want conspiracy. That's what a truther
That's
is.
true. They want hype and they want something to
Yes.
something to get hyped about.
I think it gives them an excuse why life sucks or something, that they can blame it on some overarching group that bombs planes and then tells us that the plane crashed and things like. But there's some things that people need to recognize cannot be faked.
Exactly. I mean, I do not understand. Like you're saying, I laugh myself as well in the same light that you do at the questions that people ask you. I mean, seriously, there's some funny stuff.
Why didn't you walk around in a circle? Oh,
Yeah, do a handstand, freaking make a snowball. I mean, what are you there to
if you don't
do?
make a
Play-
snowball, you're not where you say you are. That's true. That's
Yeah,
fact.
build a snowman or some shit. I mean, what is the point of that? You're there to actually study the sun, and that's what you did.
And I think they all lie when they say they've watched my footage. I think that all flat earthers are afraid to watch my footage because they know when they do, they'll see that it's real. And then when it's real, they'll have to say that my observations are real. When they say my observations are real, they have to realize that the flat earth is untenable. So they're going to lie about it.
Exactly. I just don't get how they think for a second that you can fake the sun. I mean, that's just like
That's insane. It's
like,
insane.
hilarious. It's hilarious. And but I want to actually just bring about an idea though, because I believe the Bible is a flat Earth book from cover to cover. I actually tried to look into it. Like, at one point I started in Genesis and I just started reading, and just the language from up and down, and just all the language constantly.
Do you think that
referred-
the Bible's divine?
Yes, I do believe that. Yes.
Okay.
So, but anyways, so I do believe that there's that it is a plane that I don't know the exact shape, but the Bible refers to the corners of the earth, right? So the four corners of the earth. So who's to say that maybe
So you think God told the people, or he told them what he wanted them to write?
Well, I believe that it's like a father that's teaching his children something. He's not going to say to
Do you know that the Old Testament says to slaves to treat their slave owners as if they are God? Do you think God said that?
Wait, let me see this here. To treat their slave owners as if they're gods. No, well, I don't know about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, clearly there's several parts of the Bible that we can tell were written by man, that man changed it. So and the Bible even says, let God be true and every man be a liar. So if every man's going to be a liar, why would God put the Bible in the hands of man to write? It doesn't even make sense.
Well, in any case, look, it doesn't matter what your take is on the word or not.
Well, no, but what I say is that the Bible was written by people who would have thought the earth was flat then. So it doesn't surprise me that the Bible's a flat earth book. That's what they thought the earth was.
I believe the Lord is just like, I mean, he takes responsibility for his word, right? So whatever we have is what we receive. I mean, we can't have control over what gets put forth. So there must be some kind of authority to it. But really what I'm thinking, what I'm trying to sort of depict is, like, say for example, a father is trying to use a simile to describe like if
you have like 30 seconds, so hurry up.
Okay. Well, anyways, if the earth was like square, if there was perhaps, I was just thinking maybe the sun with like if the earth had four corners to it, perhaps the firmament could also be sort of like square sort of shape, which would cause the sun to do quite an interesting refraction sort of thing as well. The light reflecting. I don't know. I'm just thinking there could be other theories to it. It's not to say that.
Yeah, but think about that, because in hundreds of years, and whatever there's been a flat Earth, so let's say 1880, 1875, when Robotham and them, nobody's ever come up with another map. There can be no other map. I mean, you can keep trying, but it just can't happen. We know where the continents are. We know where the North Pole is. We know where Polaris is. We know where the Tropic of Cancer is, the Tropic of Capricorn, and the equinox. Once you lay that down, it's the AE map. That's what it is. So it can't be something else. So, I mean, I appreciate the offer.
You're a glober now, basically.
I mean, I don't like that term, but I mean, if you mean, do I think that the Earth is a sphere? Well, if you're talking about scientific claims, the one who makes better sense with reality is usually correct. So right now, the globe Earth dominates the flat Earth. The flat Earth has nothing left. They don't have a map. They don't have a model. There's
for
nothing.
sure. And I mean, if you think about the last couple 500 years since Copernicus, it's been sort of shut out, so there wouldn't have been research to that direction anyway. So it's almost like flat Earth would be starting from scratch. But
Right, which is okay. I mean, I said that, but instead of starting from scratch, flat earthers still are assholes. They're still they're still in comments. Huh?
I must admit, I agree with you. I can't believe the reactions from them.
No, but I mean, even how they act towards globe believers, or how they act towards scientists or people that they act like we are at a position that's equal with them, and we can't predict one sunrise or sunset angle, and the globe can predict every one of them. So we should recognize where we're at in the conversation, back off, go back to the drawing board. But this isn't about truth. This is about people being on YouTube and being able to mouth off at people that they feel like they want to mouth off to. So
absolutely, and I sympathize with you, and I really take my hat off to you, man. I'm behind you, man.
All right,
for sure.
Thank you much. Sorry to rush everybody. We got Globe Turd Society up next. Is that Globe Tard or Globe Turd?
That's Globe Turd, but it's
Globe
kind of meant to be
both. Gotcha.
But
very funny.
So there's I'm calling to see why you didn't throw any snowballs, dude.
I know.
I don't know.
Should have done that. What am I
I
doing?
mean, I'm from New England, so I know that's not when shit's dry, you can't pack snow into a snowball. You need moisture for that, and it's dry there.
Yeah.
But that last person about four corners and squares. Listen, it's very simple. There's two places you can stand on this realm, if you want to call it. There's two places that you can stand where your zenith in the sky doesn't move. Right?
Correct.
Two places, and that basically rules out everything else.
Well, I mean, you could have two places like that on a flat Earth, but the problem becomes the changing of the direction of the things that rotate around it and the sun and moon, right? So, I mean, that's...
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm saying
I get
exactly
you.
the two places you can stand, along with what the sky is doing.
Correct. And I believe actually in a creator, and I believe that this Earth is created so perfectly like that by a creator. So that's the hard part. That's the hard part for me, is to see people that call themselves Christians that are now going around and just making fun of the globe when it's like, okay, but that's what God created. So you can make fun of it if you want, but I'm not going to.
Well, I'm a Christian myself too, and
right.
I believe that the Earth is a globe, and most Christians do believe that the Earth is a globe. I mean, it's just that's
right. And I know people think that we've been lied to about everything, so
true.
they just took that to the farthest extent, right? We've been lied to about everything, so it must be the place we live on. But really, once you go, and it took me, I didn't see it until I went down and saw it myself. I looked around and I realized, oh shit, you can't lie about the shape of the Earth. It would be impossible. It would be found out so quickly, in an instant.
I would love to see all these people that say that it was fake. I would love to see them out there in a place, in a barren place where the sun doesn't set, and try and because I don't think they understand that, not having a night is that's a huge thing that's built into us as humans.
Right.
Is having a nighttime and you sleep at night, and just having the sun out constantly must have been, brutal.
Yeah, it is, but it also made sense, right? Like as you go down there and you watch how the sun is tilted in Punta Arenas, and I mean, Witz and I both looked and said, oh man, if we go that way, it means that the sun is going to pop out from behind and then it's not going to have a Earth to hide behind anymore. So that it's just going to be in the sky. So we kind of expected it at that point, and then we went down there and it did exactly that. I still have people telling me, you don't know where you went. You don't know you went. I'm like, listen, the globe is mapped out. So if they tell us we're going to 79 degrees south and 81 degrees west or whatever, then the sky has to match that perfectly. And it did. So how can you say we weren't there? Where else would you be that the Earth would be able to conjure up the viewpoint of another place? It doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
So
of course, but my main reason for calling is the people that have been doing that stuff to you. You still have a mental block, and you are still doing the same thing to certain things.
Probably.
Yes. So I just want, maybe a pen handy. Want to write all lowercase homemade documentaries
Okay.
There's a YouTube channel called Homemade Documentaries.
Okay.
It's a person who has full transparency. I was a moon landing denier for a very short period of time.
Okay.
Because I didn't know much, and a funny thing that happened on the way to the moon or something like that.
Yeah.
I watched that and it got me, and it like shattered my worldview. And I was like, no, this can't be true. So I went and actually searched, and if you watch that guy's YouTube channel, go all in order, watch from the start of the Mercury missions, all the Mercury missions, go to the Gemini missions, all of the Gemini missions, and then all of the Apollo missions. Honestly, it's going to take some work. It's a lot of his videos are 2+ hours long, but they're in documentary style, so they're very easy to watch.
Okay.
But go through all of those videos, and I challenge you to still be a moon landing denier after you get through all of them.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to let you go. I appreciate it, though. Appreciate the call.
Will you do that for me?
I will do that.
A favor.
I'll do
Okay,
it.
thank you so much.
All right, later. Okay, we've got this song ending. And we've got Just in Time. I like it. Don't worry, David, you're next. I see you in there. Just in Time. Nice name. I used to like the wrestler Just Incredible. You are there or no? Oh, it's Junston Time. Johnston. Going once. Johnston. Are you there, Johnston?
How dare you?
David Poole, what's up?
Perfect. You knew that you had to pick on me next because of what you know what I want to talk to you about?
No.
Oh, remember I chatted with you on Telegram. I'm the Space Pictures space probes guy.
Oh yes, okay, I remember.
Yeah, I figured it tied in well with what that last guy was talking about. Anyway, I was. Do you remember our conversation?
Yeah, basically. Yeah, go ahead. You can tell people though.
Anyway, yeah, I had sent you some pictures because you had mentioned in maybe it was 2 live streams ago. You were talking about the Cassini mission and the pictures of Saturn. You thought they were fake. I sent you just a couple photos, and then it turned into a conversation about like how do we even know how far away the objects are, and then you talked about like. You have to know at least one of M1 or M2 for you to know. And our conversation ended basically with me saying, if a space probe went to Saturn or Jupiter or the moon, in theory, you would know what the weight and mass of that space probe is. And you could see how it reacts when it does a gravity assist. And by knowing the math and mass of the one object, you could then determine what the mass of the other object is.
You wouldn't think you need to know that before you go?
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Because I was thinking about it after we chatted, and I thought, well, it basically puts you in a pickle because you either have to, in order to ignite, like, let's say I want to believe that space probes are real, but if a space probe is real, they would have to know the math. So basically, for you to believe that the gravity equations work, and to use space probes as your evidence, you could never get to the answer because you have to believe that the gravity works for the space probe to ever get there in the first place.
Yeah, and I would have to look into the history and see, did they lose crafts? Because, I mean, to me, I can't really, because the delay in being able to execute any move tells me that you can't just go out and feel around and be like, oh, let's go see. Oh, if it's starting to veer a little bit, we'll bring it back. But again, this is mostly because of 1970s technology. Do I think they could maybe do it today? Possibly.
Sure. Well, I mean, in that case, I mean, like, for example, if a space probe was planning to go to the moon, it's not going to change its trajectory hardly at all on its way there because it doesn't have the fuel to do so.
No,
right?
It's going to orbit, right?
Yeah, it leaves the Earth, and then it uses that gravity capture. It gets captured by the moon, and on its way bending back around, it only has to expend a very small amount of fuel to then get sucked in to the moon. But anyway, I just thought that was interesting, and I wanted to touch on what that other guy was saying. Because I used to be a full-blown conspiracy theorist. When I was younger, fresh out of high school, dropped out, got a GED, found stuff about 9/11, went down the rabbit hole. It just, I basically believed everything. And I even told you once before, I actually believed in flat Earth. And I remember pertaining to space, I remember a video you made probably 8 years ago about how you didn't believe in the space shuttle because the glass on the space shuttle, there was no glass that could handle the temperatures of reentry. Therefore, there couldn't be glass on the space shuttle. Do you remember making that video a long time ago?
No, but I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, but of course the glass is on the side that's not there's a heat shield and the glass would be protected from the reentry temperatures. But anyway, that was one of the videos that I watched, and I believed it. I was like, yeah, see, the space shuttle's not real. I was only a flat earther for a month, and I think I had told you in the messages that we had sent it. Literally, I mean, this all happened when I was like 20 is when I believed in flat earth, and now I'm 28. And like, it was maybe 6 months ago that I finally gave up like 9/11, which was like the last conspiracy theory that I was still holding on to. But I also recommend watching homemade documentaries. That guy's pretty cool.
Okay.
So.
What made you, so what do you believe about 9/11?
Well, and I know I only got 4 minutes, so you can cut me off whenever. But basically, when I initially even looked into it, I was just trying to find videos of the planes crashing into the buildings, because I just thought like, wow, that's like fucking insane, right? I mean, you're not going to see that every day. So I want to see that happening. Well, then I just couldn't find any amateur videos. All you could find was major publications or amateur videos that were released by the news media, which of course at that time in YouTube, as you know, because you were a flat earth content creator, dude, you get sucked into the rabbit hole like immediately.
Yeah.
And I got all the way to the point where I thought no planes, no terrorists, direct energy weapons from space, and mini nukes within the buildings, nanothermite, I can't, it's hard to even think of them all right now.
You think a plane hit the Pentagon?
I still have questions around that kind of stuff. I mean, I guess
so
when I say that,
you're basically saying it's easier for you to just believe the mainstream. It's just an easier.
No, that's definitely not the case. My point is for a lot of things, like for example, the moon landing hoax, or people who say the moon landing is a hoax. It's not. If you look into the information, you will very quickly realize it's not a hoax. And I know you haven't gotten there yet. I'm not even going to. That's a totally different story. The issue with 9/11 and the issue why I had so much trouble giving it up is because the official story is there's so many holes in it as is.
Right.
There's not actually a ton of information. You have NIST doing the internal investigation and only releasing a computer model to explain how the buildings fell. That's why it's so hard to give it up. But then I guess the first piece that got me was terrorism, like the fact that I do think that these guys are real. Whereas if you're like hardcore into 9/11 denier, you don't even think terrorists are real, right? Oh, the whole idea of terrorism is a fake lie to make you scared to go outside, right?
Yeah, no, they definitely go too far on all that. I gotta let you go. It was good talking to you. We'll keep talking on Telegram. We've got Alcidius. Did I say that right?
I usually go by Alcidius, but
Alcidius. I
can't
pronounce it. My bad.
Yeah. So basically, a few weeks ago, I telegrammed you about the idea for a radio show I had about.
Oh yeah, I liked it.
How to find truth, how to figure out what is actually real in the world. Because the way I figure it, you've got a lot of your audience, especially your old audience, is people who believe in a lot of conspiracies, believe that a lot of the usual narratives of the world aren't accurate.
Right.
And I feel like a lot of them are genuinely out there seeking truth, like especially the ones who are still watching it. The ones who are just totally uninterested in truth aren't watching anymore. But
right.
The ones who care are still watching you, but often they don't have the tools to do it well. So it's an issue of like trying to give people the tools to understand the world a bit better, because I really like the idea of don't trust the experts, at least not too much.
Right.
A little bit, not too much. Don't like just believe everything you're told, but try to figure it out for yourself when it matters, when it's important, when it's worth the effort.
Right.
So,
I think an interesting idea would be to go through things and try and prove them without the need for the elite or the need for the authority figure, right? So, which is the 7 things or the 8 things I'm talking about with the Earth. You don't need anybody.
Yeah. Or like if you do have authority figures, understand what they're an authority in. Like if you look at COVID, for example, I do trust an epidemiologist say, if you close schools, you'll have this many cases. If you don't close schools, you'll have that many. Like that is a field they're experts in, but they're not experts in saying, does that make it a good deal? Right. They're not experts in weighing consequences. They're experts in disease modeling, which is a useful input when you're trying to make a decision, but it's not the decision.
Right, and it really shouldn't. You got to be careful when you tell people to trust the science if it's new emerging science.
Yeah. I mean, I'm way oversimplifying all this. But broad strokes, I trust experts in the area of their expertise, but the area of an expertise is usually a lot narrower than people think it is.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think everybody does. Nobody, if anybody has a heart attack, they're going to go to a heart surgeon.
Exactly.
Just facts.
But you go to a foot surgeon and, hey, they're a surgeon. They're not going to do a great job of it.
No, I wouldn't trust them.
Yeah. So I guess A few things. One, I am still eager to do that idea. If your radio station gets off the ground, I'd love to be a part of it.
Okay.
Probably not a ton of time to do it, like I was saying in my message, like maybe an hour a week, but
Okay.
I think it'd be interesting. If anyone in the chat or in your comments after this, live stream's over, has any thoughts about how I might be able to do it better, I'm all ears. I've got some ideas, I've got some plans, but any suggestions for like what might help people to really grasp it and how to judge these things, how to weigh these things, how to learn about the world yourself without just falling into the nearest conspiracy rabbit hole or the nearest I trust everyone around me rabbit hole. Like
right.
Balancing those things. And as I think about how I'm going to try to teach this, a lot of it is just, this is so complicated. This is so difficult. Like it genuinely is hard to find truth. Like there's a lot of people out there who are selling me lies.
That's the problem. Yeah. I think that, it's like, 80% of people are followers and 20% are leaders, but out of those 20%, 90% of them have learned that you can lie to those that are followers.
Yeah. And like, one thing I found amazing in the world is like just how much data is out there these days. Like it's not like 30 years ago.
No, yeah, it's almost too much.
You can go and read like 500-page reports in huge detail about things, and like obviously they're not written for you or I. They're incredibly dense most of the time. You got a 500-page document, but like when they exist, the level it would take to fake so many of these things is just not possible because there's just so much detail to it. You can't go faking like 10,000 pages of reports on things. It's not, at that point, it's easier to do it for real.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when it comes to like moon landing, stuff like that, the argument against that is just that if they can't go, then it would behoove you to fake the documents rather because you can't go. Yeah, but I get it.
No,
but I think that'd be a great radio show, though. I think if especially if it's like a one topic thing a week, where it's like, okay, we're talking about nuclear bombs today. Next week it's going to be on whatever MK Ultra, whatever.
Yeah, or I was thinking like, here's how you judge an expert. Here's how you tell what they're an expert in.
Right, things like that. I think it'd be helpful.
Yeah, hopefully, and yeah, as I said, if anyone's got any suggestions, all ears. Anyway.
All right. Anything else for me?
That's about it.
Thanks for calling.
It's real cool seeing you do your changeover. But
thank you. It's a lot to go still, but appreciate that. Yeah, it sucks for me just because first of all, you got everybody who's on the flat earth side saying, "Oh, you're a sellout." I'm like, what did I sell out for? What do you mean? Like, what was I offered? Nothing. And then I saw somebody else say, "Oh, you see how many super chats he got for his?" It's like the day I got, or the time I got back my first stream when I said that I was no longer a flat earther. Yeah, I got $1,000 in super chats. If people think that's going to continue, what's wrong with you? Like, look at tonight. What have we made? $5? $4? So you think I sold out for $4? Like, what's wrong with you? It doesn't even make sense. You're not even like thinking clearly that I did this for 10 years and struggled through it, being kicked out of my house, lost my house, all the things that have happened, and you think that I just sold out humanity. The absolute worst thing that I think that anybody could do. It's insane. And then to be in a position where I need to tell people that we were wrong. And then you don't want to be that, you like I've said to people before, you can't convince anybody of anything. So I have to be careful. I'm not trying to convince them, but I'm hoping that I'm planting these seeds that in a couple weeks they'll come to their senses because they have to, because they're going to see now, like I've said before, that we have, this is what the flat earth does. And they call it that we predicted things. They took Walter Bislin's model, which is a model that shows you in each location basically what you see in the sky. It's legit because that's what you see in everywhere. That's what you see in the sky. So that's true. So we don't know where we live yet, though, right? We just know that we can see, we look up, we see all these stars, and now we've got a model that maps it. So what they do, though, is on the flat earth, they require a second sun, which they call an apparent sun, and they move it from where it is on the flat earth to where the globe says it would be, and they call that we predicted it. Think about that. We can't predict where the sun's going to be, so we just steal it from where our sun's supposed to be, way over on top of Australia, and we move it 20,000 miles to where it's now in the south of somebody who's in Antarctica, and we say, we predicted that. What do you mean? That's a blatant, disgusting, gross lie. And as a truther, when I see other truthers lying, I want to call them out and say, you're full of shit. And what do I see? people celebrating these guys. Stephen Alonso should be removed from the flat earth immediately. He's lying to you. I went 10 years, never lied to you once. This guy's lying to you from the second he's got here. Oh, I created a school. I'm a PhD. I've done all this research. I've done all this study. No, he hasn't. And it's so sad for me to see, because I'm like, none of these people are truthers. No truther is going to let somebody lie to their face and be like, oh, I'm backing him. But guess what? The truthers that I know, that's what they do. They celebrate him. They tell me he solved it already, Jeran. He was on Mark Sargent's show, don't you know? Yeah, so now Mark Sargent's bringing known liars on to lie to you. I mean, what am I going to do? Yeah, that's what people choose to do. Maybe Mark doesn't know he's a liar. I don't know. But I know that Steve is. So, and if he thinks he's gotten something right, it's just because he's stealing from the globe and then passing it off as some sort of flat earth evidence. It's not. And it's a far cry from it. And I think it's pretty pathetic that we as a group haven't just called him out and said, you're gone. You don't get to be in the flat earth when you lie to us, when you lie about the flat earth, when you've convinced people that we predicted something by stealing from. No, people celebrate him. People celebrate him. So that's pretty rough to see from a truther's perspective, or that's what I would consider myself. And so when I go out and I see that things aren't as we thought they were, then I have to admit that, and I have to just realize it, and I have to come back and say it. And I don't get to make up things and say, "Oh, actually, we actually predicted this." No, we didn't at all. In fact, it's impossible on our model. So what we do is we have to create an apparent sun. So I'm just planting seeds so that people who have fallen for this, like I did, right? I mean, I get it. Once you are so deep in, you start to look at things through beer goggles, right? So it's like you're looking through everything through flat earth goggles. So when somebody says something to you that you think is possibly true, or you can ignore it very easily. Like, I don't, that guy's a glober. I don't listen to him. He's probably lying to me. And you're just lying to yourself, really, because you're not wanting to look into the things. And then I shelved things, and I'll admit that. Jake the Asshole, somebody who came forward and said, hey, the sun sets south of west and rises south of east, and that doesn't work on a circling map. But I remember that Jake kept saying that he disproved the circling sun. And I was like, no, you didn't. The sun circles. We know that. And it still does. So it's still the idea. Now, I don't know if he's talking about just the AE map, in which case he's correct that it does not circle like the AE map calls for. So in those cases, things were shelved. And it wasn't just me. Everybody shelved it, right? So there's nobody out there who said, oh, I'll figure this out. And that's, I think, the ultimate realization I came to, is that nobody's out there doing that. It took me a while to realize that we shelved things, and I thought in my head, oh, somebody will eventually get to that. Somebody will eventually solve that. And then I realized, oh, we don't have anybody doing work. Everybody's just live stream after live stream after live stream after. I got to be the first one to get a live stream up. I got to call this fake. I got to move on to this. And nobody's actually doing the work. And I get it. Because why? Because there's no money in that. There's no money in doing research. Oh, I got to look into this really carefully to figure out why the southern stars work this way or that way. There's nothing in that. There's no glory. And so nobody's doing it. And so the days of Rob Skiba and Bob Nodell and trying to figure things out in a scientific way are long gone. Science is gone. I mean, we're at the point now where flat earthers think it's a flex to say, I make no claims. What? Yeah, I make no claims. I have no model. Then what are you doing here? Why would somebody who says that think that they have a right to have a conversation at a debate or in a scientific circle? What do you mean you make no claims and make no... Yeah, I'm just here to tell you you suck and that we are cool and your ball earth sucks. And, well, what do you think it is? I don't make no claims. I don't have a model. Okay, go home. Go home. I thought we were having a debate about the shape of the earth. I thought that's what this whole thing was, is that we thought we were lied to about the shape of the earth. When things started to jive correctly with the flat earth map, it's like, okay, let's keep going down this road. And as we went down there, things happened. Stephen Hawking faked his stupid experiment. Nat Geo faked their experiment. When that happens, it just reconfirms to me we're on the right track. They would never fake that unless they were, had to fake it for the shape of the earth. And then they lied about my experiment in Behind the Curve. So you're like, okay, now I'm really a flat earther. These guys had to lie about my experiment. They had to lie about that experiment. They had to fake that experiment. Now, what level is this a psyop that they did it on purpose? I don't know that. I don't know that. I do believe that the elite like people to fight with each other. I think it keeps government in jobs. I think if the government started to really do a good job of teaching children and actually settling questions and things like that, well, then they would basically govern themselves out of jobs. So they can't do that. So it's better if everybody's on welfare, if everybody's on food stamps, if everybody needs housing assistance, because those things require government. So, of course, just like we know what happens with the medical industry, they're not going to give you stuff that makes you well. That they make their money when you're not well. So it's the same thing with the government. The government makes their money and has their jobs when the country's not well. If it's doing well, they're in trouble. They're going to get voted out. They're going to get we're going to say we don't need you guys anymore. Everything's working fantastic. So I wanted to see this guy's. Doesn't he have a page? Oh, this is Stephen Albano. Who's that? Not the same guy, right? I don't think so. That's Stephen Alonso, isn't it? Did I get his name around the whole time? What does he call his church? Or geocentric? I don't remember the name of it. I'm just looking at it today. Geocentric. International Geocentric Research Academy. Is this it? It's been archived. Wait, maybe this isn't it. God, what's the name of that? This is not him, I don't think. Anyway, he's got a page on Facebook that's just basically many lies. The International Geocentric Academy. Maybe this one. Geocentric Common Sense Perspective. No. God, I can't think of what that guy's name is. Let me look him up here. Anyway, it's pretty sad to see because again, I thought that this was a group of truthers that would like kick people out for, and then just the amount of questions that people get and the amount of stupidity that I see from people, or the flex that they think they have, and it's like, wow, is this the best that you've got, Stephen Alonso or Alfonso? Geocentric. Let me see this. Is that so? Can I get us somewhere? The fall of the geocentric theory. Giordano Bruno. What the hell is his name? Stephen Alonso, maybe. No, Alfonso. There it is. Stephen Alonso, president of the Flat Earth University. Here we go. So this is the Journal of Geocentric, and it's just lie after lie after lie after lie. None of this stuff is true. It's what he's saying is just he's selling the flat Earth map. He's showing you that he has 6-packs. So he says how to get a 6-pack like him. You can do that. And he has all his shows on the Mark Sargent show and everything like that. Then we've got academic resources, Flat Earth Fitness. Oh, that's good. Flat Earth Trackers app, the Flat Earth University. Again, but this stuff is, and then he sent me this stupid DVD. Don't send me things to my house, by the way, bro. He sent me a DVD of myself. What did you use my footage to make a DVD? I don't really know what, and I haven't even opened it. Flat Earth Science textbook. He pretends to be a PhD, but I think he gave it to himself. I don't even know. How to book Stephen for a live debate. The Final Experiment documentary Glurfs on Ice, the full movie. 3 flat earthers and 6 globe earthers have left to Antarctica to conduct a once-in-a-life. I don't know. He said something else the other day that I thought was a joke. He said the globe has not gotten to the point yet that they can do observations for 2 people at the same time. That's insane. That's insane. And it should be called out. But no, I've noticed that this is how the flat Earth works. The flat Earth works that if you are on the side of flat Earth, you can say anything. Say whatever you want. Get away with it. If you are against flat Earth, you can't say anything. You understand? That it doesn't matter what I say. It's not true because I'm not promoting flat Earth. It doesn't matter what Stephen Alonso says. He is celebrated because he's clearly pushing flat Earth. So this has gotten disgusting now. And if somebody would have told me at the beginning of this, by the way, by the end of this, it won't matter what the truth is anymore. Just anybody speaking flat Earth will be pushed forward, and anybody against it bringing up real life observations like Melodome and stuff like that. Oh, here's the Facebook Journal of Geocentric Cosmology is the name of it. Just the Facebook is what I was looking at earlier today. I was like, man, this is bad. How do you? Okay, great. What the hell's going on? Journal of? Is that what I said? Journal of Geocentric. Just wanted to show you these things. Geocentric. Come on, what did I just say? Did I just have them up? I think think I closed the tab. What's this? Journal of Geocentric. Journal of. Actually, I'll just go here and just check this real quick. But I mean, again, and I'm not trying to push people to take this guy out or something. It's just it's disappointing to see from a perspective of somebody who was a truther, who is a truther, who's watching the flat Earth community right now, and the last thing it needs is somebody who's gonna blow smoke up your ass and tell you lies. But that's what you want. So that's what he, again, he's going to be celebrated for that, or people are going to be. That's what they want to see. Be right with you, Claw. Hold on, I lost my tab here. History. What did I do here? Facebook. No, where's the? Here we go. Dr. Stephen, I'm the president of Flat Earth University. Maybe it's under Flat Earth University on Facebook. Let's try that. Flat Earth University. Let's see what we got. Flat Earth University. There we go. Okay, so we found it. Flat Earth University students. Flat Earth University. Just want to find the same. What I was? Why is it telling me to join group? I was able to look at it earlier. Oh, here's this guy. So oh, nice. So he only charges $100 an hour to do debates. Here's December. It says, our model's accuracy has now been independently verified by Austin and Jeran through direct observations in Antarctica, where they documented the 24-hour sun in December, confirming our scientific hypothesis. I mean, this is blatant lies. How are you guys allowing this? It upset a lot of people when my scientific research hypothesized that there must be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. Much of the community got angry at this. Perhaps it wasn't about the science for them. However, no one could show me where my science and math was wrong. Dome refraction is the missing key that is required for people who are confused to be able to understand how light refracts by 180 degrees. So what he's basically saying is, I know you guys had problems with the globe when it needed 5 degrees of refraction. Well, we're going to use 180 degrees. No big deal, right? Everybody just join along. It's just 180 degrees. Not that big. It's not that much. It's only the complete opposite. I mean, it's just the sun's over there. It's actually over there. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. So I wanted to show you where he says that. Here we go. Dave McKeegan's time lapse of the 24-hour Antarctic sun confirms the flat Earth model. Confirms the. I mean, this makes me want to throw up. Dave McKeegan's time lapse of the 24-hour sun confirms the firmament tracker's flat Earth map. Stay up to date with the latest final experiment of live streams organized here. This was put together by the academic version of the model. However, if you have I mean, it's just disgusting. I don't know how anybody allows this. It shouldn't be allowed. It should be immediately shut down and removed because he's just lying. And that's upsetting. Shouldn't have liars in... This is so bad. Dome refraction, and it just had like arrows drawn to the sun where the sun is. It's bad. Where's that one I saw with this draw? He had like a drawing on like whiteboard. And let me see if I can find it real quick. I think it may have been. There's 2 different join and join. Oh, join though. Fire University. Oh yeah, this is the page here. Okay. Yeah, this is so bad. So this is where. What is this video? My name is Stephen Alonso. I'm the flat Earth scientist. I'm pushing the boundaries. So, yeah, I'm sure pushing the boundaries of lies. Yeah, like this page here, I'll show you right now. I'll bring it on the screen just so you can see what I'm talking about. He has, where's this model? Is it in his pictures? Let me just check something real quick. I want to show you this picture. It's like, so I thought that flat earthers were smart, but if they look at this and they're like, oh yeah, he explained it. Like, no, he's lying to you. Okay, so let me bring this up here. Move it over here. Maybe you guys can see that. Okay, so let's watch this. This is his, oops, you want to see it in full screen. I'll be right with you guys, just 2 minutes. All right, so this is his, what happened? No, that's the wrong one. Sorry, I went to the wrong. Okay, that one's better. Shit, you can't see the whole thing. Why would do that? Let me move this up a little bit. All right. So, I mean, this is his drawing as if this means anything. So it says on the top of that, Celestial declination is a coordinate on flat Earth. This is the location of dome refraction on the firmament. First of all, the 90 degrees and the angles between them only happen on a flat Earth. I mean, on a globe Earth. So he's talking about putting 90 here and 90 here. But 90 has to be everywhere around you. So 90 would be everywhere around you, not just two places. There's not just, like, what is that? That's the South Pole here, and this is the South Pole. Oh, sorry, over here. This is the South Pole, this is the South Pole. How do you mean? There's only one South Pole. So he just drew 90 over here and 90 over. Okay, great. Then he's like saying, the observer at negative 80 south sees a 24-hour sun, while the observer at 67 does not. Right. Dome refraction occurs facing south dome wall when latitude is greater than 90 degrees declination. So he says total internal refraction even amount. So the sun is here, but the sun goes off this way to go around the Earth on a flat Earth. So how is it now? It's just reflecting back. So the sunlight is bouncing, and then somebody here sees the sun. I mean, this is just literal retardation. It has no rhyme or reason at all. None. He shows the Tropic of Capricorn here. So what about when the sun goes here? Then it bounces off and shows up on the wall there. I mean, it's just, remember, we saw it. The sunspots don't move. They just flip upside down. That's it. So what gets bad is that this is considered something right. Measure sun at zenith. Okay, wait, this is zenith? Celestial declination equals perspective equator minus angle of elevation. Measure Polaris. Right, measure Polaris and you'll see it doesn't work on a flat Earth. Firmament gradient refractive index. Ah, makes sense, huh? Plasma moon. Stereographic flat Earth SVR. Okay. Drive-in theater. The final experiment documentary Glurfs on Ice. Great. Got a lot of stuff for sale here. Some hats. My footage from my trip that he's selling as a DVD. Some updates from the final experiment. Observer-centric rendering original article. Is this the one where he says, oh, he said that at one point, like I said, the gates of the sun, not at all what we see. Not at all. Flat Earth science. Cost of attendance is not as expensive as Stanford. It's much lower. That's pretty cool. Shape of wakes. I mean, it's just garbage. Garbage. I mean, this map needs to be destroyed. It is not correct. It cannot be correct. It will never be correct. The sun coming this way decides to go like this and go hang out in Antarctica for 5 or 6 months doing this. Yet every day it has to be noon in Australia. So what do? We take the noon sun, leave it there, and say, oh, we have an apparent sun that's now appearing over here. Exactly where the globe says it would be. And if you guys accept that, man, what's going on? Then were you in this the whole time? Not for the truth at all? That's my guess, is it must be, because you'd have to see that once we go down there, again, this map works up until about the tropic, right? It works fine, good enough, it's fine. And then even if the sun does set this way, I thought it was just appearing to set that way, but still going around. Now, I had no idea that when we were down here in Punta Arenas, oh, you can't see my mouse, sorry. When we were down here in Punta Arenas, that we saw the sun set like this, and then it went barely under the earth and came back right up at 5 a.m. And it goes super high in the sky and then comes back down to this again. Well, that makes sense on a globe, but not on a flat Earth. It can't happen on a flat Earth. Again, there's a south celestial pole in the south that Australia looks south and they see the pole. I was in South America, looked south and saw the pole. And somebody in Africa who could look south and see the pole. So how is that? Now people are like, oh, but the stars are further along, they further advanced. Yes, because they're not the same location. That's how stars work. If you're not in the exact same location as somebody else, you can't have the same sky. It would be impossible. So of course the stars are moved in their orientation to you, but it doesn't mean that they don't all look south. Now I thought, because this is what we were told, and this is what I thought that the South Star must move its way around the Earth. so that when it's nighttime here, they see it in the south, and when it's nighttime here, they see it, but it's not the case. All right, let's bring back on the calls. People are going to get mad at me. I always do that. Let's go to law. Sea law.
Sea law.
You got to
hey, can you hear me?
Yes, you got to turn off the. Oh, you good?
Okay, I'm recovering from the flu. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, I'm gonna start your clock.
Okay, can you see my screen that I'm sharing?
Oh yeah, sure. Let me bring it up. Okay, let me go there, and then I'm gonna bring up a different screen. It's gonna be this one. Okay, go ahead. You are on.
Okay. For one, I just want to say, Jeran, I really appreciate your brutal honesty in going to the Antarctic and sharing your observations. Yep.
Thank you.
I completely agree. I'm just curious, have you heard much from Dave Weiss?
I'm not. No.
Okay. That's too bad. Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. Anyway, I over the years, I've been a fan of yours. You've done a lot of great research. You've made documentaries, and these documentaries and statements you made are, I think, timeless, and they will stand the test of time. So, good on you. Good on you. I just want to say that. So, anyway, so what I'm sharing here on my screen is we know that water is flat, and no matter where you go around our flat plane, water is measurably flat. But I think my second greatest proof or disqualification for the heliocentric model is the orbits of Venus and Mercury. So, as you see here on my screen, can you see the screen here?
Yeah, your problem is though you haven't modeled it in scale yet.
Yeah, no, I absolutely, it's not scale.
Right. So when you do that though, you'll see that it works.
I'll see that it works.
That you can see Venus and Mercury at night. I'm sorry, at our nighttime.
Okay, so let me just go through this here. So
yeah, but what you're looking at here is not representative of the real world. So why would I let you show people that? It's not true. It'd be like me saying that, look, I can't fit inside my house, and I draw it on a piece of paper, and the house is smaller than me. Of course, I can't fit inside the house. I'm drawing bigger than it.
Well, the problem is that.
Well, the problem is that you drew a little tiny toy model there on the screen, and of course, it doesn't work in that model. So why would I let you show people that it doesn't work in the drawing that you made?
Well, let me tell you this. I've used AutoCAD to. I don't have it here right now. But when using AutoCAD to illustrate, it's even the Earth and the Moon, it's not visible. It's not visible. Forgive me, my voice.
Sure. What did you say? It's not visible. I didn't hear you. Sorry.
I'm sorry. My voice is going out. Even using AutoCAD, Earth and Moon, the Moon is not visible from Earth on AutoCAD.
What's that mean?
It's not possible.
What does that mean? What do you mean it can't? So on AutoCAD, if you draw the Earth at 3959 radius and then the Moon at a 1000 radius, it can't be seen?
What I'm saying that when putting the Moon at whatever it is, 235,000 miles in AutoCAD, that's called units, right? So it doesn't matter whether it's called units or miles, whatever.
Okay.
It's not visible. In AutoCAD, you can use.
So what do you mean it's not visible? What is the reason for it not being visible? Is it too small? I don't get what you mean by it's just not visible. How would AutoCAD show you something is not visible?
Yeah, because the scale is too small. So you can use camera lenses in AutoCAD. So AutoCAD has the ability to do simulation of camera lenses. There is zero camera lenses in AutoCAD that allows you to see the moon from Earth at 235 or 275,000, whatever it is. You cannot see the moon.
But it's a half a degree of its apparent size is a half a degree. So why wouldn't you be able to see something at half a degree? That's the same size as the sun.
Well, yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Absolutely, I agree. A half a degree is visible, but 235,000 miles is not visible. That's the problem.
But you can do the math on it, and you can figure out that the angular size of something 238,000 miles away that is 1,000 miles in radius is 0.5 degrees.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Okay, I don't know.
When you when you map, I don't know the words here. When you map this out, when I take a program like AutoCAD and try to do this, it's not visible. I just say anyone. AutoCAD is free for everyone to use in the student version. Go make an Earth, a ball. You can make a ball in AutoCAD for free, and make another ball of a moon that's 235,000 miles away, and it is not visible. It's not visible. But that's not why I called. Okay, that's not why I
Okay,
called.
running out of time. Be quick.
Okay. Here's what I'm saying. Venus is not. It is not possible for Venus to be visible on the solar system model. As you can see, can you see my screen here that I'm sharing?
Yep.
Okay. So Venus.
Again, you're showing a little kid's map.
Well, I'm showing a PowerPoint. That's what I'm using.
But what I'm saying is that if that's not representative, if it's not to scale, then anything that you say about it is false.
Okay, but the scale is not visible. I cannot make a picture, and all pictures we know, or all pictures that we've been taught are not visible. You can make it visible. So the pictures we've been seeing in our textbooks and the school books are simply illustrations.
Right.
And what I'm showing here is an illustration.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that Venus is not, it never extends the orbit of Earth.
Sorry about that. I'm trying to shut that off.
Even if it does,
Sorry, I'm trying to turn it off. I don't know where the volume is. Hold on one second. I'm trying to turn this off. Give me a second. Don't know why it's making that noise. It's the most exciting game I've ever played, though, clearly. Come on, where's the volume? I'll just mute it up here. Mute this tab. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead, complete.
Okay.
I'll give you another minute. Go ahead.
Okay, I don't know what that was.
It was music from my computer.
Okay, so Venus falsifies the solar system model. That's all I'm saying. It falsifies the solar system model. You can go out tonight. Everybody, go out tonight. You can see Venus in the sky. Right now, I'm in Tennessee, and Venus. Let's see. It's about 8 o'clock here. Venus is barely visible, but we are like 2 hours after the sunset for Venus. For people later in the East Coast, or I'm sorry, later on the West Coast, you can falsify the solar system model by looking at Venus, because Venus should never be visible after dark, because the Venus orbit is inside of the Earth orbit according to the solar system model. So that's all I'm saying. And Jeran, I just want to say, I commend you for your honesty. I love what you're doing, and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. All right, and I can't answer that real well, to be honest with you. I don't know. I remember I started to Oh, sorry. I started to model it last time on GeoGebra. GeoGebra is good to use because you can actually do crazy sizes. You can go as big as you want. You can model the Earth as a in feet, so the radius is like 20,910,000 or something. And then you should be able to see how it works. I just pulled up, that's what the sound was. I pulled up the universe solar system scope to see if from that I could figure out, just looking at it, how that would be possible. And I really don't understand completely how it would be possible, because if you're always away, it doesn't look. Oh, I kind of can see. So let me bring it over here. And this is not just perfect scale either. I mean, this is basically just another drawing of what he did, right? You can kind of see that. So, but if you kind of picture the Earth coming in this direction here and Venus still being out here, then I could see it being able to be seen. Now, these orbits are probably not correct. I don't know where they got these lines from, because they don't even look like ellipses, do they? Maybe kind of a little bit. But again, I mean, if you're just talking about the stars, let's just kind of watch real quick that you're looking at. If we went to Earth here, the fact that the stars do what they do, it can't really be explained in any other way. What does this thing do? Solar system, night sky. Anyway, this is just a fun intro. I thought that it would show me a more realistic page. I wanted to show people too. There's a page that I think people would trip out on. It's the let me see if I go. And when I saw this, I was like, "What the hell is going on?" Like I think we can't grasp the size of things sometimes. Or the do they still have this? Yeah, this is it. I think. Please be what I think it is. Yes, I found it. Wait, is this it? Okay, more music. Yeah, so I want you to watch this. This is just crazy to think about. Again, I'm not even saying this is, I don't know if it's true. I mean, I'm guessing that it's just crazy. So right here, as this thing is moving away, where is it? I can never tell if you can see me. Shoot, again, this thing is off kilter. We go here. Let's go to YouTube and move it up here. Okay. So right now, this thing is moving at light speed. Light speed, the fastest there anything is. This is how fast we're moving away from the sun. Isn't that crazy? That's light speed. Think about it. It takes 8 minutes. We'd have to watch this for 8 minutes to get to the Earth. Look at right up here. It says the next celestial object is Mercury in 2 minutes and 21 seconds. But we're going at light speed. So we can't even fathom these distances. I mean, it's just the distance from the sun. I can't read this thing. I can't. I think it's kilometers. So it says 22 million kilometers. Time elapsed 1 minute 16 seconds. Right. So I mean, that's crazy. That if you were traveling the fastest things can go, supposedly. Again, just give me the leeway here of showing like what is going on. So that is right now we're moving away from the sun at light speed. The fastest anything's ever gone, which is 186 million, whatever. That's insane. And we won't reach Mercury for another minute and 30 seconds. So pretend like you're a beam of light coming off the sun, supposedly. This is how long it would take you to move away from the sun. So that's just, I think we can't fathom sizes like that. Like the Earth, people cannot get it. I mean, you should see the amount of people who look at me like I'm retarded when they say, well, Jeran, why do we measure the Earth flat and level? I said, it is flat and level where we're at. It's flat and level at the ground. Like, but I thought you said it's a sphere. I said, it is a sphere. It's flat and level where we stand. Like, spheres can't have flat edges. Like, yes, they can. I'll show you that again, that diagram I pulled up the other day because I think it's a good one. Just to kind of give you an idea. And what's this guy talking about? Oh, nice. Sorry, I was just reading somebody's message. Hey, where's Wally? Can you do me a favor? Can you get somebody to model that Venus thing? That would be. I'm sorry, just reading this. Oh god, so bad, so stupid. All right, let me grab your picture that you have of Where did you? I can't find anything. Where's that damn picture that we had of the? Yeah, this. Okay, so this picture here, which you can now see on the screen. Whoops. Again, of course, not right squared away. Okay, so just look at this and just realize this real quick. That at 2 meters, which means this circle is 6 feet across, people are not going to be able to live on that sphere. People are not going to be able to build on it. They're not going to be able to build railroads or fly planes. Okay, at 4 meters, which is 12 feet, still going to have a lot of problems. Okay, we can't even lay down on the sphere. At 7.8 meters, what's 8 meters, 1624 feet. All of a sudden, it gets a little bit more kind of comfortable. Keep going down. This is at 15.6 meters, which is 45 feet. Okay, at 125 meters, which is still what, 600 feet? No, 3 times would be 500 feet or so. All of a sudden, it's making a little more sense. This is at 1 kilometer of diameter. Makes sense. All of a sudden, if we get down to 8 kilometers, this is an 8 kilometer diameter sphere. Okay, so at 8 kilometers, that's 5 miles. So if you have a 5-mile sphere, all of a sudden, we can live on it and it's flat. You might say, but it has to be curved, Jeran. It has to. Yes, we get it. We understand that. But we're not talking about 8 kilometers either. We're talking about 8,000 miles is the diameter of the Earth. So it is easily flat. Everywhere is flat. Everywhere is level. Water finds its level. No different than it does on a flat ground. It's the same thing. Here's one way to look at it, too. I did the math the other day because people didn't really believe me, and then somebody messaged me, and we figured it out. All right, so, well, I had the math correct, but so did they. We just thought each other was talking over each other. Let me show you this, and you can trip out on this. Okay, so did you know that if it's 8 inches per mile squared, that if you go, okay, so let's put this up real quick. Okay, so 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, so if you're measuring from point A, let's just do a sphere real quick here, or circle. All right, so let's just pretend that this is the Earth. Now let's make it a little bigger. All right, so if you're measuring the first mile, you're saying, oh, we want to go out and measure curvature. And again, in drawings like this is part of the problem. This makes people confused because they think of this is what the sphere would look like. But the Earth doesn't look like this. The Earth is 8,000 miles across. Have you ever flown from New York to California? It's literally 5.5 hours of a flight. And think of how small that is. Like, oh, it's just the United States, but it takes us 5.5 hours to fly that far at 550 miles per hour. Anyway, if you have a person here and he wants to measure to the first mile, okay, that's only 8 inches of curvature. Okay. Now, if you go to that second spot and measure to the next spot, it's also 8 inches. Measure to the next spot, it's also 8 inches. And to the next spot, 8 inches, 8 inches. Okay. It's even worse than that. If we take half of that distance, so if 1 mile is 8 inches, then you would think that a half mile is 4 inches, but it's not. A half mile is 2 inches. You actually have to take half of the half. So that means at a quarter mile, that is 0.5 inches of curvature. At another half of the half would be 0.25, half of that 0.125. So 0.125 inches of curve at 1/8 of a mile. Okay, and let's do it again. 1/16 of a mile would be half of that half. Okay, let's not do it again. Let's just stop there. Okay, so it means that if we're just measuring 1/8 mile, which let's figure out what that is in feet, make it a little easier for us. So we got 5280 divided by 8 equals, so 660 feet. Oops, damn it, what did I just do? Close that, you loser. Sorry, just open this back up. Which one? Have this thing for this. Change it. All right, so we're going, just again, I'm just not going to draw the circle again, but I'm just going to draw the numbers. So we had, not yellow. All right, so we had, now we can go. So 8 inches was for a mile, then we had a half, then we had a quarter, and then we had 1/8. And 1/8 of a mile was 0.125. inches for 660 feet. So I want you to think about that. That is 2 football fields with the end zones included. Think of 2 lengthy football fields with the end zones of all of that included. The curvature on that is 0.125 inches. Everyone hold your hand out like an inch. Hold your fingers an inch. And now go down to 1/10 of that. You can barely do that with your fingers. Okay? That's how little curve there is for every 2 football fields. So now imagine that the whole Earth is just football fields. Okay, so now the Earth is football fields. It's basically a sphere, but it's made of football fields. So there's a lengthy football field with your goalposts. Here's your goalpost. And then you get another football field with 2 goalposts. Okay. In that whole distance, the Earth curves 1/10 of an inch. 1/10. And that's how big and the Earth could just go off this way, and you could just every time you go through 2 football fields, you experience a little tiny sliver. So that's it. It's that easy to understand. I mean, does it make sense? Is it counterintuitive? Yeah, it's like what? That's weird. We live on a sphere, but the Earth presents itself as a sphere with the observations that we see in the sky. The sphere explains every sunrise and sunset time and angle. So it's not a lie. It's not a lie. They couldn't lie about that. And it took me a while to realize that because I thought they were lying about down south. When you go down south and you realize, oh shit, the sky does the opposite of what it does in the north and the south. The sun works the exact same way. If I went to 57 degrees north, I would see the sun do the exact same thing I saw it do in Punta Arenas. And if I kept going north to 80 degrees north, the sun would pop out from behind the Earth, and it would be above my head 24 hours again there, if it's their summer. If you go there now, it'd be completely dark. So people get very confused if they're like, well, we don't measure curve. Yeah, it'd be very difficult to measure curve if in 2 football fields it curves 1/10 of an inch. Now, granted, if you're talking about, oh, well, over a distance, Jeran, of 10 miles, isn't it 60 feet? Yes, it is, but we don't see really that far. And if you go to a beach, which I've done many times, there's always some weirdness going on at the beach. Here's the weird thing about measuring the Earth. The worst spot to look is over water, and the best spot to look is over water. Because water is the flattest, right? It's the most level, so that's where you'd want to go do your observations, but that's where you see the worst. That's where you're going to have mirages. That's when you're going to have refraction. That's when you're going to have things out of place. So it becomes a difficult task. However, we don't need to measure that. I don't need to measure that because I figured out that the Earth is a sphere just based on the south celestial pole. It has to be because we flew towards it. I saw this out, but we flew towards it. The sun bent out just like the stars would bend out. And if I was 600 miles from there, if I would have kept walking south, then everybody would get to the same spot who's in the south. Now, you might say, Jeran, that's not true. How do you know that? Well, because anywhere you go in the world, the sky matches the globe. If you don't believe me, bet me money and find me somewhere on the Earth that doesn't match the globe model. Now, if somebody said that about flat Earth, did you know that every single place on Earth doesn't match the flat Earth model? There's not one place that matches the flat Earth model for sunrise, sunset, angles, and time. But on the globe Earth, every single place that there is matches the globe model, matches the sky. So you can't lie about it. I used to think they reverse engineered it. If you remember, I talked to Toon. I said, Toon, could you map the Earth as that's flat onto a sphere? And he said yes. And that's all I needed to hear. I was like, yeah, I knew that. I knew you'd be able to do that. Okay, but the problem becomes, how can then it match the observations of the sky? If you're not on a sphere, it's not going to match. Right? If the Earth is flat, so now, okay, here's the Earth's flat, and we're going to trick people. So what we're going to do is we're going to place this flat map on a sphere. The problem becomes, shit, now our sun's not going to jive because the sun's not going around a sphere. But if it matches, guess what's happening? The sun's going around a sphere. It matches. So that's the whole model that I've told you guys. I think it's very important that you pay attention to. Take some time. And this is the problem with flat earthers. They don't want to see this truth, so they're not going to do it. But if you go to AJ Marsh's site, it's on my t.me/Jeranism links. It's a kind of ways up. I mean, you can maybe scroll up a few times. But you'll find the sorry, it's going to come up over here. And I always forget the name of the site and I have to go find it in my list. But I just think I'll just show you for 2 seconds, then you got to go play with it. Because when you play with it, you're going to start to jive. It's kind of what got me to go, oh shit. Oh, I see. That does work, huh? That does work. So it's called PD Earth Sun. Okay, here. So this is the Earth Sun model. Hopefully you guys can see that. Let me bring this back over. Oops, that's a little bit. I don't want to do it over there. I'm gonna have to. All right, we'll do it over here. Okay, and we'll back this out. No, just went over here. All right. So what this site does is you can change all these little buttons up here. There's buttons down below that go the sunlight. Then it can go the subsolar point, which is the point directly under the sun. Right, so like a subsolar point, just so you know about that. The subsolar point is the analemma, right? And if you notice, where does the analemma stretch? If I turn off the subsolar point, you'll see that that's the maximum the sun can go. It goes as far south as here and goes as far north as here. They're called the tropics. Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer up here. Okay. And again, I've showed people before, these numbers are too perfect to be wrong. It's impossible. I've thought about it. I've tried to weigh it out. You could not fake this. You cannot fake. Watch the sunlight time here. Okay, the daylight hours. As I drag this item from top to, where's longitude here? Okay, so as we move this latitude line, look at the times of daylight. Oh, so we must be on the... See, it's funny because you start to notice things that, like, I could tell I'm on the equinox. Because as I'm moving the latitude, I'm like, oh, look at the daylight times are not moving. 1206, 1205, 1206, 1205. So this is the equinox, or close to it. Because if we change that to another time period, let's go down here to December 21st. Let's go up here. I can't see December 21st. Let's go to January. Can I go this way? I can't see the bottom of the screen. Okay, so that's December 16th. Let's go to 21st. Okay, we're on the 21st now. And if we move this up so you can see a little bit, that's better. Okay. This is the sun coming in, but we're on the 21st. Now look at, if we move the latitude lines, okay, watch the sunlight hours. So you'll see that right now they're at, okay, so let's go all the way down here. Notice it's 24 hours. That's in the southern, that's when we were down there. Well, we were down on the 14th. I'm on the 21st. And as we start to pull away, as we're just traveling up the globe, watch as the sunlight hours will get out of that 24, and then they're at 16, 17, 16, 15, 14. Watch as they just go up. These are not contestable. You can go, they match SunCalc. They match the real world. And look how it goes perfectly down all the way to 0. So there's no daylight hours in the top, and then it increases all the way down to the South Pole where it gets to 24. Now, the fact that we can just move this now to June 21st, how could it do the opposite? So we're now going to June 21st, which is the 6 months earlier, the summer solstice for the winter, I mean for the north. And you've got, again, we'll pull up the latitude. And watch the times now. Now down here it's 0. And you work right back up the same exact way. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, it gets to 24. If you go to two places that are at the same latitude, so somewhere that's 54 down south, 54 up north, the same. How could that be possible if the Earth's not a sphere? It's time to wake up and go, okay, the Earth's a sphere. Okay, I get it. It's clear as could be. If we keep fighting it, it's ridiculous. I'm just saying, I got to get this out there. I want to stop talking about it because I'm not going to teach the globe they taught us in school. It's not my job. I was teaching the flat Earth because I thought we were being lied to. Once I realized we're not, it's not even important to me. Somebody said the other day, well, how are you going to explain dark matter, dark energy? I'm like, I'm not a fucking physicist. I'm not even going to try. What do I care? I don't care about dark matter and dark energy. Okay? Don't care about the galaxies that are out in La La Land. Who gives a fuck? I got a life to live. I got a wife to bone and a kid to raise. I got shit to do. And I'm not going to be worried about dark matter for no reason. Okay, these guys can't even figure it out. But what I will do is make a point that, okay, it's most likely that we live on a sphere. You could not map the Earth that's flat onto a sphere and have the sun work unless the sun's on a sphere, going around a sphere, or unless that's the way it works. So once you get that, then you're like, okay, so now all the sunrise sunset times, let me pull this on. Let me put on the, okay, so that's the twilight line, right? So now we can just go anywhere on Earth and we can see why sunrise sunset times are the way they are. Let's go to South America. Okay, right here. I think I've showed you this before. So if we go to December 21st, okay, right there. Okay, so notice how the light's coming from the bottom. The South Pole is not pointed at the sun. It's just tilted. The sun is down low, and you kind of picture the tilt, right? It's tilted. If we need to see it, we can go up here to heliocentric. And you can get the idea. So there's the heliocentric model. So the South Pole is pointed towards the sun, not towards it, but the tilt is towards the sun. That's all. So come around 6 months later, and the Earth doesn't move. The Earth stays still as could be, and it gets over here, and then the slant is going this way. And people ask, well, how is the star still pointed at Polaris? Well, because look at the universe. So if you picture where the Earth is aimed here, up at the North Star, okay, now we just move it to June, and the Earth is still pointed at the North Star. It didn't change. See how that line is still pointed way up at the North Star? Now move it to December 21st, and it's still pointed over there. It didn't move. It just moved its orbit to the other side. Anyway, just trying to show you that. So let me go back over here. Turn back on geocentric. Okay. So I just want to show you this because this is kind of important. So since the sun comes in at that angle, you can see how the daylight time works. Okay. So if this works perfectly on a sphere, you have to be able to admit, well, wait a second. If this matches reality, then that is where we live. How could we be on a flat place with a sun going around the top of us, and then you could just map it on a sphere and it works perfectly? That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. So let's go over at South America. We're over here. Let's go back over here. Okay. So now I'm just going to rewind the time, not the date. Okay, so now you see the time over here. Okay, so I'm just going to rewind it to about here. So we're at 7:05 in the morning, right? And you can see how these places are about to get light. So the very first place that gets light is the bottom here, right? So it would have the more daylight hours than anywhere here, right? Because it's daylight first, and then it goes, okay, now it's kind of unfolding. Perfectly flat line. This is a plane of the sunlight hitting it. Keep coming, and you'll see how it unfolds, and it does that every day. So it's just going to spin around. Again, here comes it again. Oops, this thing's hard to go down, come up. All right, so it comes around again. Now, here's what I want to show you. So we see that happening. On a flat Earth, picture what would happen is the sun comes around this way, okay? That the very first thing that would happen is that these places would get the most sun, right? They would get more sun than this because the sun's going this way. So they're going to have sun longer. So now let's go real quick just to, now that you've seen that, I just want to show you sun calc. Remember, we're on December 21st. We're watching the sun hit the bottom of, okay, and then you get that. And then when it sets, what sets first? Look at that. So what sets first is the places that got the light earliest or latest. So that means where it would have the most sun? The very tip of South America, right? So now we go to sun calc. And we're going to go sun calc. Okay, I'm going to bring this over. Okay, I'm trying to do this on my screen here, even though my mouse is over on this player thing over here. Okay, so I'm going to try and do it. So we're going to move down here to South America, right at the very tip. We're going to change the date to December 21st. Okay, so now we're on December 21st, just like we just saw. And when we play this through and we look at, okay, we're going to look up here where it says daylight duration, okay? So you'll notice where we are here at the tip has 17 hours, 15 minutes. So now we're just going to move it up to here. And it has 16 hours. Move it up to here. 14 hours. Move it up to here. 14.2. Move it up to here. 13 hours. Move it up to here. Okay, so you just noticed that we went from 17 hours of daylight here to 14 hours of daylight here. Completely against the flat Earth model. Think about the sun circling. These places would get the most sun. Not the tip. Why would the tip get the most sun? The tip should get the least. But no, it gets the most. Why is that? Well, we just saw. We just saw exactly why. Because as the sun comes around, it's going to start. The very first place to get the light is going to be there at the tip. So let's see if it gets 4 more hours than these people. Remember, it was 17 and 13? So let's see. It hits the sunlight right, let's say right there. So at 8:35 in the morning. Okay, so we got, let me write this down real quick. 8:35. 8:35. And then let's see when it gets dark. So we're going to kind of play through here. And it gets dark at right about there. So 1:05. Okay, so 8 to 8 would be 12 plus 1:05, so about 5. Yeah. So about 17 hours, right? And now let's look at the place that said 13, which is up here. So it gets its first light at there, 10:05. Did you know in Chile where we were, restaurants open at 8:30 at night? Why? You just saw. It doesn't get dark till 1. And then comes around here, and let's see when it gets its first dark is going to be there, which is 23:20. Well, that's easy to figure out, right? How many hours is that? 13. So you'll see that the real world numbers from SunCalc, these are all right. You can go verify this yourself. You call a friend wherever you want and tell them to go out and check these things, and they'll tell you it's true. So once we know this is true, then is there a model of, because we don't live here. This is not a model. This is just a map that's been it's a projection. It's not a model. The sun doesn't do that. We know that. So is there a model that explains the sunrise, sunset times? And the model is the globe. So it's not fake. You cannot fake that. You just can't fake perfection. And so people might think I sound like a glober. It's just I never thought that the South was the opposite of the North. Doesn't seem like that to us. Why isn't there videos of this 24-hour sun? And why isn't it all the shit, right? But it really was just a lack of evidence, a lack of, it must be a psyop. I mean, they didn't have the cameras down there. They don't, again, I get it. I get why. So it becomes difficult to try and convey this because many people put up this block that they say, well, we can't be on a sphere. And I get it. I was one person saying you can't live on, I used to say I can live on a sphere and you can live on a sphere, but we can't live on a sphere. When the truth is that it takes that only one person, you are always upright. So yes, if compared to somebody in Australia right now, you could say that we're upside down or somebody's upside down from the other, but we're not. The ground is the ground. The ground is down. So the everything else that we think of in our head is just conjuring up how we want the world to be. Right? The world seems to make more sense if nobody is upside down from us. That doesn't make sense. But when the world tells us that it's the truth, then we shouldn't shun it. And what I'm trying to tell people is God set the world up like this, meaning that the earth is a sphere when zoomed out, but zoomed in, everywhere's flat and level. If it wasn't, we wouldn't be able to fly planes. We wouldn't be able to build bridges and build boats and build tunnels and railroad tracks. All that happens because the earth is flat and level where we're at. So it's actually a genius design. Genius. The fact that the sun stays between the tropics, everything about it is pretty damn genius. And it pains me to know that for 10 years I made fun of it. And now people are continuing to do that and they're making fun of me for pointing it out to them, which is like, oh man, what are you going to do? I just wanted as quickly as I knew to say, oh shit, I'm not going to do that anymore. The globe is kind of cool. I mean, it's metaphysical, doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but the world would not lie to me. Meaning, human beings aren't putting stars and moons and suns in the sky. And if you think they can do that, you are giving them about 1 billion times too much credit. Okay? They can't do that. So, if the world presents itself to you as a sphere, suck it up. The world does not present itself as flat other than to our senses. Now, how often do our senses get things completely right? They don't. Like I said before, do you feel like you have bugs in your stomach? Do you feel like there's little creepy crawly things on your skin? Probably not. But if you went and got a microscope, you would see that. So there are things that we don't know about. I mean, we think of the things that have been seen in a microscope or through MRI imaging, and there is ways that we can notice that our senses are not correct. The idea of the sun being hot, we all think of it being hot. So when somebody says, oh, I'm going to go up to the top of this mountain, you're like, oh shit, it's going to be real hot up there. Well, no, that the sun doesn't actually heat like that. The sun heats air. If there's less air at the top of a mountain, then there's nothing for it to heat, so you're going to be cold. Hence, there's mountains underneath the equator that have snow on them permanently because they're up high enough that the sun doesn't even help it. So once you kind of see these things, and you have to kind of open your mind to, okay, wait. So how can I prove it to myself? Well, the way I would suggest that you do it is to just figure out the sun. Watch the sun every day and then move. Now, the hard part is the sun moves daily, but it moves about a degree a day, right? But you can travel 70 miles in a day. So you can actually take your 12 o'clock noon position of the sun and travels 70 miles directly south. And the next day, depending on whether it's moving away or close to you, is going to be 2 degrees off. Because you traveled 69 miles, that's 1 degree, plus the 1 degree of change a day. So you can actually start to piece it together, and then when you look at the whole picture, like, oh, wait a second. The sun makes no sense on anything but a sphere. So Flat Earth has been trying their best to come up with any convoluted reason that the sun is doing what it's doing, and so because they can't, they have to say it's fake. The trip had to be fake because if we saw what we saw, Flat Earth becomes untenable. You cannot have a sun that changes direction. You know, unless you go to like the Shane's model, right? In Shane's model, you're given a free sun. It's like you know, pass go get 200. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like Monopoly. That if you are on the Flat Earth, you get a free sun, which is dope. You get a free sun whenever you want it because you need it. Because here again, if we go to the same date we were just talking about, let's watch this map and see what the South Pole does or the South does on the same day. So we're going to day number. I hate having to do this from over here. Can't see it. Move this up a little bit. There we go. All right, so we're doing the day of 365. I know what this is. 352? No, a little more than that. Day 21 would be, 355 is good. Okay, so now we're moving our latitude to the bottom of, and we move this around. Do we get to there? Okay, let's spin this. All right, so now we're at the same place that we just were December 21st. We know what the sun did as far as the light goes. So now let's move this light along with the daytime. Here we go. So here comes the night. Now watch what happens here. So what happens to what gets the most light? Right, so now it passes this way. It gets all the light, and then it gets the light here, right? But what they're doing is they're taking the known observation. How do I know that? Because this is the sun. Right? So imagine, as we pull back here, oops. So they show the darkness coming here, but the sun is right here. The sun is their other sun. Let's move this. So you see how the sun is in both places? So here comes the sun around, but this is the sun in their model here, right? So watch the sun as we come here, and then it pops out of the ground here. So we see it pop out, but that's not the sun this is. So it doesn't even make sense. Like you wouldn't see 2 suns. No, it's magic. It's magic. Right there, we just see one sun. We just see one sun. So Dave Weiss thinks that they got behind us in a plane and switched these suns out or something. But the people they didn't see it. Nobody sees the sun change. Again, what we do on this map is no matter where you put this bubble, wherever you put this little, whoops, it didn't move the days. Wherever you put this bubble, okay, we just take known observations, meaning if we go to SunCalc, they'll match this. But the problem is that our sun isn't where it's supposed to be. Like for instance, here, the sun is, move back a little bit. Oh, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to go to Union Glacier, which is at -79, just so you can see where we were. Okay, so now we're at Union Glacier, -79. I think we're at 81 about or something like that. Okay, so we're about there. Now you'll notice that the sun just stays above the horizon, see? All day. That's what we saw. High in the north, low in the south. But the problem is the sun is actually over here. So what we do is we take this is where the flatter sun is. We introduce a new sun. We say, oh, there's also a secondary sun, an apparent sun. It's a free sun. Do not pass go, collect 200. And you get to put it, guess where? Where the sphere Earth says it is. The sphere Earth doesn't do that. The sphere Earth doesn't take the sun and place it where it should be. The sphere Earth says, if we're a sphere, then this is where the sun would be, and then it matches. And we have the audacity to say we predicted. What do you mean we predict? We predicted the sun's over here. Now again, one of the craziest things to me, when it was midnight, okay, so midnight is right here. We're looking at this southern sun here. We ask everybody, hey, where's the sun right now? And everybody in Australia said, oh, it's just past our head. It's 3 o'clock here. It's like, wait, the sun that I see in the south is above Australia right now? If I turn around, well, of course, that's where the sun is. It's across the world. So what we did is we removed the sun, moved it 20,000 miles, put it on the back wall and said, ta-da, we predicted that. No, we didn't. We made that up. oh, but it's an apparent sun and it's a refraction and it's a mirrored sun. It wasn't mirrored. It's the same sunspots that moved all the way around. Meaning when we see the sun do this, it was the same sunspots from here. Let's watch, make sure you're watching the right sun, not the one over there. So here's the sun in the south. We were inside the circle taking sunspots. They're the same as when it came around to the north. When it came around to the east and the north, and that's the same. Same. So clearly, what would cause the sun to flip upside down? I'll show you one thing, and then we'll be done. The sun flips upside down because as we move this latitude, watch the sun. That's why. Now, this is just the sky view, right? This is the sky view from a flat ground, but it helps me to understand where I was like, oh my God, I get it. I get it. Because we don't use an apparent sun. On a globe, all of a sudden, it makes sense. Let's move one more time here, and I'll get back to the calls. So, oops, that's not good. So on a globe, when we now, because I heard somebody else tell me, oh, you can't model the Earth having a 24-hour sun in the south. I'm like, what are you talking about? Why say things like that? Like, if we go here and go December, calendar, December 21st, we're already on December 21st, and we're going to go with the time. Okay, so here's the time. Now watch if we get down here and look at the south, and watch the light. Did you ever see it get dark? Okay, and it's not magical. It's done mathematically because the Earth is a sphere, and the way the sun moves around the Earth, it can be calculated mathematically. And people say, oh, they just reverse engineered the sky. If that's what they did, then do it for the flat Earth. The problem is, of course, if you try and map the flat Earth and have it jibe with the sun, it's impossible. We found that out. It doesn't work. There will never be a way to make it work because we can't get the sun to go backwards and upside down. But for these people, again, let's look at the sun from, let's imagine that we are upside down on this. I don't think you can do that, huh? Can't move it over that way. If you kind of picture, that's kind of better. So we were here looking, let's say we're looking north here. Okay. So we're looking north. Here comes the sun going through time this way. And you'll notice that it's moving which way? If I'm standing here, the sun's coming around right to left. All right, there goes the sun, right to left, right to left. Okay, great. Now, if we were instead over here in the north during their winter, which we're going to go calendar, June 21st there, and go back to clock. Okay. So now, if we're in the north in there and we're looking south here, well, now the sun's going to be moving the other way. Come on. See? So that'll never be explained on a flat Earth. But it's actually part of the model of the globe. It's not, it doesn't need a stretch. Say the word sphere, and everything that I just mentioned is answered. The south celestial pole, the stars turning the wrong way, the sun being upside down, the moon being upside down, the sun going backwards, the moon going backwards, are described perfectly as long as we just place ourselves on a sphere. So to just say it's not true, I'd rather believe in the flat Earth that can't explain any of that is a stretch. And again, I was with you. I was right there with you a month ago, 2 months ago, because I thought they were lying about the South. I thought the South was expanded. But we found out that it's not. And we found out that when this person sees, let's go back down to the South one more time. Calendar, December 21st. Okay. So here's the 21st. We're going to go back down to latitude negative 79. That's close enough, negative 80. Okay, oops. Read this thing again. Come on. Okay, so now we're going to go back down here and look. I just want you to imagine with me that when we look, come on. So we're going to look north here. Okay, so there we're looking north, and as the sun goes around us, and then it got to be our midnight, which was right about there, and we said, hey, who sees the sun? Where's the sun? And they were like, oh, we see it. We're in Australia. Well, of course, because if we just turn the globe, Australia is right in the middle of the sun. So it's not as weird as it seems. Why is there one shape that matches all observations? Granted, does it match our senses? Do we feel like we're on a sphere? Do we feel like that? No, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying the idea of science is which claim matches the observations. So we have one that matches perfectly, pretty perfectly. I don't care if I sound like a glober saying that. What do you want me to say? It matches nearly correctly at all times. And there's another one that can't explain anything. Once that we saw the sun going backwards down there, the map, the AE map is gone. It's gone. It doesn't work anymore. And again, here's the other thing about the tropic that I was trying to tell you. If you are in South America, I don't know if I'll be able to turn it this way. Come on. I got to ask that guy why he does this. He can't turn it right. Okay, so like if you're in South America here, and you look west, see if I can go down here and actually see if I don't know which view I'd have to do. I don't know what view you have to do here. No. That's an eyeball. One of these views can, okay, that might be good. So if we're in the south looking west, on the flat earth, the tropic goes this way, right? And remember this, we know that the sun is above the tropic. We know that for a fact, because it does that. So it basically becomes you're just going to argue against a brick wall. The earth will never be flat. It's impossible. So again, I get it. You're thinking, Jeran, you did this for 10 years. Well, you should be happy that you get it now. Oh, okay. So we can stop barking up the wrong tree. We can stop claiming to be geniuses. We can stop claiming that we know and they don't, because the opposite is true. Now, granted, is there a lot of other things, anomalies, things with dark matter, dark energy? Are they lying about the earth being the center or not being the center, and we're on a raisin bread and it's everywhere's expanding at the same? I can't help you there. That's not my expertise. I think that there's enough evidence to tell me that, yeah, I do think that they are lying about that. I think you go back and look at Edwin Hubble and what he said and how we have to stay away from the absolute horror of a unique position. It's definitely a philosophical opinion, and science has that opinion that we cannot be important, that we're not the center, that there is no creator, that this is all accidental. So we shouldn't be surprised if that's the way science is pushing it. But for us to come along and say the earth is flat, we kind of did some damage to possible geocentric science. They probably did a good psyop. If it is geocentric, then what they did with the flat earth has kind of wrecked that. Because now, since people are on the flat earth kick, anybody who even brings up geocentrism is going to get called a flat earther, which rightfully so is kind of ridiculous now that I've been down there. Now that I've been there, I'm like, oh shit, it's a sphere the whole time, and you can't even lie about that. So now it makes sense to me why all the academians just dismiss it completely and laugh at us and just let us foil on YouTube, because it's kind of untenable. This is why no matter how many times they've talked to a PhD or Rob Parks or all these people that, you know, Space Audits and them has talked to, none of them have become flat earthers. Why not? It's because it doesn't work. Now, maybe they're just being nice to us or something. I don't really know the reason, but they're not just outright saying, guys, this is untenable. Wake up. But let me see here. I want to grab this real quick. I just want to show you one thing. So this map here, come on. What do I do? I'm just trying to show you one thing, if I can find it. Not that map. I showed you that one. All right, this is good. Just a flat earth map. I don't care which one. All right, open with Real World Paint. So this is what I'm talking about, the tropic, and this is where I kind of got it all. Okay, so when you're standing here, can you see that? No. We want to go back over to here, YouTube. Okay, so when you're standing here in South America, we know that the sun goes around the tropic. We know that. It's a fact. We can, this person will see the sun above their head. This person will see the sun above their head at noon. This person will see the sun above their head at noon. So we know it goes there. No question. The problem becomes when we were here, we saw the sun go this way. Sorry, I need a little more room to draw. Light. Okay. So we saw the sun do this barely under the earth. Not use that color. Barely, it went super high like this, and then this, and then went down here and was down there for just like 5 hours, came right back, did it again. Okay, so when you see that, you're like, hold on a second. We know that the sun goes above the tropic. We think the tropic goes this way. The sun thinks the tropic goes this way. Who do you think's right? Who do you think knows better where the Tropic of Capricorn is? Well, clearly the sun does. So the sun goes around the earth this way, which means Australia is over here. Africa is over here. Get it? It's a sphere. The sun tells us that. It cannot be flat because how could the sun be coming here and then go this direction and still light up this? It doesn't have time. It goes here and it's got to rise again. It's already been noon over here. So how does the sun here light up here? And you know the answer. Oh shit. My bad. Oh, Jesus, Jeran, why did you do that? Sorry, you didn't see that at all. Let me do it one more time just because it's important. I think it's very important because it helps you see possibly... No, I need that line back. Okay. So what I drew here was the Tropic of Capricorn. We know the sun does this because somebody here will see the sun above their head at noon. Somebody here will see it above their head at noon. Somebody here sees it above their head at noon. So it does stay on this path, okay? But when you stand here, you see the sun. Let me get a different color. We'll do red. When you're standing here in Punta Arenas, you see the sun rise here, go high above your head, and set here. So you're like, wait a second. So the sun rises south of east, sets south of west, is under here for only 5 hours, and comes right back. So you're like, how does that? So what do you think knows the path better? Us or the sun? The sun knows the path. We think it goes this way. We are wrong. It goes this way. And if it goes that way, that means Australia is over here. Africa is over here, so on and so forth. Sorry, the sun would be going this way, and it has to hit Africa after, so after Africa would be here. Because it's a sphere. It can't be flat like this. It's impossible. Because the sun can't do this and then go, oh, I'm going to hang out over here for 6 months. What do you mean you have to bring light to Australia, Africa? How can you hang out here? Oh, it's because that is the tropic, so those places are under here. And if you look at the sphere model, that's exactly what we get. The Tropic of Capricorn, think about it, is if you're standing on a globe looking in this direction, right? The globe goes this way. On a flat Earth, it goes this way. So it's very easy to figure out. Like once you're down there looking at it, and again, could people say, well, Jeran, couldn't we have taken people's observations from down there? Yeah, but I thought things like Iru Landucci lives down here. Wouldn't he see this? Wouldn't he know that? He didn't seem to bring it up, so I mean, I kind of thought they were lying about it. And I said, even if it does look like it goes this way, it could just look like that and it still goes around this way. But when you go down there, that's not the case. If we're next to the dome and we see the sun disappear over here behind the Earth, well, how the hell did it get over here? So it's never going to be flat. I hate to tell you. I know you hate me for it, and I'm just planting the seed so that as things start to come up in the next couple of weeks, months, this is the answer. I hate it. Believe me, everybody, Austin, Dave White, I'm sure that they are cursing at me from every direction. I guarantee it. But I'm being honest with you that there'll never be a day that the Earth is flat. Not for the rest of your life, not for your children's lives. So isn't it better to get that seed through your head now where you can realize it? And don't even talk about the upward risers. I'll make a bet to an upward riser. Let's do a bet. I heard that the Z, or Zetetic Warrior, says that the Earth is not accelerating upwards. It's moving at a constant 9.8 meters per second. Okay. If that's the case, then let's do a bet. Bet $500, and here's the deal. First thing that happens is a car is going to drive from 1,000 feet at 1 mile per hour and hit me. And the car only has to drive from 2 feet, 1 mile per hour, and hit you. Okay, so we're both going to take the brunt force of a 1 mile per hour car. Me, I'm going to take it from 1,000 feet. You're going to take it from 2 feet. And then we're going to switch, and we're going to do, I'm going to drop a brick from 1,000 feet onto your head, and you're going to drop a brick from 2 feet onto my head. If there's no acceleration, that brick will hit us both at the same speed and hurt the same. But do you see the difference? That's because in free fall, there is acceleration. That's why your ass doesn't want to be underneath a fucking brick moving from 1,000 feet high. Because when it gets to you, it's going a lot faster than it started out. And these guys are telling their viewers, oh, there's not accelerating upwards. Okay, dumb shits. Have we had enough of fucking liars? You're all liars. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. There's no upward acceleration. What are you talking about? Things fall faster as they fall down. If they don't, then make that bet with me. Because a car driving 1 mile per hour towards me is not getting faster. It's driving 1 mile per hour. So when it hits me from 1,000 feet, guess what? That is the same as it hitting you from 2 feet. Do you see the difference? But when we drop something, it's not the same as driving a car at 1 mile per hour. If it was no acceleration, it would be the same. This is how dumb these guys are. And they think they have a right to tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. These are freaking retards. Retards. Let's get back to the calls. Shall we? We shall. We got up for, oh geez, hold on, we got multiple screens here. We got a big old mess. All right, a bunch of people here. Let's go with, we're going to do 4-minute clock. Sorry, I went too long. We've got Cole. I don't know what that says. Viral?
Varial, you got it.
Varial.
Can you hear me?
What's up, Cole? Very great.
I just want to make sure you, okay, perfect. Awesome. So I'm going to try to keep this real quick. I just jumped in here because I heard someone say that you're not able to see Venus from Earth if it were a globe. And I used to be in this like whole fucking like flat Earth debunking business until I realized this is a huge cult and a huge fucking waste of my time. But I figured I'd just jump in for 2 seconds and just show this.
Please.
So I think the claim was, if you go outside today, you should be able to see Venus. And that is true.
Okay.
So I'm just going to see if I can set the time to today's date here. I don't know if you can see what I'm doing on my screen.
Yep, we see it.
Perfect.
Oh, wait, let me move it to actually different stream or share. Oh, no, it's more like
and by the way, this software is a software called Universe Sandbox.
Oh, I
the
used to
cool
have
thing
it,
about it is it's a actual 2-scale model of the universe. So it is the 6th today. So we'll just jump to that day. So here we can see Earth. Don't know how well that shows up on stream. Here you can see Venus. So we'll jump to Earth here. Zoom in a bit. And we'll just go to somewhere where it would be dark. Let's say the West Coast. And we'll jump to the surface here.
Oh man, I didn't know you could do that on there. I can't do that on another model.
And wow, what do we got right there? That is, let me just jump back out if I can here. That is Venus. Right there. So I understand that flat earthers are lazy and retarded, but like you gotta try harder than this, guys. Like, let's go. Come on. So it does make sense if you visualize the universe as this small kind of cartoon model, as that one guy did. But when you actually take into account the actual scale of the full universe, you can quite easily see that. Jump back in. Screw it over.
Is there any anomalies with the solar system, or does everything work out? Like, isn't there an issue with Mars needing to be like a lot bigger when it's close to us versus when it's on the other side of the sun or something?
That's a good question. I would have to go in and try to see if I can find the answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like the only one I can hit that I've heard of that I think is even, other than that, I think everything does jive.
I would definitely be willing to try that out, but again, the software you can find on Steam. I think it's like $20 or something, so anyone can get this. Anyone can test out an actual version of the solar system, not some stupid retarded straw man that flat earthers love to use for some reason. But yeah, keeping it short and sweet. So that's all I wanted to say. Thanks for having me on, and thanks for congrats on getting out of the stupid retarded flat earth cult.
Appreciate it. Have a good one.
Yeah, no worries. Take care.
All right, we got Bastard Chris. Christopher. Did I mess up? Oh, wait, sorry. Oh, wait, you have two. Are you sharing your screen, Chris, or are you on here twice? Let's add the stage. Let me pull you off of here.
You got me?
Okay, I got you there.
Okay, yeah, I'll share my screen.
Okay, so you want both up?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Thanks for having me. Thanks for welcoming me back. And I guess I don't mean to take too much time, but I do want to say that the last time I was here, it was kind of inverted, where I was trying to talk to your audience, and now I'm trying to talk to you, I guess.
Okay.
I just want to kind of review quickly through the presentation I presented before. But the baseline of what I was trying to say was that the observation, the discernment of what this realm, or what this place where we're at, is not easy to make. And if you don't want to agree with me before we enter this, then let's go.
If I don't want to agree with you on what?
The discerning whether, like, discerning where we're at and what this place is.
Mm-hmm.
is not easy. It's not an easy discernment to make. Would you agree?
I would have agreed with you before, but now I do think it is easy. I think anybody can do it themselves without any help from NASA or anything, not even a map. You just need to recognize what the sun does and then follow it and see that it only works on a sphere. Go ahead.
All right. Based on that, I'm going to go ahead and I want to just talk instead of doing the screen share.
Sure. Okay, your clock started at 4. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So I would disagree that it's not an easy discernment, and as far as I can tell, I mean the confidence that with which you make the discernment is based on your travel to the south, right, and to see the 24-hour sun for yourself, right? So at this point now, it might be easy for you to make that discernment. Am I?
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, yeah.
Okay, so going back to my question, I'm not trying to like be too confusing here, but
no.
Okay, it was easy until you went to Antarctica, and now it's easy.
Right, because it kind of when I saw it, and I went to bed every night or the night that we were there, you're like thinking about it, and it started to reveal itself to me, and then it kind of removed a mental block that was blocking this idea of the South being the opposite of the North. And once I put that together, I'm like, wait a second, if it's the opposite of the North, like there's no other possibility that things work, and then everywhere works exactly with the sun, meaning that if you go to the sphere model and you show what a certain date and a certain time, and it shows you where the sun will be, if you go to that location, the sun will be that's and I think that even if you would have told me that a month ago, I would have said, okay, yeah, I agree with that. But I don't think I would have saw the implications of that. What it means is that unless you believe, because I've only been 80 degrees south, so unless you believe that the whole world is a sphere until 80 degrees south and then it becomes something different, which doesn't make any sense, that's a paradox, then the Earth is a sphere. Because there's no way, could you map a, something that's, how would I say this? Like, could you map your house that's on a flat ground, could you map it onto a cube and it jive with reality? And the answer is no, right? You would be walking and the map would say that there's an edge. You're going over the edge of a cube, and you'd be like, wait a second, the house is continuing on. I don't walk over an edge. So you could use that and you could determine like, oh no, this isn't right. So the question is, can you map your house on something other than a flat ground and it jive with all observations? And the answer is no. So the same is true of the Earth. That they can't map, we give them too much credit. They cannot map the Earth that's flat onto a sphere and then it match observations. That the thought of that now to me is like embarrassing that I ever thought that. And I didn't really think that. What I thought was that they can take a flat map and they can put it on a sphere, and so therefore it'd be easy for them to trick us. They just plant it on a sphere and say, oh, here's the GPS, you're actually here when you think you're here. Okay, great. That all works in theory until you talk about observations. If sure, you could map something flat onto a sphere and tell people they live on the sphere and they would believe you until they looked at the observations, until they looked at the sun and they would say, wait a second, the sun's not doing what it would do if I was on a sphere. But the difference is the sun does do what it would do if we're on a sphere. It does not do what it would do on a flat map. So that's why I kind of came to the conclusion, oh, the Earth has to be a sphere. Because they map it on a sphere, and everywhere, look at the Earth. I went to 80 degrees south. Anybody can go to Japan, China, go to Russia, go to Europe, go to South America. Wherever you go will match the sphere Earth. The observations. How would that be possible if we're not living on a sphere? Like, you really need to think about that. And that's what I mean by planting a seed. I'm planting that seed so you lay in bed tonight and you try and jive. Could you map the Earth that's flat on a sphere and it matched the sun? No, because first of all, the sun would never go upside down. It's a flat map. Why is the sun flipping? The sun doesn't do that. The sun doesn't just turn upside down all of a sudden. And it's not like it turns upside down for everybody. Only half the map does. How could half the map see the sun upside down and half the map see it not, and it be flat? So right away, you can start to pull things out like, wait a second, if the sun is a physical item, then for two people to see it opposite, upside down from one to the other, then they have to be upside down. And then you kind of jive with, okay, the Earth is presented to us by God, in my opinion, as a sphere. So I think that he's given us the tools to figure that out on our own.
Jared, who are you talking to, man?
You. What do you mean?
Well, was this my 4 minutes?
I'll give you time. Relax, bro. relax. I was just talking. I'm not going to just cut you off after I talked your entire 4 minutes. Have I ever done that to anybody? No. So relax. So I'm just saying that you can't, once you realize that, you'll settle into the fact that it's impossible to lie to people about where they live if it matches observations.
No, you completely just deflected like
What?
the question that I had.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so where were you 2 months ago before this trip, and where are you now? The only question I had was this discernment you've made, has it been easy? And I want you to say no.
No, it hasn't.
I want
No,
you to say no. It's not been easy.
No, it isn't easy, but it is easy now. But you're right. The whole path of 10 years was not easy. No.
I guess I'll try to share the screen if I got a
Sure, I gave you 4 minutes. Go ahead.
Because this is what I shared before. And it was based on kind of where we're all at. So it was finding common ground. I think this is appropriate. It's a call for compassion and empathy amongst whatever you believe. Okay, the discernment is not easy to make. Okay, and there's reasons why. And I'll jump through this. Okay, but to create the world that exemplifies our values, we need to liberate ourselves from enemy images. The thinking that says that there is something wrong with the people whose actions or values we disagree with.
Mm-hmm.
That's from Marshall Rosenberg. We have to stop looking at each other as enemies. Okay, until we can do that, this discernment of what we are and where we are is completely impossible. Indoctrination is not necessarily wrong. Compulsory education is what we've all been through. Okay, compulsory education is comply or die. And then there's a certain things to follow. I'm trying to re-step what I went through to show that the indoctrination we go through. Okay, you've talked about this, how the atom, how people claim to see the atoms and all that. There's a lot of information about it. But there's a whole lot of things we went through to get to this point of okay, I guess let me get to the next slide of this one. Sorry, I'm
no problem.
I didn't reorganize this. Okay, the natural results of mass indoctrination. This is the shot I wanted to show you, because the natural results of indoctrinating people with the globe belief. Okay, like that's where we're at now. Some people will believe without further investigation. Some may disbelieve without further investigation, and that's kind of what you're talking about with some of the flat earthers. And some will adamantly proliferate their indoctrination without further investigation, and some will find or make the time to investigate further.
Yep.
There's natural consequences of what we've been through, and that's what I guess that's all I'm trying to pinpoint. I'm not trying to say what's right or wrong, but I guess
I'll stop the clock because I want to mention something. Yeah, I think you're right in the fact that I believe there's a reason why they indoctrinated us to the globe. It's because it's so counterintuitive that if you didn't do that, then people, and we've seen that this elite and the power structure does this. They don't mind lying for if they think it's for the ultimate good. Whereas, we might have problems with that. But really what they're doing is they're trying to make people believe they think the earth is going to work better if everyone just believes we're on the globe and everything's good and there's no questions about it. Because once people start questioning it, it becomes difficult to show, to prove, to jive with. Like, people have to just believe they're on a sphere. If they start thinking about it too much, half the population probably will stop believing it. And they know that, right? Like, if you think about if you had 100 people in a room, right? And think about the middle intelligence person, okay? So there's 100 people and we go through and we see how smart everybody is, and there's a middle person. That half the room, 50 people, are dumber than that guy. So if only the smartest in that group, in that room, are going to understand and be able to comprehend where we live, then I kind of can see where they have a problem. They're like, oh shit, how are we going to convince these other 85 people of where we live? We better indoctrinate them. Because if we don't, they're never going to catch on. It's not going to be that they're going to figure out another Earth, because the Earth's a sphere. So it's not going to be like, oh, if we don't do it, then they're going to go on to... No, it just means that people will wander aimlessly like we see with the flat Earth. We've gotten nowhere in 10 years. Go ahead.
So you've hammered my point home, is that indoctrination doesn't necessarily, it's not innately
correct,
like incorrect. It's not innately wrong.
Correct.
but there's natural consequences to it because
Correct.
you didn't learn it from your own senses. You didn't learn it from your own volition.
Exactly.
Right?
That's why the worst thing for them is to have what happened, which is people start bringing it up. It starts getting big on YouTube. They got to shut it down because people will, way more than half people will start to question it.
Right. And okay. And so I guess I'll leave it right here, I guess. Because I mean, we've been through this before. I've had conversations where we've traversed some very, I guess, intimate things. And I know you handle a lot more people than I do. But there is a great truth that is around us. And it has to be discerned individually. Like, if I'm going to trust you, then I'm not discerning the truth.
Yeah, but we need trust in the world. We wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for trust. So people need to trust each other. You trust people when you drive in a car that they're not going to run a red light and kill you, that they're going to stop when the stop sign's there, when they're going to stay in their lane and not drive fast on the freeway. So we constantly have to trust people. We just don't think of it that way. But somebody like me who's been doing this for 10 years, hopefully you would see me and go, Jeran's not going to lie right now. Jeran's not going to tell us a lie about Antarctica because it would be found out. Somebody would go down there and say, the sun does set. And then I would be killed. So clearly I'm being honest. So like, if we can't discern when somebody's being honest, I'm not NASA. But people just want to say because NASA lies, Jeran could be working. So look at what happened to truthers. They now believe that anybody who brings up something that is outside of their current belief is a shill. Do you realize what that means? It means that we are in big trouble.
We are in big trouble.
Okay.
I mean, and I mean, COINTELPRO, I can't tell if you're real or not, and that's like it's a trust thing, and it's true.
That's a problem.
That's where it is a problem. It is a problem, and that's where I just want to proliferate humility and just a little bit of compassion with each other.
Yeah.
As we try to figure this out.
Well, I saw everybody what happened with Duffy, right? So when I talked to Duffy on the side, he seemed to me to be somebody who thought the Earth was a sphere, thought that he could be shown, thought that it could be proven, and thought that if he took us down and we saw it for ourselves, that we would see it, we would understand it. But everybody else called him a Satanist and said he's a demon and he works for Satan and he believes lying is not immorally bad, and they didn't even listen to his sermon when he doesn't say that. He actually says that he's talking about like if you lie to your wife to surprise her, if you lie to your kid for what they're getting for Christmas. He's saying that so lying isn't. What if they come to your door and say, I want to kill your wife right now, where is she? If you say she's not home, did you just commit a sin because you didn't tell somebody the truth? That's what he's getting at, but nobody listens. Nobody cared to hear him out. All they care about is, oh, he's Satanist. Dave Weiss says he's going to jail. He's a Satanist. He's evil. He's a father of 5 fucking kids or 4 kids, a father. So when I talked to him, I was like, I'm giving him that benefit of the doubt to say, all right, if this guy's a liar, I'm going to see it. I'm going to. And he didn't lie. He went down and did exactly what he said he was going to do. Now, the same thing is true about Michael Toon. Is he a jerk to flat earthers? Is he an asshole? Yes. But did he go down and do exactly what he said he was going to do as far as the observations and the testing? Yeah, I watched him. Same thing with Critical Think. Dave McKeegan, another guy. These are not Satanists. These are not people who are lying to you. They are people who believe the Earth's a globe and are showing you the reasons why. So the problem that we have is that we think that because somebody's coming from a different belief system, wait, we believe in flat earth. You believe in a globe? You're a Satanist, you're a liar, you're a demon, you're a shill. So the problem with that is you, of course, will always believe the earth is flat. Because how you ever, if I'm somebody that can't even bring you information because you won't believe me, then there'll never be somebody that you'll believe. So you will forever believe in the flat earth because you don't believe anybody who says anything different. I mean, people need to recognize that. That's a problem. That's a problem. That does not bode well for you. It does not bode well for people who are stuck in a belief system that they actually think that the world is so tainted and so disgusting that anybody who says something differently than they believe is a liar and works for Satan and is a shill. And they'll even go as far as like Sov. Sov said, oh, if the sun sets south of west, then you know you're on a globe. Well, as soon as it happened, he said, well, I meant never mind. How about Dean Odell? Oh, if we go down Antarctica and the sun circles our head, we're definitely on a globe. We went down there and saw that. What did he say? Oh, it's fucking Satan. So you can hopefully see that this is a problem. You can't just say, oh, if we see this, then it means this. And then when you see that, go, oh, Satan. How about Dave Weiss? Oh, they could never fake the sun. We go down there, we see the sun go around. He's out of things. Oh, they fake the sun because he has no other options. That is a problem. That is a problem. It will not end well for flat Earth. That's why I say the Earth will never be flat just because people don't believe the people telling them it's not. It'll never be flat. You arguing with Dave McKeegan or calling Dave McToon a Satanist or calling whoever, McKeegan, any of those things that you're calling those people, or Duffy a Satanist, whatever, none of that will make the Earth flat.
Not me.
Okay, good. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, let me go to the next person. Thanks. I appreciate that call. Let's go with, I don't know what this is. Suke.
Hello, hello. Am I coming in okay?
Sounds pretty good.
We
All
got
right.
it. You got it.
Oh, sorry. Let me get the other. There you go.
It's Yasuke. I can piggyback a little bit off of the point that the other person made.
Okay.
So in professional wrestling, right?
Mhm.
I'm going to build off of multiple different things right here. So in professional wrestling, right? When you are putting on a show, you need every single person to be a part of it. As in, if any of the announcers, if any of the commentators, if any of the referees, if any of the people that are in the ring, if any of them are not sort of in on the show, then the entire thing falls apart. So you need a massive, massive sort of situation, because you can't have a professional wrestling setup to where there is a singular person who thinks this is MMA.
Oh, gotcha.
And,
Okay.
yeah. Because like it'll just destroy the entire sort of show. And in that sense, when there is any larger conspiracy or any grander conspiracy, the way that a lot of let's say like flat earthers talking about the moon landing or something, of only a handful of people know, and then maybe there's like 10 other people that were blackmailed. Like for any of these grander deceptions or anything about any like mass tragedy, if you think about the actual mechanics of these things, and then if there's nothing that has been leaked from anybody who
Right.
has a guilty conscience or something.
Right, like that's the problem with I said when they said all those 70 employees down there are fake, and they're in on it. I said you could not just leave 70 people down there and be like, oh, none of them will ever tell the truth. They're just going to be, they're not a liability. No, they would be such liabilities you would never do that.
Yeah, exactly. So it either has to be that there is no conspiracy or that it is all conspiracy. The least viable position is that it's like half and half, or that
Right.
some of these people are legit, some of these people are not. It's in the same sense of the current most untenable position right now is like the Dave Weiss position,
Mhm.
in that everybody who went was legit, but then they somehow faked the sun. That
Right.
is the hardest position to defend.
Right.
And the second hardest position to defend is people who affirm the trip as legitimate and then still believe the earth is flat.
Right.
Like that is the hardest position to defend, to where the only possible viable model for the flat earth to be still true is if the TFE was some kind of like NASA production in that sense, and that you guys have been in on this for the past 10 years and been like slowly disseminating yourselves within the community. There is no viable position of like dual pole models or like Joe Hanby models. None of these things have any like mechanistic sense, and the people that are pushing those models are also just kind of flat out dishonest about the way that they present them.
Agree.
Like the way that you talk about the way that the Walter Bislin's model,
Mhm.
there is no mechanism that is being shown for why light is doing the things that it's doing.
Dome refraction.
There are no predictions when you have no mechanisms.
Right.
Because you're just taking the data that was already there.
Correct. Stealing it.
Yeah. So yeah, in that sense, it's also that the other problem is that a lot of the people who do want to call it fake have no sort of, they don't have the framework necessary to even begin to understand what that would even mean.
Right.
Because what that would mean is that you have had to have been in this since 10 plus years, and it would essentially, like, your entire family would obviously know, Duffy's family would know, like there would be so many more people involved, and that is a position that is coherent, but people would take it as, you were paid off by NASA or something like right before you flew down.
Right.
Whereas like people are not coherent liars, especially when they're not trained in it. You would have people slip up. So in that sense,
well, and we're also just normal people. So I mean, I think there has been slip ups and things people have said that have led people to think, and it's just mistakes, right? I mean, yeah. When Austin said the mountain wasn't the same at both locations, it's like when I heard that, I'm like, wait, what? Like that is the same. Of course, it's the same mountain, but he just wasn't paying attention to know that. And then when I told him, he's like, oh yeah, okay, I get it now. But it's like now people bring that up as like, oh, you guys were lying. He thought he was on the other side of the mountain because it's just a studio. Again, it's people do make mistakes. There's a video of me going around or something holding a compass upside down. Everybody's laughing, having a great time about it. And it's like, yeah, it's bright there, and I'm wearing glasses. I pulled the compass out of my pocket. I look at it, say, okay, there it is, north, south. But I didn't know it was upside down. I didn't see the numbers on it. It's like people are losing their mind over that. It's like, that doesn't matter. That doesn't mean the trip was fake, retards. It's like that just...
Yeah.
Anyway,
like the let's just take like the What's It Babes It or whatever.
Okay.
Like the most that could possibly be said for that is that in the moment he was deceptive in the moment because there was no breath, and then he wanted to show that there was breath at the time. And even if he was faking his breath in that particular moment with devious intent,
right,
that wouldn't immediately disqualify the entire trip.
No.
Whereas also I think the only viable model for it being faked would be that there would be some sort of augmented reality or CGI involved. And that's something that like I've had in my framework, that's a technology that they've had since at least the 90s, if not the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
And so in that sense, that would be the only way that it could be viable is with CGI. And I would have no problem with that. But then also, so it would all have to be CGI. Everybody would have to be in on it, obviously. And there's another point. I forgot. Time is up.
Okay.
So
I do appreciate that call. That was a good one. Nice job and explain some of the stuff.
Yeah. So, okay. Yeah. I'll just.
Good. If you have a final 20 minutes or 20 seconds if you want.
Okay, for sure. So, there are two viable models right now. And it is either that everything is legit, everybody who went was legit, or that everybody who went is fake. All of your favorite people, all of your least favorite people are fake. It was done by CGI, and they've been in on it for this entire time. So if you're not willing to go that far, you have to go back to like geocentric globe. This middle ground that everybody is taking of, oh, everything was legit, and the dome refraction or Walter Bisland's model, that is the least viable position to take. Just understand that. You either have two options. Choose wisely.
Yeah, and I think the problem is too, like I said about dismissing anything that comes from outside. It's like a religion, because when I grew up Catholic, and Christians get the same thing. They're told anything that comes from outside the Bible is from Satan. Well, it's basically the same thing for flat Earth. Anything that comes from a glober is not true. So if somebody who is a flat earther like me then becomes a glober, then immediately anything I say is discounted because I'm now on the opposite team. The problem with that becomes you will always be stuck as being a globe earther, a flat earther, because anything that comes from say no, look at this, you're going to dismiss it. So that's what I need people to think about is that you don't want to do that. That is a recipe for disaster, because that is what a cult is. A cult doesn't let you think different. And look what's happened to me. Go look at my Facebook posts.
Yeah.
Every comment is, fuck off, you piece of shit, you shill, you sell out. So it's like, so now what that does is it scares anybody else from even looking into the globe, because they would think to themselves, if I start to believe that, I'm going to get called that by all my friends. And so they've actually cemented themselves even further in it. And that's why I had to be the one to step out. I had to be the one to show you'll survive. You'll get through it.
Yeah. So in that, if people are flipping on you because of this particular scenario, and their only reason for flipping on you is because of this and this observation that they don't like, and they don't have any mechanisms to explain any of the things about like how would they even have like Jeran fake this, then that is unviable position.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the time.
Yep. Thank you.
Let's go with Matt from Brazil. You have two things on here. I don't know why.
Hey there, Jeran.
Hey, what's up? You want your share screen on or no?
I'd like to, yes, please. I'd just like to pick your brain a little bit as someone that left the flat Earth.
Sure.
On basically why flat earthers don't buy this. This is something that you can do with a theodolite.
Okay.
Where if you assume a flat Earth, you'd have the example at the top, where the sum of the angles that you measure with your theodolite is going to be 180 degrees.
Right.
It's just because it's basically if both lines of zenith are parallel, which is the expected thing on a flat Earth, your angles basically have to be these two angles.
You're asking me why flat earthers don't buy into this?
Yeah, I
It's
have
because
no idea why flat earthers don't believe this.
It's because if you picture the guy standing, I'm going to move my mouse. I don't know if you can see it, but this guy standing here, who's measuring to this stick here, there's really no way to tell that that stick is leaning backwards. You just see it shorter than the other one. So meaning,
Yeah, but it's not a stick, right? It's a measurement of zenith, like a plumb bob line.
yeah, but it's a stick. That's what they use.
No, they don't.
What do they
You
use?
you can use like a plumb bob, for example.
What do you mean?
To
How,
measure your
so
zenith
how would
in-
you be looking from a distance and see a plumb bob is not hanging straight? How would you see that?
No, each of the theodolites has its own measurement of zenith, and then you measure the angle between the theodolites.
Right, but what I'm
Each
saying
theodolite
is,
measures
so
the angle between its own zenith and the next theodolite.
right on a flat Earth though, if things get smaller in the distance, that's why they don't buy it. Because if this over here got smaller for this guy in the distance, then it would drop because it's now smaller, and so you would aim above it, and it would, and then you'd say, oh, it dropped this much, and then they call. Now I believe that this is correct. Now I do believe that they can measure reciprocal zenith angles. But before 2 months ago, if you would ask me this, I would say I can't. I don't know for sure whether this is a leaning back plumb bob or whether it's dropped down because of perspective. That's I'm just telling you why I wouldn't have bought it 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to understand, because for me this is literally what they keep asking about, right? This is a measurement of curvature.
Right. So are you saying? So I guess I don't know how to. Okay. So theodolite. I know you do your cross reference, so you balance it both ways. But then, so it's looking across at this one. How does it know that it's leaning backwards?
It doesn't. It isn't leaning backwards. That's the whole point. It's measuring. I'm exaggerating here in the picture, but at each point, it's a straight line upwards. It's its own zenith, right? So like.
Yeah, but how are they? I thought they measure reciprocal zenith angles. Isn't that what you're talking about? Reciprocal zenith angles?
For this guy, this is a 90-degree angle to its own ground. And for this guy over here, it's a 90-degree angle to its own ground. I'm just exaggerating.
And when the
here.
theodolite looks through there, how does it know that that is not straight up?
The only thing you're measuring here is this angle. It's between your own zenith and the next theodolite. You measure both angles, and if they sum above 180 degrees, you are guaranteed to be on some sort of curvature. If it's under 180 degrees, within your margin of error, you are living on a convex Earth.
Okay.
Which basically nobody believes.
Gotcha. Oh, there's people who believe it. They've been contacting me. Believe me.
within the margin of error, nobody believes it. And the other thing I wanted to talk to you about is I've seen you talking about the Himawari pictures before.
Yes.
I've sent you some things about it on Telegram. I don't know if
Oh,
you
yeah,
have time to look at it, but I'll just show something real quick, just so everybody can see it as well.
Oh, sorry. Didn't share you. Okay, go ahead.
I'm sharing something else here.
Got it.
So this is an FTP file server that's provided by the Chiba University in Japan.
Mhm.
This isn't from any space agency. They have their own antenna, and they capture data directly from the satellite, and they make it available. Basically, you can come in here and get the raw data, and it has a 5-minute delay from the capture time. I've waited here in F5 a lot, and it's a 5-minute delay.
5 minutes after they picture, you get the full picture there?
Yeah, each of these pictures is within one spectrum. So if you take one red picture, one green picture, one blue picture, and then you put them all together, you have a color picture, right? So
Can you open one so we can see what it looks like?
So these here, they are in a format that's annoying to open because it has a lot of data in it with other spectra, the position of the satellites, all in the file. There's a whole document on how to open these, but in this other folder, where they already processed the image for you, you can pick this up. So here you can get the images, not the full color picture, but each of the.
But does that take longer?
The bands, yeah, because you have to process it,
Right.
But they make it available in this folder, the files that they use to produce this file, right? So you could come over here and make sure it's the same file if you wanted to.
Okay.
But they are doing the processing for you. It just takes a little bit, and you can open the pictures yourself here, and I'll open one, and I'll just have to share again the screen real quick.
Yeah.
They look like this.
I didn't see. There you go.
Before more processing, where you put the pictures together to make a color picture. This is a graph of intensity of the luminosity that's picked up by the sensor, because the camera only has a luminosity sensor. It doesn't have colors, right? So it's using physical.
Wait, so Himawari doesn't just take a photo?
It takes several.
But they look like this. It's not a photo like we think.
This is a photo like we think. It's just not a color photo. This is just the way that they process the image.
Okay, gotcha.
You could process it differently if you wanted to process it differently. You could process all three images together to make a color image if you wanted to. But this is the red band of visible light, for example.
Oh, now I see Australia. I didn't even see it before. Okay.
Yeah, so you can see that Australia is greenish.
Mm-hmm.
So it will show up on the final color image as something more reddish. I already looked at the other two pictures. They are always towards the bottom of the spectrum, so blue spectrum on this image.
Okay. I'm going to let you go. Sorry, we got people behind you. Appreciate the call.
You. I just wanted to make sure everybody could see how this data is freely available. Anybody can connect here. I don't even have to put in some sort of login or password to connect to this FTP.
Yeah, send me the link and I'll put it at t.me/Jeranism links for people. Can you do that? Thank you. All right, we got next. What? Pareka? I don't know. Can't get anybody's name right today. Am I getting it? Just butchering that?
Hi.
Pareka. No, I don't know.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Parik. Okay. I see. I can. What's up, Parik? Go ahead. You have 4 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Hi. I'm from Chile. I did my PhD, and I want to say to you that I'm very proud of you, and I've been following you for the last few months or so, and I am proud of you for asking the correct questions and all that.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yep, I said thank you.
Yeah, and there's some things that I've always wanted to say to you, for example, I've looked at other flat earthers and also looked at globe earthers, but I think you asked the correct questions. And even I was when presented with the evidence for the globes and all that, I did the correct thing too. For example, you said that the lunar eclipse proves the thing. So go out and see the lunar eclipse and then you see what happens and all that. So I think it's the right way to go, to ask the correct questions and not to follow the mainstream and all that. And I think you are the only one among the globe or the flat earthers who do the correct thing. That's what I wanted to say to you. And in future, if you want to say, for example, do more experiments about this, and I wish I could be a part of it.
Okay, well, thank you. That's nice of you.
Yeah, and I wish that we went to Antarctica together. I was very jealous of you guys all of the time. And also, I would like to point out other things. For example, like the Orion and the way we see the Orion. It also.
Wait, you lost me. What did you say? Orion?
Orion, yeah, the Orion.
The what?
The constellation.
Oh, Orion. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. For example, I've not seen many people cover this all the time, and I was thinking of something. For example, maybe open another YouTube channel or something. So, and I don't really like the way the other YouTube channels kind of attack the flat earthers and all that. But I was thinking of something kind of in a more educational sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking if I could get in touch with you in the future, and we could, and get ideas from you to do something like this.
Sure. You have Telegram or no?
I think I have a Telegram. I haven't seen that for a while, but I can send you something over there.
Yeah. Just at Jeranism. That's the best way to get in contact with me. It's the only thing that I can kind of look at daily. Everything else gets pushed aside. So, but that's the best place to look at. And yeah, I'm all for that. I mean, I think that the problem becomes if Flat Earth remains how it's been, they are closed off to anything educational, right? So like people like I Can Science That, or Flat Earth Math, or those guys who used to try and do education, they don't get views because
that's true.
Yeah, because flat earthers have already they know the truth. They don't need so they just look for ways to attack the globe. But they don't even look at anything that's coming out against their model. If they did, I mean, we wouldn't be here still.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, I take classes over here in the university, and my objective is this. Like, for example, when I learned physics, I didn't like the way they taught it. Like, okay, there are things that are true, of course, but I wish there was another way to kind of with more visualizations and all that, and then I'm sure that there will be more people who are interested. And instead, I mean, for example, I also learned some things about the globe from your channel, which I didn't have from mainstream school and all that.
Well, and I could imagine that because I saw something like I don't like the way the Globers taught it. Like when they go and say that we build bridges with the curvature of the Earth in mind, and they say that it's 4 centimeters different on the top, I'm like, shut the hell up. You would never build a bridge with 4 I mean, you would just build the bridge. And now if you're saying that mathematically, by the time we're done, you could mathematically figure out that the tops are 4 centimeters different than the bottom, okay, great, say that. But they actually try and pretend that we take it into account, which is just insane. It's just the thought of that to me is just laughable because that bridge changes, the Verrazano Bridge, by over a foot winter to summer. That's how much variance there is because of just the weather difference. So to say 4 centimeters, which is like an inch, that was planned for is just a joke. It's just not true.
Yeah.
Same thing with when you're running canals and things like that. You don't need to know the curvature of the Earth to build a canal. Just like I said with the football fields, right? The canal only curves 1/10 of an inch every 2 football fields. So why would you need to include that in your plans? You just build the damn canal. So that if they were just honest like that, I think people would get it. If you just told people about the Earth being so big that everywhere's flat, rather than argue with them about no, it is curved and we can see the curve. And I mean, Toon and FTFE did a debate on my show where they argued that the ice of a hockey rink is curved.
Yeah, not everything they say is actually exactly correct. That I do. But yeah, I mean, there's a truth to everything. So
yeah. Go ahead. I'll give you 20 seconds. Then we gotta go.
Yeah, okay. I think I told you more or less what
Okay.
I want to.
Yeah, reach out on Telegram.
Last thing, maybe
yes.
if you give me 10 seconds, I will say something.
Go ahead.
I'm very grateful for the footage from Antarctica. I mean, it's almost like I went there, and it's even have more footage from my uncle's trip to Hawaii. So, I mean, I'm really grateful to all of you who went there and contributed to the streams and the videos.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm very thankful too to all of them because thank you. I mean, if people haven't heard me already mention it, that my time lapse did not come out right. I can release it. It's just about 14 hours, and there was problems. I mean, I sent the camera and the card back to the owner, owner of the company, and he looked through the logbooks and he gave me a rundown of what happened, and basically said that the power went out at like 2:30 in the afternoon. Luckily, I got the whole entire south wall. The whole entire south wall is or the south part is in my footage. But that sucks. That was like my main reason of going down there, right? So if it wasn't for McKeegan and for Duffy and those guys getting the 24-hour time lapse, it could have been trouble. So it actually is a good thing we went down with so many people. I'm happy with that. I mean, I'm happy that I got the southern part of it, but the guy's not even right. I mean, I tried telling him, I said, it didn't lose power because the other thing, the thing that followed the sun, doesn't even have a battery. I said it had to be plugged into the power the whole time, and it went through the whole 24 hours. It did a complete turn. It never was off the sun. So I said, so it didn't lose power, and then he's like, oh, well, did you use the cable that came with the camera? I'm like, no, the cable that came with the camera didn't reach to the box, so I got a different one. So he's like, oh, that's why. So he's basically just blaming me because I used the wrong cable. So I'm like, so what do you mean? Like, because it's a longer cable, it didn't carry power to the camera? I mean, it's just ridiculous, but it's too late now. Like, what are you going to do? Cry over it? So, and the other thing was my time lapse, and nobody even mentioned this to me, and I never even thought about it. Think about how the sun went from 15 degrees to 35. So I've got a tracker that moves with the sun, but I never even thought about the fact that the camera would move where the sun was. So as the sun was low, you could see the horizon. Then as the sun starts to go high, the camera tilts up, and before you know it, the horizon's gone. Now you just look at the sun in the sky. It's like, that's not at all what I wanted. So I'm just saying, I'm happy that the guys did the work that they did too. And, I still have to release all my photos and all my infrared stuff. But that was pretty upsetting. That's not... So I've actually made a point. I already made one phone call. I got to send a couple more emails. But I think it's important to get a camera down there 24 hours a day for 4 months next year. And I don't think there's any reason that Union Glacier should decline that. I don't know what the cost is going to be, but I don't think it's going to be that crazy. But I do think that they can easily get a camera down there with a, Starlink's $5,000. The camera, you probably get a good one for $1,000 or $2,000. The solar, what do you call it? The Starlink and the solar power. Anyway, I don't think it should be very expensive. I'm not talking, it shouldn't be $100,000. And that's important to get that up there on a website. Union Glacier can have it on their website where people can go and watch a turning camera of the sun at all times. But that's kind of my, I don't know, way of making up for not having. So it sucks, but at the same time, what are you going to do? It's not necessarily, and again, and I have to blame myself because I didn't think the trip was going to happen. So as the date kept getting closer, I was like, no, they're going to cancel it. They're going to cancel it. And then it gets to be like 3 weeks out. It's like, fuck, I got to get this stuff together. So, and then it was like, rushing around, getting everything. If it was here on time, I, put it out for testing out in the front. But again, I never tested with the cold air. The guy said, oh, the cable could have gotten brittle and just the connection wasn't good. And so, yeah, that sucks. And it was so bright that the camera has a little flashing light on the top, and I would always look at the side because on the side I could see the battery pack down below. I would see it had power. So I would know that the camera still had to have power, because how could the camera have no power if it's plugged into the battery pack that has power? Well, I guess that is the problem, that somewhere around 2:30, so it starts around 11 at night and carries around through the south, comes around to the north, goes up, hits about 2:30, and then it just stops there. And the guy gave me a rendition of what happened through the logs, and he had everything right till he said, and then at 2:30 it lost power. I'm like, no, it didn't, because we went all the way till 11:30 at night, and my camera, my sun tracker, went all the way through. And he's like, oh, well, maybe it picked up on battery power. I'm like, no, there is no, on that sun tracker, you can either have batteries or you can have power. You can't have both. In fact, the casing for the batteries, you have to take that out to put a plug in. So then it works on power, or else you have to take that plug out and put the batteries in. So his whole idea of, oh no, I'm like, no, it had power the whole time. That brick had power the whole time, and the camera was plugged into it the whole time. And I thought it was supposed to last like a lot longer than that, but again, he's like, no, it's the weather. It's so cold that the batteries run out quick. So anyway, it was supposed to last a lot longer because the camera has both batteries and power. So long story. All right, let's go to, we already did him. RG the artist. What's up, RG? You're muted.
Oh yeah, sorry about that.
There you
man.
go. What's up?
Long time no hear from. How are you?
Good. We just talked recently, didn't we? Maybe not. I don't know.
It's been a few, not recently. No, I watched. Sorry, man, I'm stretching.
No problem.
I'm about to crash out. Yeah, but yeah, man. Hey, I haven't heard anyone mention like perspective or plasma or things that, and the firmament. Of course, you would have to have that handy if it was bouncing off of a firmament, right? That's what the speculation is anyway about how the light works and all that down there. I have no clue because I haven't been there, but
right.
Do you think if you were inland, looking north, and the sun rose or not rose, but just southeast to what'd you say, southwest, it went over behind you a little bit?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. So
well, I mean, it has to go above us because if we're on the tropic, that's right above our head. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. If you pull up that AE map, I think you had out earlier, and draw that circle again around where you were standing,
Right.
and then stand that. If you were in 3D software, you could stand up that circle, right? And
Right.
now it's going right in an arch motion. If it was the firmament, like a rainbow, right? You have to follow rainbows
Yes.
from what they call a glory rainbow in the north, because
Right.
if it was 3D rendering, that small circle would be up top, of the firmament and only going so far around. And then as you work your way south, it would get like an arch and then smaller and smaller and flatter until the south. Now, you guys were 80 degrees, so you wouldn't have been able to see that if it went all the way behind you. What I'm trying to say is if you were more inland, right, you would see something totally different than what you guys seen, right?
No, it would just tip up to where
would be a lot closer.
No, it would just tip
to
up
the
to where it was the
horizon, right?
same height all the way around. So where we were, the sun was
Right.
35 in the north, 15 in the south. So if we kept going south, it would just pop up. It would go 16 in the south and 20, 34, then 17 and 33. And it would eventually get to, I think, 25 and 25, meaning that the sun would just be perfectly the same height all the way around you, which is the South Pole. It's the only place where that happens.
Yeah, there was this. Somebody had a friend that was showing the season of the sun, like at the South Pole.
Mhm.
Man, that was interesting. But
The what?
the snow started to melt. It was very interesting what he showed. Like,
What do you mean the sun started to melt? It doesn't ever get below freezing there.
no, melted the snow. It was like
At the
a whole
South
lot
Pole?
less snow on the building days. Yeah. At the building day he kept coming out of his job, he would go up on top of the actual trailer and do some 360 stuff. But
But it wasn't
once every month.
That wasn't more inland. That was more outland, right? More inland. I don't think it would.
No, the actual South Pole, like the geographic South Pole, not the magnetic.
In the summer.
Kind of like the.
I don't think it snows in the summer.
Well, no. The summer that you experienced, right? The December.
Okay.
Remind me again.
Yeah, December.
17th,
But you said something about it got hot enough to melt ice or snow. It doesn't ever get. It doesn't get above 32, but it doesn't even get above 0 at the pole. So it would never even come close to melting snow. So I mean, that's where I'm confused.
No, it wasn't as much snow anywhere on his deck. Like when he first walked out, it was kind of like a freezer door, which is wild to think about. But
Gotcha.
yeah, I just wanted to mention perspective, if you don't mind, please. If you drew a straight line across the TV to the other corner to corner, right, and then did that the same and drew an X, okay, and then you drew where it had 8 points, like a plus sign going across that X, and that was your pupil, that convergence point, and you moved your pupil you keep your head still, but like look upwards. That whole center line, your horizon is now moved, right? And then you move your head, and even more, like turn to the side, the whole sun would disappear. So I think a lot to do with your personal perspective as well would play a part in why it acted the way it did, right? Or the 360 software. It's tough to say, right? But perspective plays a huge part in that.
Huge part in what?
If you follow the sun, your center point of your pupil.
What does that have to do with anything? I mean, we've all been outside. We've all watched the sun. So go pretend like you went outside tomorrow.
Right, well,
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah, but what you're saying just doesn't jive. The sun does not change your perspective. Think about it. If you watch the sunrise tomorrow, watch the sunrise, and then watched it all day, nothing you do with your eyes and perspective is going to make the sun do anything weird. The sun's on a path. So I don't understand what you're saying.
Right. It goes up and down kind of like a sine wave.
Right. So now,
a sine wave. The camera follows that, and that's the only footage there is, right? Other than your personal perspective, there would be a totally different result, right? If your
sun
head
just goes around.
was to the back of the sun. I'm saying if you followed the sun with the back of your head instead of your pupil,
Okay.
you would never see the sun, right? You would only see daylight. But if your personal experience, is going around what the camera recorded, then that's the only perspective you would ever have, right? You would never know what's behind you. I'm just getting off in the weeds, but man, thank you for the time. I just wanted you to think about the perspective. Oh yeah, hey, and timeanddate.com, like the time zone, there is no Union Glacier Camp, but there is old
just
maps that say Dome A, Dome B, and Dome C.
Yeah,
Did
those
you
are
get
what
to
they
see
call
any
mountains.
of those while you were out there?
No, I mean they're
Like the
just
military bases? Yeah.
no. I didn't see any of those. No military bases.
That's what's up, man.
All
Hey,
right.
I wish you well, Jeran.
Thank you.
I'll holler at you, buddy. I'm gonna crash, but thank you.
All right, later. Okay, so
Later.
I'll show you this real quick. I just want to show you. This is my time lapse. I just brought it up. So kind of over here. It's not the prettiest of all them, but it is what it is. Where's my browser? Nope, not that one. This one? Nope. This one. There we go. It's over there. So this is mine. Hasn't put any music to it or anything, but oops, tried to drag it like it's a 360. Oh, so this is at the beginning. You'll notice that it is going off the camera, and then I realize that, and I come over and fix it. But this is at 23, and I actually have the timestamp on the a little bit so you can see that. There we go. So mine's already timestamped. That's from the camera, not done post. But this is me realizing it, and then I come and fix it. Now it's going pretty well. I think it stays here, right? So the good thing is this is south. That's about south, right? I'd say where those two posts are is south. So there, it's south. And again, I thought this was pretty good. Just when it comes back around to the north, then it starts falling off the horizon, because you'll notice that you can't really see. This is perfectly centered with the camera. I guess that's a better light. Then you can't see. Let me make it smaller. Come on. There we go. Just trying to get it so you can see it's perfectly lined. Move it down a little bit. I can't really see. Anyway, it stays perfectly in the center of the camera, which is great. But I never thought about the fact that now the sun's going to start heading up, right? So it was at its lowest at 15 degrees. Now it's going to start heading up to 35. So the camera starts following it, which pissed me off. And again, when I kept checking it, I would come and make sure that it was lined up with the sun. Yeah, it's lined up with the sun. Yeah, it's lined up with the sun. But I never wasn't paying attention to the horizon line. So you'll see now we're eating up the horizon because the sun's getting higher, so the camera's following the sun. And it is going to just take us right to where you can't even see the horizon. I think you can always see it a little bit, but not much. So this is nice. At least having the time on there is good. The camera records that on there. But this is raw file. I mean, there's nothing, what do you call it, edited. But you see how we're losing the horizon? So that pissed me off. I mean, right away. And then to realize that the other files, they're just black files. They have nothing in them. Because it basically, and the other thing that pisses me off about this camera is it won't record more than a gigabyte. I guess that's a safety feature, so you don't record a whole timeline. See how it's leaving the horizon? Pissed me off. Anyway, so it goes all the way to like 2 or something in the afternoon. But I was happy I got the south. That's the part that doesn't exist on a flat Earth. So the fact that that is the same sun that's in the north. There's no sun coming around from over here that has to meet up with this sun, right? That's what would it take if there's some, this is a fake sun. Dave Weiss said they're just using a laser to shine this in the sky. It's ridiculous. He actually said that you just need a 10-mile radius. A 10-mile radius to shine. It's like, what are you talking? There's other people in Antarctica. It's not just us. So anyway, let's go back to the phone. I want to get out of here pretty soon, and we are falling behind. Let's go to fake Flurf. That's like a Smurf. Fake Flurf Smurf.
Hey, thanks for having me, Jeran.
How are you?
Big respect for you, man.
Thanks.
Thanks for everything you do. So, I'm going to be straight up with you.
Okay.
There's a nasty rumor going on.
Okay.
And I heard the story, and I just want you to have a chance to clarify what really happened.
Okay.
Some people are saying that there was a tug of war over a camera, and the camera broke, and that's why certain footage hasn't come out yet. Can you provide any clarity to that?
Yes, if we're talking, are you talking about Witsit's camera?
I have no idea. To be honest, I'm on the outside looking.
Well, I don't know what you're exactly talking about. So the only thing that happened was on the plane flight, and you can hear it in my footage, in my timeline, in my chest cam footage. Austin says that he doesn't have a clip for his P900 or something. So he says, I don't know how I'm going to use the P900. I don't have a clip for the tripod. So I said, oh, I've got a clip on my P900. You can use it when I'm not using it. So I was going to, the little connector piece at the bottom. Oh, people can't see it. Hold on one second. Is that the right camera? Stream out. Okay. So he said, I said, yeah, you can use mine. Okay. So then he also didn't have a solar filter for his camera. So I had one for mine. I've got a P900. So I said, you can use my solar filter. So we were doing, so he took my little clip, put it on his camera, and it was on the tripod. It was outside, whatever, the first or second day when we were at the halfway camp. And we were looking off in the distance, and we were trying to take pictures of something. And I thought it was my camera. And he started to do something, like move the tripod or something, but he was doing it in a way that I thought was going to damage. Oh, no, I know what it was. He was moving the camera up to look at the sun, but I thought that was my camera, and I thought that I had already given him the solar filter, so I thought he was going to damage my camera, right? So he's moving it up to look at the sun. I was like, no, you don't have the solar filter on there. So as I grabbed his camera, it snapped off the tripod. So the bottom of his camera broke off onto the little clip. So then he couldn't use his camera on the tripod anymore. But he was like trying to make me feel bad about it the whole time. But I was like, dude, you didn't have a clip anyway. So it's not my fault that I gave you my clip and then broke it off your camera. But I didn't think it was a big deal. It was just, he was saying, well, now I can't use my camera. I said, well, then use mine or whatever. But I said, but don't blame me that I thought that was my camera. And I thought you were pointing it at the sun without a solar filter on it. I didn't want to lose my camera. So I grabbed it. And he was like, if you're moving a tripod up, he's like moving it up to the sun. And I grabbed the camera to stop him from moving it up, and it snapped off. Now, again, I don't know if that's what you're talking about. You mean that's a tug of war?
That must be the story. Because, I hear things left and right, and you just provided the information that anybody might be interested in.
Okay. Yeah,
So
I think that's the only thing
clarifying
that people might be
I have
interested in.
another question.
So I snapped it off. Yes.
That makes a lot of sense. I appreciate it.
Yeah, total accident. I mean, shit happens.
My other question is Candace Owens.
Yep.
How is this footage going to look from her camera crew? Are you guys doing like full-blown interviews?
You're talking about the documentary?
Yeah, like how involved are you with it in this documentary?
Not at all, other than we have final edit permissions.
So you're not going to be in it?
That's my plan. It depends on what kind of documentary it is. So this guy Jonathan is a flat earther, and I don't know if you saw him. He was on with Flatzoid. He's been on a couple shows. He says that he's going to present a equally where he's showing both the theories on both sides. So I mean, I can't say that until I've seen it. So I don't want to tell you I won't be in it, and then he produces a good documentary. I'm like, you know what, that's good. I'll let that go. I can't say that yet. If it's meant to make me look bad or make people look dumb, then I won't be a part of it. But the problem with that is if I'm not a part of it, then they can easily just say in the documentary, oh, and this guy who became a flat earther, became a globe earther after, doesn't want to be in the documentary. Which I don't know what people would consider. I mean, it's one of those damned if you do, damned if you don't. People will hate me either way. So kind of doesn't matter to me.
That's all I got for you, man.
Okay.
I appreciate you answering my questions.
Anytime.
I might have more for you in the future another time, right?
I'm always here. Later. Tone Blair. What up? What the hell is that? Oh, I thought I thought I was going to see something scary there.
No, I'm driving. I'm in the dark. Can you hear me?
Yep. Be careful, though. Keep your eyes on the wheel. 10 and 2.
No, I'm fucking reckless, bro.
Oh, shit. I'm glad I'm not on the road then.
Hey, man, I got a bunch of random ass shit to say, man.
Okay,
I don't even know really where to start, but man, the sun observation down there, if it really is true, I don't know or not. I wasn't there, but it looked fucking real to me. I don't know, right? And I feel like you are a trustworthy person. Like I'll trust you. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And this observation, it's kind of hard to fucking trump. It's like the fucking big one. It's like, sure, all the other flat Earth observations make a lot of sense, and it's like, fuck, man, it must be flat. But this one is hard to explain. It's like almost unexplainable on a flat Earth, and it's like, well, fuck. All the other shit goes out the window. The curvature, the water, all this shit. It's like, fuck, man, we can't explain the sun. And then I'm like, you know, hearing all this shit, like, oh, it's fake, this, the shadows and all this. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's just like the fucking moon landings. And I'm like, well, fuck, man, I don't even know what to fucking believe anymore, bro. Like, the video's too fucking crazy.
Yeah.
I don't even know. And then it's like, well, fuck, maybe I got fooled. Like, we got fooled. Like, we thought the earth was fucking flat, but it's not. And then, you know, you're like Jesus with flat earth. So now it's like you switched up, which is understandably so. Now, like, you're Jesus saying, like, no, Satan's the real king, even though it's not really the case. And I'm not saying you're Satan or anything like that.
Right.
But now motherfuckers are disappointed, like, fuck, Jeran's done flipped on us. Like, what do we do? And it is kind of a little sad thing. And it's like, fuck, man. It's like, I really like Jeran. I want to be on Jeran's side. But fuck, man, I thought I was a flat earther. And then it's like I realized, bro, like, I don't know shit, bro. I don't know. And it's almost like a big waste of fucking my life worrying about the shape of the goddamn earth when I should be doing more constructive shit.
That's what hit me. I mean, what hit me is that if we've been wrong this whole time, then I'm looking at it like that's a waste of 10 years. That is a complete it's just a waste. And people say, oh, no, it's not. And yeah, I learned a lot along the way, and I learned a lot about the earth, and I learned a lot about people, and I learned a lot about conspiracies. But I then sit back and I'm like, okay, so that's why people are like, oh, are you going to be, a glober now? Are you going to teach a globe? I'm like, no, I don't. There's no benefit to me of teaching the globe. What is the benefit to me of that? I was trying to help people because I thought the earth was flat. And so I was trying, since nobody else was talking about it, I was like, okay, I'll talk about it. And I figured, like my wife and I talked about it the other day, we're like, we thought somebody was going to come along and disprove this very early on. But what happened was, instead, people started getting on board, and then more evidence started to show up to the point where we're like, oh shit, the earth could be flat. And then the more we dug into it, it was like, oh shit, the earth is flat. And I want to call something the Whitsitt effect, is that I do think that when Whitsitt came along, he was so smart that to me, I was like, oh, it's in the bag. If Whitsitt thinks it's flat, it's in the bag. And that was not smart. I mean, I'm not saying anything bad about him. He's very smart. He can debate anything over, it's like somebody told me, are you going to debate Whitsitt? I'm like, I would never debate Whitsitt. Are you fucking kidding me? That guy's, king at debating. So, but I think that maybe people just got the whole time, like we should have saw when the Southern Stars didn't really work. That was the first cue that we should have been like, okay, let's take a step back and really think about this. But instead, we were just all so gung-ho that we shelved it, that we said somebody will figure it out. And then circumpolar stars in the south came up. Shelve it. Somebody will figure it out. Then Jake says the sun sets south of west. Oh, it's a dome. It's because of the dome. So we just kept making excuses from then on. At least that's what I saw it as. Not at the time. At the time, it was like somebody will work on this. But then I kind of realize now there was never anybody working on anything. Like nobody was doing anything. So whereas at the early on, we had to do a lot of research. There was a lot of research. Because there was no such thing as live streaming, my only option was to do research, make a video, and put out a video. And that took a lot of time. Whereas now, people can just get away with doing live streams where they don't have to do any research. They just talk. And this is why everything changed to about other people, right? Because if you're going to talk about the evidence, you have to do research on the evidence, or else you'll expose yourself as being not researched. But if you're talking about other people, you can get away with that. So that's why these channels who just talk about other people the whole time and do interviews is because they're lazy. They don't want to do any research. So that's the truth. I mean, I won't name any channel names. There's channels out there that only do interviews and only talk shit about other people. The reason for that is because they don't have to do any research. So everybody is just taking the easy way out. It's not getting worked on. And then when this ultimately happened, I was like, oh shit, it's not that it's just not getting worked on. It's that it will never be explained. Once I saw how it all worked, I'm like, oh shit, the South is just the opposite of the North. That's a globe. As above, so below. That's a globe. The North is just a opposite of the South 6 months later. What other shape would do that? It just doesn't work on a flat earth. So it sucks because I also feel like a flat earther, and I like flat earth for the anti-authoritarian position, right? The anti-establishment position. I like being a flat earther and saying fuck you to the mainstream and fuck you to teachers and everything like that. Now, at this point, you're like, okay, I see the problem with that, and it's a condition of the news lying to us, and there's a lot of lies going on. So it's very
Well,
I can see why I developed
you know, another thing too, man. No, and I'll admit this. I'm sure a lot of people won't, but I did feel like I was fucking special because I knew the Earth was flat. Like, oh, you guys just don't know.
Yeah,
You
I've
guys
heard
ain't
that.
smart enough yet. You still think it's a fucking globe.
Right. So is
You
it like
know,
think of this, like, I'm not saying that we're less intelligent than people who went to school, but if you're talking about book smart, right? Somebody who went to school has more book smarts on their subject than we do. We didn't go to college or whatever. Okay, so it's also our chance to kind of, I think that we felt like, oh, look what happened to you. You went to school and you got indoctrinated. I didn't, and I was able to find this truth because it was hidden through indoctrination. So I see what you're saying, that does make you kind of feel I didn't like when the Globers said it, when they're like, you guys just want to feel special, because it's like, no, we're telling everybody about it. Like, I'm not hiding it for myself. I'm actually going on my channel telling the world. But they're right in the fact that it was like, oh, you guys can't see it, so I need to be the one to explain it because you guys can't see it because you're indoctrinated. You went to school and you believe everything they say. So it's a weird position because the Globers, the way they act too, is they didn't help anybody. That's why I told Toon and FTFE, I said, nobody who's ever become a Glober is so abrasive that you make people turn into flat earthers. And they admitted full on, they're like, oh, our goal is not to convert flat earthers. Like, that's not our goal. The goal is to make it look so silly that anybody who's getting into this looks at our channel and says, oh my God, it's so silly, I don't want to be a flat earther. So they said, we're not trying to convert flat earthers because we think flat earthers none of them ever have converted because they just are so sold on their own beliefs. So it's this whole dynamic that's kind of weird.
well, it's kind of like teams, bro. Like my
Yes.
team is better than your team.
That's what it all is. I mean, look.
And you know, even now, I'll tell you this too, bro. Like, I can appreciate what you're saying and saying it's a sphere, and the observations kind of point to that. And you're coming up with all these tools and models to explain your reason, which you did with the flat Earth too, right? You had
Yep.
all these good reasons why it was fucking flat.
Well,
And
except
so
for the
now,
fact.
well, hold on.
Okay.
And now you're saying all these good reasons why it's a sphere. And yeah, like, fuck, I trust Jeran, so maybe it is a sphere. But really, like,
No, I don't think you should just.
my own opinion on this is like, I don't fucking know, bro. I don't fucking know.
So here's my advice. I would just say that I'll come up with some ideas or whatever, but there is ways that I realize now that you don't need NASA, you don't need the news, you don't need mainstream, you don't need professors. That with just your eyes and the sun and observing it, that I think you can get to the shape of the Earth. So I want to present that in a way that just says, just do this, go outside. Like I said, the hard part is that if the sun was just stationary in the sky, it would be one thing. But the problem is that the sun changes every day. So it's not like you can just walk towards the sun, calculate 70 miles, see that it dropped a degree, because actually it also moved a degree in that day. But coming up with a way that I can show people where you can see what the sun does and how it operates. And then once you see that, you'll just realize that it cannot happen on a sphere. I mean, on a flat Earth. It can only happen on a sphere. So.
No, I like how you said like the sun is a compass, which I never thought about before.
Me neither.
And so I understand what you're saying with that, man. And you know, I'm the type of person that's like, I got to see some shit. I still got to see the globe, bro. Like, to really fucking know.
Yeah.
Take me to fucking outer space and let me see the fucking globe. And then that's when I'll be like, fuck, it's a globe.
Right.
But you know, that's not gonna happen, right? I'm not going to fucking outer space anytime soon.
But I think what you said is right, though. Don't. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what team you're on. It's not a salvation issue.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even give a fuck no more, bro. It's like, you know what? I wasted so much fucking time listening to fucking flat earth shit when I could have been applying myself, learning some other skill that would advance my fucking life. And like, honestly, it's interesting and I like it, man. And it's fucking like, where are we fucking really? What is this place? But it is kind of a big waste of time. Who gives a fuck? I still got to fucking go to bed and take a shit, bro. You know what I mean?
I felt bad because, you know, we here we are making fun of guys who like watch sports, right? But really, we're just doing the same thing. We're on
totally.
We're on teams.
And we think we're better than the team, the sports guys.
Right.
Like, oh, those stupid ass sports guys.
Right, but who actually
it's
learned
the same
anything?
Ass shit, bro.
So my friends who spent the last 10 years watching sports and me, we both have gotten nothing done in 10 years.
Right.
So we both, you know, like, was I really that much better?
I do want to say this though, man, and I'll bounce.
Okay.
But you know, I feel like your viewership has probably picked up a bit because now you're very controversial.
Oh,
you're
no,
probably the fucking most famous flat earther right now, bro. And I think that really is going to benefit you in the long run, like even financially, which you may or may not want to accept that or even say that, but I think it will for you, man.
I don't know about that. I mean, I don't think that's the case, because Globers don't like me, and now Flat Earthers don't like me. So where's the money coming from?
And that's why all eyes are on you now, man, because the viewership is even crazier. So I think that is happening, man, whether you admit it or not.
Okay.
Well,
we'll see.
It seems like your shit is busier. It's like, oh, all of a sudden he's got like more viewers now.
Well, yeah,
So,
and I also,
and I think that's a good thing, though, bro.
Me
You
too.
know what I mean? I'm not hating on that.
when I cut my shows down too, right? So I cut everything to just the Friday show. This show I'm doing.
No, I couldn't wait. I was like, oh, I'm gonna call in today for sure.
Nice. Well, thank you for doing that. I'm gonna let you go because I got
All
four
right,
people
man.
behind
Well,
you.
keep up. I'll holler at you
Later. All right. Next is Pick Me Jeran. Nice name.
Ooh, hey Jeran, how's it going?
Good yourself.
Good, good. Hey man, I just picking off the last caller. You're saying you think the Globers hate you. I'm a Glober myself. I find you the most entertaining of all the folks that went on TFE.
Thank you.
I mean, to be honest, like I don't know why people watch MC Tune or whatever. If you believe in the globe, like why are you just watching something that's just confirming that? Whereas watching you, well, I found entertaining was here's something I just believed when I was like 5 years old. Right? Never questioned it, nothing. Didn't really even know Flat Earth kind of existed. That's how bad I am on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was like it was almost like revisiting a childlike discovery and awe, right? And it made me appreciate why we know it's a globe now. I didn't know like you can determine it's a globe because of the things in the sky. That was interesting to me. For me, it's like, oh, you show me a picture from space. Here's a live footage from the ISS. Oh, great. I guess it's a globe. Whatever.
Yeah.
I just believe it that way. So
that's funny that you mentioned that. I thought a guy told me yesterday on Telegram. He said, "Do you think there's a chance that this has all been done so that people learn the globe?" He said because at the end of this, he thinks it's going to go that people will come to the globe realization. So he's like, so maybe this was all meant to be like, because he said, don't you think people have done more science the last 10 years? People that would have never done science before, whereas the people who would have done science still did science, but the people who were flat earthers and I was like, I don't know, because I don't think that necessarily many flat earthers did great science, but they were out and caring about the world where they didn't before. So maybe, I don't know if that could be a psyop, but interesting that you said that because it kind of gave you a new childlike wonder. It definitely made me appreciate the sky again and the moon, things that I didn't even care about before. I was 35 years old. I don't think I ever even cared about the moon for a fucking 5 minutes. So, to be honest.
True. And how these ancient Greeks, etc., were able to figure this out just by looking at the sky. It is quite remarkable.
Pretty remarkable, but they also had nothing else to do. So.
Well, neither do we. You said we're watching sports.
There you go.
The
See,
time,
yeah,
right?
exactly. Yeah, true,
I'm more interested in the Luka Doncic trade than anything else.
What the hell is going on with that, man? Jesus.
But hey, I did want to mention two recommendations, right?
Okay.
Is you're saying how flat earthers are going more into live streams, that's what generates the revenue. I think it'd be really good if you put like a 10-minute video together. You have done great research going to Antarctica and just laying down why your position has changed. And I thought just your little analogy of how you could find the South Pole. You don't need NASA, you don't need any fancy technology. Just by looking at the sun, you can get to the South Pole. I thought that was quite intriguing. And,
the crazy thing about that is nobody told me that. That was something that came to me that night where I just was kind of thinking of the sun being at its lowest point and like, wait, that is the south. And then I kind of started thinking, where if I was somewhere else in Antarctica, what would it look like to them? I'm like, wait, they would all have the same view, just depending on how close you were to the pole or not would be how much the tilt was. But you could always know where the lowest part was. And then it just hit me like, oh man, and if we walk there, how many times would I have to do it? And I was like 69 times. I think I got to 10 degrees, right? So if it's 35.15, I just kept going until it was 25.25. And then from there, I'm like, oh, 25, so 10 degrees times 69 is 690 miles, and we're 690 miles from the pole. So it's like, oh, shit, that works perfect. And then it kind of hit me that no matter where you were in Antarctica, you could go towards the southern part of the sun's orbit, and everybody would meet at the same place, and then it was over.
So I think that's really cool. If you can articulate that in 5-10 minute video, I think people that want to know this, flat earthers, whatever, I'm assuming they have a short attention span. Even though you guys have 3 hour long
I know
live streams, it's I think it will be better packaged in a 5
Yeah,
minute
that's my
video.
plan. So I don't know if you heard the beginning of the show. I gave my eight things that you don't need NASA for to prove the shape of the Earth, and I'm going to do a video like 5 minutes on each one.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. You're totally on top of it. The second thing is this childlike wonder of fascination why I tuned into your show recently is probably going to wear out soon for me. So what would be cool is if you had like also like a list of your top 5, conspiracies or whatever you'd like to confirm or debunk, like let's say moon landing, and maybe the community can think of some final experiments that might be affordable, because I'm not a Mr. Duffy here. Or
Right.
maybe we can find another Duffy
Yeah.
for you to get those knocked off the list.
Right. So I know, I guess we're getting together one other time. I forgot the date. Tuesday, February 25th or something. One final, what do they call it? TFE rewind, I think is what they call it. Okay. So I'll get together with them. But yeah, no, I think you're right. I think that that's a good idea. Like 5 things that I want to dig into, because there's still other conspiracies I'm very interested in, and there's some stuff that I want to research. So yeah, I think it's a good idea.
All right. Hey, good for you. Good on you, and keep going.
Thanks much. Take it easy. All right, we've got Zumare. Did I get that right?
Yeah, that's it.
What's up? How's it going? Thanks for waiting. Sorry it was so long.
Hey, no problem at all. Thanks for having me on. First of all, can I just ask if you can unblock me from your moderators? You blocked me last year.
Yeah, so I didn't block you, but somebody did. But what is the channel name? I'll do it right now.
Zumara.
So just like it's spelled on the screen?
Just in the comments in YouTube.
Thank you.
And I think that was probably some of my comments about working in Antarctica, and I'm not too sure whether they didn't agree with what I was saying, but I've worked down there.
If you went
twice.
against the flat Earth, then you were a shill and probably needed to be removed.
Yeah, possibly. But great job, well done on going down there and experiencing it, because it is an experience, and I tell everybody about it. And one of the things when I got back from Antarctica the first time was I was having a chat to a flat earther, and they said, "Oh, you haven't been to Antarctica. You just think you have. You're not allowed to go to Antarctica." And I'm like, "What?" So this is where it started, and I watched that person pretty much go down and spiral because they just got, trapped in that flat Earth belief.
Right.
And that was consuming them, and I'm like, what is going on here? So it sort of annoys me because all I see the lies. You sometimes say you see lies on the globe side. Well,
now the last 2 weeks, man, I can't even watch flat Earth stuff because I think everything that they're saying is a lie. And the way they kind of go around, dance around the issue and say something else. And I don't want to give names right now. I want to give people a chance to maybe stop that. But yeah, I mean, you can dance around things forever, but none of that's going to make the Earth flat. So you can dance, but I don't know if you watched Dave Weiss with Dr. Shiba. So Dr. Shiba is, he just did an interview with Dave Weiss the other day. And he just lays it out to Dave. He's just like, no, tell me what experiment you want to do. I'll start a symposium. We'll get 5 globe people, 5 flat Earth people. We'll come together. We'll do an experiment. And Dave was like, he was like upset about it because like Dave doesn't want that. Dave wants just the Earth to be flat. But it's like, that's not how things work. You've got to actually bring something to the table and prove it. You have to do something where you can actually do a repeatable experiment. And so I like what Shiba was saying, because that is, I don't like the dancing around everything and let's just talk about it. It's like, no, we got to go do something. And that's what impressed me about Duffy, is that Duffy came to the table like ready to say, let's do this. Okay, well, we're not going to be able to go there. We're not going to be able to afford it. I'll pay for you. And again, you're like, okay, well, this guy's putting his money where his mouth is. I'm not going to bow out. I'm not going to step away. Like, he's willing to do it. I'm willing to go look. So I thought that was impressive of him, at least to follow through and to be, stand up the whole time. Now, whatever people said about him, that's their business. I didn't see anything that people were saying. I just saw the flat Earth fall apart because somebody, and they're like, oh, and this guy just came out of nowhere. It's like, well, what else is going to happen? Of course he came out of nowhere. That's what happens when somebody watches YouTube and then comes onto the scene. So anyway, I'll let you go ahead. I don't know where your clock's
Yeah, no problem. I've been Air Force for 33 years. I've been heavily involved with everything that basically revolves around things like WGS 84, which is, an ellipsoid shape of the Earth.
Right.
Something simple for me is, because I live in Australia, I've actually driven from Newcastle to Perth, and I know that distance is 4,000 k's. And if you look at the flat Earth map, you're going, well, it's got to be 8,000 k's, right? It's twice as wide.
Right.
And that, simplicity of things like that just does my head in. And, flight routes, for example, that's what I'm heavily involved with, because I'm air traffic control, and I even do design of approaches in and out of airports now, including ILSs, which also have to account for the shape of the Earth, for the curvature of the Earth. We have adjustments to make. It's very interesting if you want to go down that rabbit hole. But, flight routes.
What's ILSs?
instrument landing system,
Okay.
where an aircraft has to land when
Right.
they can't see the ground.
Oh, okay. So that's like not possible in Antarctica, from what I heard.
No, that's correct. No, there's
Yeah.
no nav aids down there. It has to be visual. That's why you had that
Right.
decision point where you had to
Correct.
work out whether you're going to fly there or not.
And the way they
based
described
on
it to us
weather.
is that the pilot has complete control. The pilot is in charge of the whole thing. He'll whatever he says
Correct.
goes. So.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's crucial because I'm not too sure, but if you I had a bit of an interview with Toon about Antarctica and working down there as a comms op and understanding and learning about the principles of those operations.
Right.
When you're landing on an ice runway, that runway has to be scarified and has to be, like ice crystals landing on top of it, so that they get a certain amount of friction so that the pilot can brake and safely operate. You've got to, like you just said, Dan, you've got to be able to see the runway. There's no instrument landing aid or system. And he's got a point where he's got to make that decision. Does he continue? Because once they land, they've got to get back out again. So
yeah,
and you've experienced that now.
Yeah, and they said that he's never before taken off from Punta Arenas and not landed. So they like that record going, that he's never taken off and then chosen to go back. He always has been, because he looks at the weather report days ahead, and they're pretty accurate, I guess, with those weather reports. I will tell you though, when we landed, the plane hit the ground and then it did a little jump, and the next land it was a skid. Like you did, and then you were like sliding for a little bit, but then it kind of quickly leveled out. But I mean, I thought that was one of the most impressive things I'd ever been a part of, was just landing on straight ice.
Yep.
Pretty crazy.
When I landed in Wilkins, it was smooth as. I didn't even know we had touched down. It was that smooth.
Wow.
But, yeah, different story. But Wilkins Aerodrome is where I was working near Casey on the Australian side.
Mhm.
That flight route itself from Punta Arenas or Ushuaia goes directly over the South Pole and comes out the Wilkins Aerodrome side, which is on the southern side of Australia. So if you look that on a flat Earth map, that's a distance.
Wait, what
of
flight
80,000
does that
miles.
though?
Beg your pardon?
What flight does that though? I don't think there's flights that actually do that, do they?
There is. As when I was a comms operator down there were several flights that were doing it. I've got friends who fly for Canberra Air, so they're not flying directly from the South Pole to Wilkins anymore because the distance is very
Yeah.
extreme. Like their
I think
range is
that
2,000 miles.
people think that the South Pole, they just picture it being in the center of Antarctica. So it's the way I thought of it too. But then when you really look at it, it's way closer to the Little America side. And
Correct.
then and that's why when Admiral Byrd says that when we flew over the South Pole, there's a continent as big as the United States on the other side that's never been explored. People thought that meant he just meant the other part of Antarctica, right? That's how big it is. The other part of Antarctica past the pole is as big as the United States. Anyway,
The other thing too, at the South Pole, the fuel is super expensive. You've got to cart that fuel all the way there for them to refuel up, and they don't do much there anymore. And they
Right.
take as little fuel as possible, but they fly to Rother now, and then they go from Rother to Wilkins, which is sort of like a halfway step that
Okay.
goes slightly skewed.
Yes,
But if you track South Pole to Wilkins, that's due north. So you've gone due south from Ushuaia or Punta Arenas, and then you've gone due north from South Pole to Wilkins. So that's an interesting concept that a lot of people don't understand.
No, and I think that would be the ultimate, kind of end of it. I would think is that if somebody could charter that plane to do that. But from the girl we talked to at ALS or ALE, she seemed to say that was not something they like to do because they don't want to. Right, they don't want to have. So basically, when they fly down there, they have to fly and land the plane with half of a tank of gas because it's got to then turn around and come right back. So and they don't even like to land planes with gas in them, right? I mean, usually planes land pretty close to empty. I think that they only gas it up to where it's going, and then it gets there. And so,
Plus holding. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So this is different because they have to land with a real half tank of gas, and they're landing on an ice runway that things could go wrong. So she just said that they don't like the idea of flying from Punta Arenas across the South Pole all the way to Australia. That's like 6,000 or 7,000 miles, and you've got no emergency landing area for big planes. At least, wait, is McMurdo have a landing for a 757 or no?
Yes.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, they got a nice runway as well.
Okay, so I mean, it doesn't seem like that's like a 5,000 miles, maybe 4.5. So I mean, I would think that they could do that if you chartered a plane, and I think people would have to be pretty. I mean, it just doesn't work on a flat Earth. It would never work. You're talking about the difference of 6,000 mile flight versus 25,000 miles. So, yeah. Hopefully people see that. I mean, I think that what we did was enough for me. Again, watching the sun basically pop out of being obstructed by the horizon, and then realizing how that works and that I could keep going that way, and how if I kept going that way, that it would just then bend the other way and go back underneath the Earth the other way. Then your north part of your sun's under the Earth. So it kind of was able to be realized in my mind, and that was I described it as a mental
what you
block.
did? You effectively did what the explorers,
500
or even longer did, basically by working out celestial navigation. And I think you should really get amongst it and learn how to do celestial navigation. I teach that.
Okay.
I think you would find that really intriguing now that you know that concept. Then you'd learn how to do the timings from the longitude aspect.
Right. Yeah. And I was talking to Toon about that. He basically said that the way I'm talking about going towards this, that's how those guys found the South Pole. Originally, they just kept going towards the southern sun, and that's what they were racing towards, is to find the spot where the sun was balanced like it is in the north, and they would have known that was the South Pole. So, because they wouldn't add a compass, right? They wouldn't add a compass. The compasses don't really work very well, I think, when you get close to the pole, because it's pointed straight down.
Like when I was at KC, it was about 120 degrees because the magnetic pole is in the ocean about southwest of Perth, and it's moving the whole time. So it's really hard because when you enter that caught between the south magnetic pole and the north magnetic pole, the compass isn't very reliable at all. So
right.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, I appreciate the call, and thank
Thanks,
you.
Mike.
All right. Talk to you later. All right. We got last quarter, maybe our last call. What do you know?
Hey, Jeran.
Hey, how's it going? Good.
Hey, I am a stargazing guide based in New Zealand.
Very cool.
I am in the home observatory.
Look at that.
In Martinborough, North Island of New Zealand, and got the roof rolled off. Beautiful sunny day.
So what are you looking at there? You're looking at the sun, or what is that, a telescope for stars? I can't really see what you got there.
Yeah. So I've got my telescope set up here.
Uh-huh.
Not pointed at the sun, of course.
Good.
But it is pointed at Venus.
Okay.
So I just thought it might be interesting to touch on that point again.
Okay.
Because another caller talked about how we can't see, or how we can see Venus in the night sky.
Right.
So I've actually got it pointed at Venus right now, and it's tracking as Venus moves. I can give you a bit of a view.
Would love that. Let me bring you up on a bigger
So
screen if I
the
can.
telescope is pointed. I can point my phone at the sun, and so the Venus is following the sun across the sky at the moment in the daytime, which means it's going to set after the sun, and we're going to see Venus for a little while just after the sun sets.
And everybody will, based on the location of the Earth in comparison to where Venus is in its orbit?
I'm sorry, can you...
So everybody on Earth, if somebody can see it at night, then everybody can, because it's based on where Venus is and where Earth is in their orbits?
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Gotcha.
Apart from potentially the poles, of course, if you can't see the sun, if you're at closer to one of the poles.
Oh, yeah, that's true. So then somebody at the North Pole would actually see Venus the entire time? Yeah, I guess so.
If in the daytime, if you can point a telescope towards Venus in the daytime and see it, then it's going to be leading the sun across the sky or following the sun around the sky.
What if you're in the North Pole right now and it's 24 hours of darkness there? Would they see Venus for 24 hours?
No. No. So most of the time you're not going to see Venus from the North Pole.
Okay, got you.
Because
when you say it's leading, so it's down by where the sun is.
Well, at the moment, Venus is on the side of the sun, so that it's following the sun across the sky and staying up in the evening sky.
Okay, got you.
Whereas sometimes when it's on the other side of the sun, it's actually rising before sunrise, and we see it in the morning.
Gotcha.
But I've also got it on the screen here. I don't know if
let me see
how well you're going to be able to see it. It's going to be very tiny because it is a tiny.
Is it in a phase right now? It's a Venus phase, or no?
Yeah, it is. So, well, I don't know if you can see that. Might be a lot of glare on the screen, so I'm just
very tiny. I see it a little bit.
Yeah, so
it's like half,
basically like a fingernail.
And is it like half or no?
Look like half. It's a little bit less than half.
Okay.
So it's basically like a little like a fat fingernail. So it's yeah, it's in a phase just like the moon, being closer to the sun than us.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, just.
Do you think it's you find it legit that they say they can bounce radar off that?
I believe so. I'm not certainly not an expert in
No, I just
in radar,
thought
but
that was little things like that. I always like somebody call me out. I'll go wherever, and I want to watch that happen. But no, I mean it's pretty incredible if they can do that.
Yeah.
So that's nice.
Cool.
Yeah, you just how often do you look at the sky with that thing?
So this is well, the telescope you see behind you is like basically my toy, my hobby.
Right.
But I do stargazing tours.
Okay.
So I have to know the night sky really well. I know the southern night sky like the back of my hand.
Right.
The northern night sky, not so much.
Are you mostly clouded over a lot or no?
Well, yeah, it's New Zealand, so yeah, we do have to cancel quite a few.
Yeah, I noticed that in South America. That South America was pretty bad. All the sunrises and sunsets were pretty much. I think they caught one, but most of the part they were pretty cloudy. Which makes sense. It's out over the water, and I get that.
That's right. But then, in South America, you also have the Atacama Desert, where it's sort of astronomy mecca, and you have 300 clear nights a year.
Yeah, I think that people recognizing that the South Pole, celestial pole, stays put in the sky. I mean, that right there is not explainable on a flat Earth. So that's one of the things I want to get across to people is that it doesn't move. They want to tell the story like, oh, but it's different for each place, and it's like, well, yes, because they're in a different location, so it's going to be a further advanced or recessed. But the fact that this pole stays there means that you can't have three people looking south and seeing the South Celestial Pole.
That's right, and it directly corresponds to your latitude on Earth as well. So where I see the South Celestial Pole is 41 degrees above the horizon, and I'm at 41 degrees south.
Right.
And it always stays at 41 degrees above south for me at this latitude, and the stars circle around that point.
And doesn't move longitudinally at all.
No.
Right. That's the thing, because I think that in order for the flat Earth to work, it would need to coast across the sky. It would need to move to where now somebody in South America sees it, and then somebody in, So that's good to know. Thank you for that.
Cool.
All right. Well, appreciate the call.
Okay.
Have a good one.
Thanks a lot. Cheers.
All right, we had some good calls tonight. I think it's good. It's 8:30. That's long enough for me. I'm going to read these super chats real quick. We've got a couple more. Let me see what we're looking at on the screen. Oops, you just got a black screen. You just got a black screen, and black is, once you go black, you never go black again, or something. I forgot how the saying goes. Let's see here. We're going to go with a, I don't know which one. This one. Good enough. By the way, if you want to become a VIP and have some fun with us, what we do is we do a first Friday of the month, which is tomorrow, crypto class. Everybody gets together for a little crypto class, a little talk, usually a presentation or something, and that's at wap.com/Jeranism. And then the first and third Saturday of the month, which already happened last Saturday, and coming up in a week, which will be, I believe, the 14th or 15th. You're never going to believe who is the VIP coming to join us for a hangout. It's everybody's most hated pastor, Pastor Will Duffy, will be there on the 15th. So if you become a VIP, you'll get to hang out with us. We're on the first and third Saturdays of the month. I bring somebody with me, and we just hang out for 3 hours, talk to everybody who's a VIP. They get to ask whatever questions they want. So if you've got things to say to Will Duffy, you should sign up to be a VIP. Go to wap.com/Jeranism. And you get the first and third Saturday of the month for the hangout. You get the first Friday of the month for the crypto hangout. And then we have private Telegram groups. You get access to the 2800 book ebook library, and then a very cool group of people. I lost quite a few, but it's all right. We're still above water. So it's expected. I get it. People are upset. A lot of people wrote messages just saying, there's no way you could believe it. I mean, people that I thought were like good friends that have been with me for 8-9 years just bailed and called me a liar, basically. So, again, if I haven't earned in 8 or 9 years for people to really think twice about calling me a liar, But hey, that's those people weren't friends in the first place. So anyway, wap.com/Jeranism if you want to join the VIP, and that would be awesome. You can also become an affiliate there, where I think I forgot what it is, 15% or something. But there's some people already starting to make money. I saw that WAP's making money. So basically, if you recruit other people, then you get 15% or something for the life of their membership or wherever they're doing it. So some people are starting to do that. You just go in the back room, get a link, and then it automatically pays you from what I'm getting paid. So you actually get paid easy. It's not like I have to pay you. They do it for me. WAP.com/Jeranism. What else do we have going on? If you want to support the show, that'd be great. You can go to Cash App, $Jeranism. My store is almost ready. I don't know if you guys heard. My store was run by Celix, who was shut down by the government due to, I guess, they were involved in that crack.io site that they were selling credit card numbers and things like that. Well, the Celix, which was my pay processor, was their pay processor, but they got their entire server shut down. So talk about a pain in the ass. All my orders, all my products, all my customers, everything was seized. So I had to get a new store, and that's always fun to do, right? And I have to reset everything up from scratch because I don't have any of that material. I never thought that I would lose my entire site. Kind of ridiculous. But if you go to shop.jeranism, it's .com. It's almost ready. I think I just need to fix one payment thing. I'm having some issues with one of the payment things. So the items are there. And you can get consultations. The Tree of Life Moringa. I know a lot of people are, oops, you can't see that. Sorry. Duh. A lot of people love the Moringa. They were like upset, like, I can't get my refill. So it's been working out well for other people. If you're interested in the consultations, all that is here as well. And so that site is, I believe, ready to go, but it might not be taking anything other than PayPal right now. So I'm fixing that. So we got that. My site's up. If you want to go to the website, of course, Jeranism.com has all the links, especially the Telegram group. You can go down here and get all the notifications. Just click here and you'll get the notifications. Telegram, there's the Jeranism chat. Links is that link. We can find stuff for each show. And that is that. Tomorrow we've got the Jeranism show at 3 o'clock. I believe I have okay, I'm going to learn this thing eventually. I'm having some issues with what did I say it was? The external drive did connect on some things, but it didn't connect on this. So I didn't get to do a lot of my favorite sound effects board, but I'll do that next time. I thought that this was on there, but I don't see it. Oh, no, that's Marvin Gaye. What is it? Bob Marley Day, right? Yeah. Not Marvin Gaye. It's going to play a little fun Marvin Gaye, but that's not the right time. But no, that's not Marvin Gaye either. That's, who is that? Charlie Puth or something? Anyway, there we go. I was going to say the Jeranism. There we go. We're talking about Unplugged. That's tomorrow at 3 p.m. Should be a fun one. I'm going to go through those 8 things, lay them out there, and then we've got a couple other fun things. We get to find out who the dirtball of the week is, and that's always fun to find out who is the dirtball of the week. So tune in for that. Anything else? I'm trying to think. No, I believe that's it. All right, let's look at the super chats. We've got, thank you very much to the GBS Warrior, who gifted 1 membership. Then he gifted another membership. Thank you very much. Thank you also to Coney for the 2. Oh, I did that. CHF. We've got Addicted to Gaming for $5. Says, disregarding super chats, have you seen a change in your memberships since TFE PS doubled your money? No. The members went down by like 80. So I think I was at like 200 and it went down to, you know what I cannot believe? You know, Craig has 2,800 members. 2,800. I've never broken 200, but now it's down to like 110 or something. So it's nowhere near as much as it was. But again, that's really $3 a person after Google takes what it is. So it's not really much. Uptick in no, not even in views, because my wife was putting out a video a day and I made her stop. So I have to go through and really clean up the channel. It actually has been cleaned up a little bit. Stuff that I knew was definitely wrong, I took down. I left a couple things up, but that's got to be something I work on, getting that back to, acceptable status, and then also going through the reasons why I got rid of some of that stuff. But no, there's not been an upkick in numbers or money or anything. There was the first night I said I was no longer a flat earther that was like $1,000 super chat, 700 after the Google amount. But besides that, it's just been back to normal. It's all right. I'm going to be here as long as I can and keep going forward. The VIP really helps. Again, if I could ever get a couple hundred there, that's all that I would need. But we've never gotten that high. We got close to, I think we've gotten close to 150, but I lost about 35 after the event. So that's okay. But yeah, the other plan that we have is, I don't know if did I show you the site yet? If you go to Rebels Radio, rebelsradio.com, that's going to be our station that I'm going to be filling here soon. What? Let's spell it right, Jeran. REBELS radio.com. I don't even know how we got that URL. It's pretty amazing. But this thing, it's all jacked up again. Hold on, I gotta move this down here. This is not working. That's the wrong thing. Anyway, so my plan is to kind of do it like a TFR. I don't even know how TFR ever went away. I thought it was a good venue, and I think that kind of thing is still needed. Some sort of a truth radio station where every day you would know the schedule, you'd know who's on. We've got people, I got a person ready to do the morning show 5 days a week. I'm ready to do an evening show 5 days a week. So we are kicking. We got a couple more people coming on. If you're interested in a show, just hit me up on Telegram and let me know what you're thinking of. And we'd be willing to give you a shot, let you get out there. You run it from your house. It's really easy. You just download a piece of software. And then you can even upload MP3s into it. You can even play music as long as it's an MP3. We have our radio has a license to play music, so it just has to be an MP3. But that's pretty awesome. We didn't expect that. So you can actually play music as a DJ if you want. But really, it's more about, we like the word rebels. A rebel is somebody who just has had enough of improper government, tyranny, things like that. So anyway, Rebels Radio, real hosts, real opinions, real rebels. And that is coming soon. I think that the site says March 3rd. That could be. If we get a full schedule. I don't want to start until we have a pretty full schedule. It can have a couple holes in it here and there because we can play replays or music or whatever. But that is hopefully going to be very beneficial to people, and it's still, it doesn't matter if you're a flat earther, if you're a globe earther, it doesn't matter. I'm not what do you call it, gatekeeping that, but we do want people that give us their honest opinion and don't talk about others. That's kind of my only rule. So I get tired of the drama and he said, she said. Just give me your opinion, and it's okay if you're wrong. It's okay if you are out in left field. That's how we learn. That's how we can take what other people say, weigh it against what we believe, and then basically go out and see which one better matches reality. And I think we've gotten away from doing that. We don't get to hear anybody's opinion anymore. It's just everybody talking about others, and that you're getting nowhere. We're just going in circles. And of course, you can always tear apart what somebody says. You can always look at their interview and be like, "Oh, he said this, and why did you mean?" It's just a waste of time. It's a waste of everybody's brain energy. I'm tired of it. I just want to do a radio show where I get to give you my opinion on matters, and then we go on from there. So anyway, that's that. Thank you. We got disregarding. So we read that one. Never thought I would send you a super chat, but here I am wishing you all the best. Thank you, Richard Walker. Appreciate that for £4.99. Coney came back with another $1 California Highway Patrol money. That's nice of you. Stop This Stupidity gave 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Kevin Venture from the Philippines gave $5. Says, don't stop teaching the globe. It is not only for flurfs, but all future wannabe flurfs. Thank you. Please, bro, remember that. You are now helping the future generations. Thank you. Appreciate that. We've got Nomadic, who says, Warren S. says, praise the sun. I do think the sun is important myself, yes. Addicted to Gaming, $2. Thank you very much. And then Addicted to Gaming again says, try this again. I bought a hoodie from your store. Will there be a problem with my order? You bought it from Teespring. No, they're fine. My store, my personal store, is where we fulfill the orders and everything. You got it from Teespring, which they get orders and then they generate the product and then ship it to you, and then I make a buck or two or something like that. So that's awesome. What did you get, a Jeranism shirt or one of the other ones? Because I put a joke on there, I put shill on it, and then of course I hear channels saying, "Oh, he wouldn't be selling a shill sweater if he wasn't a shill." That makes a lot of sense. Man, these guys, the things that they say are just insane. Just like, he wouldn't do this if he. It's like, I mean, I learned that years ago. You cannot depend on other people to do what you would do, right? I mean, it's just not the way it works. I mean, people are their own individuals. I used to think I'd see channels doing something different. I'd be like, I would never do that on my channel. And then I realized when people would talk shit about my channel, I'd be like, dude, it's my channel. I'll do what I want. And then I was like, wait, that's how everybody feels. So you just let people be themselves, and it'll all work out from there, I guess. All right, let's head out. It's been fun. we've got that done. We got this done. It's been another fun Speaker's Corner tomorrow. Jeranism Unplugged should be fun. We got Dirtball of the month, Dirtball of the week, and a couple other segments. Another Durant. It should be insane in the membrane. So that's it. Okay, I'm gonna play the outro on the way out of here. I'm in the intro, I guess, because I don't have an outro yet. Got to fix that outro. I love the outro, but it does say falsified the globe, which is not true to me anymore. And guys, here's my clearest explanation for you of why I find what I see out there kind of weird and embarrassing. Is people are like crying about my beliefs, which is very strange to me because I don't care about any of your beliefs. Meaning, I don't go look at what you believe about the Earth and then make my day about it. Or be really sad because you believe in the globe today and then really happy when you believe in the flat Earth the next day. So you shouldn't be worried about my beliefs either. You should take it as oh, here's Jeran. He says he's honest and he's giving us his honest opinion and I can take it or leave it. But to cry about it and to complain about it and to, say some of the things I've seen said is just a little bit much. Like I've never done that to you guys, right? And I never would. Because you're free to believe what you want. Just don't hurt people. Don't, and just be careful about what you believe, what you hear about people. There's a lot of people out there talking a lot of shit. They won't say it to my face. They won't come on the show. You saw today who showed up to talk shit today? Nobody. But go look at my recent post on Facebook, and you'll see 65 comments from people telling me to shut the fuck up and go get a life, and you're a loser. You pay out. So this is just keyboard warriors, and I've realized that the last 3 years that really we're dealing with nobodies in real life that. Would never say that in person. So that's what I've noticed. And so I just got to learn not to worry about them. But don't be one of those people that falls apart because of it. It's okay. You want to believe in the flat Earth? Go right ahead. Believe it as long as you want. But if you're going to get into a scientific discussion with somebody who believes in the globe, just remember that they have the science and we don't. Or flat earthers don't right now. And if you think you do, you don't. Just saying the Earth is flat because it feels flat and because water's flat and because I measured flat is not equal to what the globe can produce as far as predictions. So go back to the drawing table. Stop being an asshole to people on Facebook. It's getting us nowhere. Stop believing in TikTok. The people who make TikTok videos are lying to you. Every one of them that I'm sent is like an AI voice pretending like something that they found, and it's just fake. You can just tell right away. Like, no, that's not real. No, but this guy found a tunnel underneath Antarctic. No, he didn't. It's just fake. You can tell it's AI voice. Somebody wrote that. Banjo does that. Banjo will make it sound like, oh, did you hear? Like Banjo made a video. It's like, oh, the TFE has been exposed now because they figured out that he wrote the script for it. So these people are lying to you, all of them. And if you don't call them out on it because you're just little fanboys, it's like this whole Rising Earth thing. Somebody needs to tell these guys that it has to be accelerating. What the hell's going on? Why has this been allowed to go on this long? I cannot believe somebody is going to talk to Witsit face to face and be like, bro, I don't think that the Earth is accelerating upwards. It's just moving at a constant speed. Okay, well, let's do a $500 bet, $5,000 bet. You drop a brick from 2 feet above my head. I'll drop a brick from 1,000 feet above your head. And then we'll go over to a car, and you can drive a car 1 mile per hour or 1,000 feet into me. And we'll let that car go from 2 feet of 1 mile per hour into you. And guess what? The car won't do anything to either one of us because it was only going 1 mile per hour. But the brick that falls from 1,000 feet will certainly kill you. So that's because things accelerate on the way down. Wake up. Stop being so dumb. And stop worrying about my dick and worry about your stupid belief. Maybe that's an answer. What do you think? I agree. All right, guys. Much love. This has been Jeranism. I appreciate you all. And guess what, Dave Weiss? You can tell the shape of the Earth by the things in the sky. It's called facts. Till next time. This has been Jeranism. Much love. Peace.
This is a test. This station is conducting a test of the emergency broadcasting system. This is only a test.
Welcome. This is the Jeranism show.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
This is the Speaker's Corner, where we speak truth, seek truth. Speaker's Corner, yeah, they see through, we see you. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is art on the Speaker's Corner. 3 minutes hit the spotlight. Speaker's Corner, where 3 minutes gets your mind right. Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is art on the Speaker's Corner.
I'm here with Alex Stein. Alex, what do you think of people who don't join my VIP club?
Guys, join the VIP club, $15. If you can't afford that, you need to stop watching YouTube and go freaking get a job. But if you can't afford it, come hear some truth from a real pimp on a blimp like Jeran. Let's go! Let's do it!
I'm here with Alex Stein. Alex, what do you think of people